Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host, Jay. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome my guest for this evening, Momoka. You know, we were talking about muting literally seconds before we went live.
And of course I did that. Yeah, I called and then I muted and forgot again.
I wasn't sure if you were doing that as a bit, but I was like, no, that'd be too inside baseball because only I heard that.
I wasn't. Oh no. I coughed and I was like, oh no, and then I muted and forgot to press it immediately.
We're off to an amazing start. This is great.
Well, this'll fit great anyways. Hi, I'm Magical Momoka. I'm your resident brainless bunny girl. I wanted to be a magician's rabbit, but I didn't get that job, so now I'm just a silly little clown on the internet. I might be stupid.
I think you're doing just fine. But welcome on in, Momoka. So happy to have you here this evening. I'm not sure if I am taking you away from playing Oblivion. I know that's what basically everyone is doing right now. If anybody's watching this on the VOD, Bethesda stealth dropped Oblivion remake today just out of nowhere. So if you look at the sidebar on Twitch, you're probably just going to see Oblivion, talk show and podcast, Oblivion.
I had no idea that it happened.
Yeah, I'm excited for folks who like Oblivion. I have never played any Elder Scrolls games. Not sure about you.
I don't know a damn thing about them. I don't think I've ever even played a Bethesda game, to be honest.
Now I'm trying to think if I have. I don't actually think I've played like bits and pieces of a Fallout game at a friend's house one time, but I don't actually think I've ever played a Bethesda game in its entirety. I probably should sometime because I hear they are really good, and you know maybe now is the time for Oblivion. But I still have some Monster Hunter to play. There's a lot going on. What have you been playing lately?
Oh man, lately I've been playing Ina's Dream Barbecue. I just finished my second playthrough of that last night. I think I got all of the endings we had for Chapter 1, so that was pretty fun, but now we have to wait 9 million years for Episode 2.
So I haven't actually heard of that one. I saw it on your schedule. It was what Dream Barbecue?
Ena, so it's spelled E-N-A, but like the E's backwards. It's, this kind of funky, like, webcore internet series that's like a bunch of animations. I think they're done by like someone in Peru. They just made this really cool character that a lot of people liked and it kind of blew up, and so they're like, okay, cool, I'm gonna make a game.
Well, that's how most good things happen.
Yeah, exactly. It was really silly. It was kind of like LSD Dream Emulator, if you've ever played or seen that.
Heard of that one, haven't played it, but I love the title. What a great title.
It's really, really funky, yeah. It's just really surreal wandering around. It's like you're in a dream, and it's just like, yeah, you know what? This is dream logic. Sure, nothing makes sense, so everything makes sense.
If nothing makes sense, everything makes sense. Yes, indeed.
Exactly. And then besides that, I've been doing a lot of, like, farming sims. I didn't intend to, but, like, one week I had, like, 3 different farming games on my schedule, and I'm just like, oh no, is this trying to tell me something? Do I need to, like, move out to, like, a small pasture out in the countryside?
I mean, I feel like we all have those moments where it's like, you know, farming simulators are just so... Would it be nice to just move to a little island and live amongst some animals and just, you know, sell things to a raccoon and call it a day?
Oh, man, I miss the days of Tom Nook. Oh, I loved playing Animal Crossing New Horizons at the beginning of the Panera that happened a couple of years ago.
No, I have said many times, Animal Crossing was there when the world needed it most.
It really was.
I have so many memories playing that game that I celebrated my birthday in Animal Crossing. I connected with folks that I hadn't spoken with in like 4 years, that I just put out an all call on social media. This was in the months prior to starting Vtuber Talk of just, hey, if anybody's doing anything right now, which is say nobody's doing anything right now and has Animal Crossing, hit me up, come to my island, we're just going to chat on Discord, and did that. And what's wild is, I'm not sure if you remember, but the game was actually delayed. It was supposed to come out in October of 19.
Oh, yeah, that's right. days. Because I remember when it came out, like, right on the 20th, at least for the state that I was in, and when it came out that March, I'm like,
20th.
oh my god, they literally released it, like, 2 days before the lockdown. They had to plan that.
It was one of the last things I did that my work had already said that we were going remote, and it was, like, the next day that I went into a Target with a t-shirt wrapped around my face because I hadn't been able to pick up a mask, and bought Animal Crossing, and I think I also got Breath of the Wild because I hadn't played that yet either.
Ooh, that
and
was good.
Those occupied the vast majority of the next 5 months for me.
Yeah, for me, it was New Horizons, and then I also played through Fire Emblem Three Houses. I have way too many hours in that game considering I've only done one path.
I haven't played Three Houses, but I have played a good number of Fire Emblems, and my first one is actually one that also I think if it wasn't today, it was just yesterday, got re-released on the Switch Virtual Console. Actually, the first one that made it stateside, Sacred Stones.
Oh, the first one I ever played was Awakening, so I'm very, very late to the game here. I'm one of the posters that jumped in after we got to make babies.
As weird as it is to say, that's now kind of like halfway. At least I think. There's been there was the ones on the GBA, there was 2 on the GameCube, and I think Awakening was the first on the DS?
That one was on 3DS.
Oh, that's right.
But was there just a DS one?
Dang it, now I'm gonna have to check Fire Emblem history.
Yeah, I know I played through Awakening, and I played through one of those, that game that had like the 2 sides when they did it like Pokemon, and it was really, really confusing.
I do need to actually get back into Fire Emblem. The last game I did play was Awakening, and there was this one level that for whatever reason I got really stuck on, and so I put it down, and then I picked up other games and never actually got back to it.
Understandable. That's kind of what I did on stream last, like, October. I was playing for a little bit, and then I got to one chapter where I died 3 times. I'm like, alright, we'll come back to this later. And then I'm, like, making my schedule, and I'm like, oh, guess it's later. It's been a few months, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Just, we have an embarrassment of riches in gaming and media as a whole, really, that there's just so much good stuff. And yes, there's a lot of not good stuff as well, but I would argue that it's just volume increase on both the good and the bad end. And I would say that we have, on the average, more good than bad. And that.
Oh, yeah, we are spoiled for choice.
And everyone has their list of shows, movies, games, of things they know they need to see, things they know they need to play. And for every one thing that you cross off that list, 5 more things are added.
Yep, very, very quickly. Oh, man. Every time I find a show that I like, I'm like, okay, give me 10 more that have the exact same vibe as this right now. Google, show me this man's anime collection.
What's the current genre of choice that you're trying to find 10 more of?
I mean, rom-coms are my favorite, so I watch a lot of goofy little rom-coms. I'm actually rewatching Love is Hard for Otaku Watakoi.
Love that
it's
one.
It's one of my favorites.
It's so good. For those who haven't seen it, it is a office romance rom-com that is just, it's this close to being slice of life because there's really no, like, high-stakes drama. It is just adults, because they are distinctly adults. That they are not fresh out of college. They're not high schoolers. That they are normal, frankly, relatively well-adjusted adults. Because the hook of it all is the fact that they are trying to not show how nerdy they are at work and kind of discover each other's nerdiness and are more comfortable being their nerdy selves around each other outside of work than they are at work.
Yeah, it's a really, really good show. I remember when that series came out, I was still working, like, at an office job, so, like, the second I saw Naruto, I'm like, oh, that's me, she's me!
I'm in this picture, and I may or may not like it.
Yeah, pretty much. I was just like, oh no, wait, there's no hot guy with glasses smoking at my job.
HR, we please, a personal request. I don't know what we're hiring for right now. It really doesn't matter, but can we hire someone with these specifications, please and thank you?
Yes, he needs to look exactly like Hirotaka Nifuji, please. Thank you very much.
Here's an image for reference. I am sure you will understand why this is important to our company culture.
Love me those anime men that look like they're gonna kill you, but they're actually big softies on the inside.
Yeah. Aw, we never got a second season. That one makes me sad.
Yeah, I can still hope for it. I mean, the manga is officially finished. I know we got the OVAs for it. I haven't seen one of them yet, though. I don't know if they have English subtitles for it, but we can hope there'll be a season 2.
Maybe. I mean, we're kind of in the era where there's just a bunch of classic anime that's getting, to be fair, very good remakes. We had Fruits Basket, Urusei Yatsura. We're getting, what's the one from the creator of Conan that's this season? But we also got Ranma 1/2. There's a whole bunch.
Oh yeah, there is a lot. Oh, the Ranma 1/2 remake was incredible. I loved that one.
Yeah, well, I never saw the original. I have a couple of friends who it is their favorite of all time, but I went in only knowing the basic area of the plot, and I had a great time. I thought it was fantastic.
Oh yeah, Ranma was like one of those formative ones for me that I grew up with, and I loved it. And seeing like the newer take on it, it's like still hitting all the same beats, but they are giving it a very modern twist to it and making it a lot more like pop arty, and I actually like it. Like, I know some people were complaining like, oh no, it doesn't have the same charm as the old one, but it's like, but it's not trying to be the old one, it's different.
Exactly. Do you have a series that you'd like to see it get that remake treatment, that manga faithful treatment, or even if it's sort of current day update like we saw for Ranma?
There's a few, actually. So another thing I just finished watching was Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Well, I feel like Brotherhood is the manga faithful adaptation.
That's just the thing. It is, because like I had seen 2003's FMA.
Oh, it was your first time seeing it.
I had seen part of it, but yeah, growing up, like I had watched it on Toonami as it had aired, and then at some point, like we lost cable, and so I didn't get to finish it. And I realized that earlier this year. I'm like, wait, I don't actually know how it ends.
Oh, I'm so happy for you because I adore Brotherhood.
Oh, it was incredible. I love it so, so much. But it got me thinking about how different it was from 2003 FMA. And I was like, you know what else needs this? Soul Eater.
Yes. Oh,
Soul Eater needs that treatment so hard.
Yes.
I loved that show, and like thinking about it, I'm like, wait a minute. They definitely made that show before the manga was finished. They just kind of went off the walls halfway through.
It is very much parallel to FMA because it got to about 50 episodes. They caught up with the source material. They went off and did their own thing. They kind of rushed to the ending. Yeah. And now the series is actually done. And also, they're both done by Studio Bones.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
And I'm kind of just me and half the internet, frankly, because I don't think it's a hot take saying Soul Eater needs to get redone, that anytime there's any type of announcement about Soul Eater, everyone's just like, are we getting the remake? Are we getting the anime remake? Is it happening? Is it finally going to happen? And we're all just sort of, at this point, in equal parts, kind of acceptance of it's probably not going to happen, because if they were going to, they probably would have done it before now.
But you
also,
never know.
But that's the thing of just you never know, and especially with this continuously improving precedent of manga faithful re-releases that we've had in the past couple of years, each time I'm just sort of side-eyeing, being like, okay, you know, this is giving more data to studios saying this is something that is viable, this is something that is good for business. And I almost think that there's two series that I think their respective studios just sort of have a little glass case somewhere in their offices that say, in case of emergency, break glass and remake this series. Because they have to know it would print money.
Yeah, there's gotta be, like, that was definitely like Sailor Moon for Toei for a while.
Mm-hmm. And just, maybe they're waiting of, okay, if we, have a bad year and we need something that's going to be a surefire hit, this is our silver bullet. And we can wait basically indefinitely and know that it will always be a silver bullet. But naturally, we're only going to get that bullet once, so let's save it for a rainy day.
You see, my theory is that they're just, they have that glass case, but they know exactly when they're gonna pull it out. They are waiting for the 14-year-olds who like their show to turn 25 and be able to spend money and buy merchandise.
I kind of feel like we're already there, but...
it, yeah. I think that's all it is. Like, oh, okay, these people have money now? Oh, well, let's try to get that from them. They were kids before.
Now, I mentioned that I have 2 series with that theory. One of them is Soul Eater. The other is Oron.
See, I had to look it up. I'm like, is Oron Studio Bones too? Is this a Studio Bones problem? And I think it is.
I think it is.
I think it is. Oh, I love Oron High School Host Club. Growing up, that was my comfy show. Anytime I had a bad day, if I just wasn't feeling it, I would just put that on. I could probably recite half the lines from that show.
Yeah, I don't know about you, I watched the dub, and what a cast. What an incredible cast. Obviously, one of them ended up being a total jackass, and that's kind of sad because he would not be in the remake.
Yeah,
but man, what a cast.
We just need to redo it without him. That's fine. I'll replace him. I can do it.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
But just, Caitlin Glass is Haruhi, J. Michael Tatum is Kyoya.
Oh, yeah. I actually got to meet him at a convention, shortly after that had aired. And I have, this stuffed Usa-chan. And he signed it for me, and he gave it a little kiss. And I was just like, oh, this is the cutest thing I've ever seen. What the heck?
That's so great. I love that.
It is so fun. I love actually getting to interact with, the VAs and stuff like that. That's my favorite thing about conventions, I think.
Yeah, and just the vast majority of them are such nice, kind, humble people.
They are always such sweethearts.
Yeah,
I'm sure, we've heard about some of the bad things that some of them have done, but, those
they're
are the outliers.
Those are exceptions to the rule.
They really are.
And I think part of that comes from them understanding that while they are rock stars in this niche area, that they are still niche celebrities, that, they're not mainstream. And I think part of that comes with a sort of built-in humility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got that niche internet micro-celebrity mindset.
Yeah. And that makes them grateful, but, they do great work, and that dubs as a whole, I'm very much an advocate of, yes, in the late 90s, early 2000s, dub quality was sketchy at best. That statistically, maybe 25% were good, and that otherwise they were not that great. But I very much think nowadays, it's harder to find a bad dub than a good one.
It really is. And I think that, a lot of those early dubs, honestly, it's not even that they didn't have talented actors or actresses. It was just more they haven't really done this kind of dubbing before. They don't have an audio director that knows how to do this. They're still working out the kinks.
Yeah, they don't have, folks who are used to that type of direction. They don't have scripted actors who are used to actually adapting things. And, you can tell, especially in those late 90s, early 2000s ones, where there was a very one-to-one translation, that the translator was probably a first language Japanese speaker, English second, because of how sentences are structured.
Yeah.
Now it's gotten really, really good, and just
It has, and plus, I love it because back in the day, it felt like there was only 6 voice actors. I know there was more.
There's certainly that era of the Funimation All-Stars.
Yeah, exactly. It's oh boy, I'm gonna hit you here, Vic Manamana again. Oh boy.
And there's gonna be Steve Bloom just being awesome, but he's gonna be there somewhere. And it's probably gonna be J. Michael Tatum.
Be there. Mm-hmm. Maybe Greg Arias if he hasn't pissed everybody else off.
Yep. And nowadays, we still have our sort of usual suspects. And it is wild to think that one of them had his big break in Full Metal Brotherhood. Or, no, sorry, not Brotherhood. The original Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh?
And as I say that, I'm actually blanking on his name because he was Al.
I was gonna say, is it Alphonse? Yeah.
Now I need to double check it. This is gonna bother me. Aaron Dismuke. How did I forget that name? who famously couldn't be Alphonse in Brotherhood because he had hit puberty.
Yep, and they couldn't do it anymore.
Nope.
I remember that.
But now I'd argue he's now in that AAA roster that Funimation, now Crunchyroll, uses in a very large number of dubs, that he is everywhere. And it's so cool to think just he had that really early start. He is probably the closest thing that we have to kind of a child star in American anime, or American anime dubs.
Say so, you're probably right. Oh man, yeah, a lot of the time, like, you don't actually get real, like, young people for those roles. So
no, it's usually women who are...
Yeah, yeah.
And to be fair, hey, you know, I'm glad they're getting work. That I would prefer a good performance by a seasoned, trained actor than saying, all right, let's find the best, 10, 12-year-old we can and sacrifice quality for it. But they found a good one in Aaron.
They really, really did. And, like, plus, like, I don't really know, like, how child labor laws go into stuff like voice acting, because it's slightly different than, like, actual TV acting. It's like, how did they even do this? What are the logistics of this? I'm so curious.
It's probably actually easier because voice acting sessions by nature are usually only going to be like 4 hours at maximum.
Yeah, maximum.
So it's not going to necessarily be a situation that you would have for, Broadway rehearsals that might go day to night, or where you would have much longer hours and days, because VAs don't go to rehearsal. Yeah, they don't have rehearsals. They go to their sessions and they just do it there. So it might actually be easier.
And that's it.
Yeah, goes to school during the day, probably does most of his recording sessions on the weekends, maybe in the evenings, but even if they do it in 2-hour sessions, that you can still do that. So I hadn't actually thought about it until then, but as soon as you said it, I was like, actually, probably easier, maybe?
Doable. Yeah, like, like, I wouldn't think it would be possible as a student. As soon as I got home from school, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go into a coma. Goodbye.
Fair. Well, I feel like you don't quite get to that point until you're in high school. That when you're in elementary school, you usually have a lot more energy because, elementary school is just simpler.
Your homework is coloring then.
Yeah.
It's better.
But you yourself have mentioned that you are no stranger to voice work, though this is your actual voice. You have also said that.
Yes, it is. Everybody always asks, is that your real voice? And yes, I don't use any voice changers or anything. It is strictly just me. But I have a little bit of range. I tend to surprise people whenever I get especially angry, and my voice will drop a little bit.
Did interest in voice acting come from watching dubs, or was it from seeing other cartoons or any other type of media?
It was definitely just from watching anime as a kid. Like, I would try to imitate their voices and stuff growing up because I thought it was kind of cool. And then, like, the kids in my class were like, "Oh my gosh, you sound like them." I'm like, am I cool now? I gotta keep doing this. So I would just try my best to imitate, and I thought it was pretty fun.
Were there any particular characters that you felt you did particularly well?
As silly as it is, yeah, when I was really young and still in, like, high school and, like, did drama club, everybody always said I did, like, a really good Simba from The Lion King.
Ooh.
That was the main one, because whenever we had to do any, like, productions or anything like that, they always made me do the songs. I'm like, but why?
Because you're good at it. It's a compliment.
It is a compliment, but I'm also Bunny in real nature. I am an anxious little critter. I will run away and scatter.
Well, you voluntarily joined drama club, so you can only claim that so much.
I mean, you say that, but I actually didn't. I was dragged into drama club.
Oh, I feel there has to be a story there.
There is. So in high school, I had a friend who really did want to join drama club, and she was pretty nervous, but she thought she could do it if she didn't go by herself. And so I did offer to go with her, and I thought I would be able to just kind of like hang out, but they were like, no, if you're have to try out. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll try out, but I don't want to roll. And they gave me one anyways, and then she really wanted us to together as a friend thing, so I just kind of did it for like 2 years until she stopped hanging out with me.
Wait a minute. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't sad. It was more like, you know, we were growing. We didn't have classes together anymore. We all had different friends.
Okay.
It wasn't like a sad thing like that. It was just
It was just a growing apart thing. Okay, cool.
Growing apart thing. It was like from freshman year till junior year.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it's like she was like the first friend I had made at that school, so like, of course, like we latched on to each other. Like, okay, I know you, you know me. We're going to the same rooms together. Let's go.
Yep. The safety friend of just okay.
Yep.
That first one, you know that that's who you're able to hang with. But then as you start to make more and more friends, that those friend groups might not necessarily overlap, and you hang out a little bit less. And it's like, you know, you're still cool with each other. You nod to each other in the hallway, but you're not necessarily going out of your way to hang out every day.
Yeah, I feel like every space has that, whether it's like you're going to school, starting a new job, or like, heck, even this VTubing space, kind of.
Yeah. There are an unfortunate number of things of, you know, people say, oh, VTubing is like high school, there's so much drama, and, you know, there's some truth to that, but honestly...
There's only as much drama as you let, like, get into your feed,
Ding,
really.
ding, 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 ding. Yep,
it is hard to stay out of it, though. Like, some of the things that have happened, like, over the years, I've even been a little bit riled up by. It's just like, man, this is stupid. Why are we doing this?
Yeah,
Come on.
No, and it's the type of thing that you can tell, all right, you're probably not high schoolers, but you're probably really recently out of high school.
Yeah. A lot of them, when I'm, like, checking their profiles, and it's like they're 20 or 21, I'm just like, oh, I understand now. I get it. Okay. Yes, y'all will grow out of it in, like, 6 years. You'll be fine.
Yeah. and that's one of the things I'm genuinely excited for, because, understandably, VTubing, especially in its early days, skewed younger, and it still skews relatively younger, at least in terms of the content creator space, because, you know, it is a newer thing. It's something that is well, to be fair, much more technologically comprehensive than a lot of other forms of content creation, and folks that grew up with that type of technology are much more likely to be adept at it than ones that have to learn it later on. And as a result, you know, we see some of the immaturity, no offense intended, but just, you know, literal lack of maturity, that they're still on the younger side. But I feel like as even these past 4 or 5 years have gone by, that we've seen that steady maturation. And yes, younger folks do continuously come in, as will be happening for anything.
That will happen for the rest of forever.
But now those younger folks have some, you know, role models, not necessarily mentors, but they have examples to look to of folks that have been around the block, because we are no longer inventing the wheel like we were 3-4 years ago. And so I am hopeful that it will result in more maturity across the board, because goodness knows folks 5-ish years ago who were younger didn't have as many older role models or folks to look to for those examples. And, you know, as a result, you just don't have that. But now we do.
All we had was the HoloLive girls to look up to, and most of them at that point didn't speak any English.
Yep. And, you know, they themselves were inventing their own wheel, but to be fair, their wheel is very different than every other wheel.
It is incredibly different. I think a lot of people go into the concept of like, oh, I just sit there and I play a game and a million people talk to me, and then that's how it all works. And it's like, no. This is a hobby you gotta put time, dedication, and love into.
Yeah. And it just... Obviously, VTubing took a lot of its cues from the Japanese idol industry. Everything from the agency structure to certain terms of debuts and graduations. And one thing that I've always been a very adamant advocate of is that I do not think that if you are not in an agency, and rather I should rephrase, I strongly, if you own your IP, there is no reason for you to use the term graduation, even if you plan to stop making content creation, because graduation has with it, in my opinion, a certain finality of kind of locking the door behind you, it feels like. Whereas I say, you know, all right, hey, maybe you've fallen out of love with VTubing. Maybe there's a 99.9% chance that you will never come back, that you've found greener pastures, other passions. That's great. But in that 0.1%, leave the door unlocked for yourself, you know? And just say indefinite hiatus. I think that is a much better term, and that we've had a couple folks who've declared graduation, then come back, and there's a little bit of awkwardness, and, you know, I'm glad they came back, but again, I feel like that's just a term where if it's not literally this IP cannot return, yeah, why overly burden yourself with such a restrictive term?
I feel like a lot of people don't know the actual, like, origins of, like, the idol culture and why it is called that, so they just kind of jumped on the bandwagon and just expected,
because
like,
it was the example they had. Because it was
just what you do.
Mm-hmm.
But there's, like, an actual reason for it. Like, back in the day, like, idols actually usually were school age. They were usually high school girls, and when they graduated actual school, they usually, you know, quit being an idol. They would go on with their real full lives. That's why it was called a graduation. Yeah,
and that it was generally a happier thing, because it's okay, you know, you're doing stuff and you're celebrating what was in many ways a known and sort of expected end, because in the idol industry, you literally age out.
Yeah, you know it's not going to last forever.
Definite end. That most folks, you know, 3, 4, 5 years is the absolute maximum. If you somehow made it young, maybe you get to 7 years, maybe.
Yeah, it is just such a strange thing, because, like, VTubers, they follow the model of idols in, like, a lot of the ways that they do things, but, like, most of us are the farthest thing from idols. I can think of, like, 4 VTubers who actually qualify as genuine idols that have songs and do dances and a bunch of other stuff. The rest of us is just like, nah, I think when we peace out, we're just gonna be like, okay, bye, she's dead now. Yeah.
So sorry, I just realized I had the wrong background on. I was like, why are the plants not moving? Yeah, one moment.
Oh,
doopy-doop. It shouldn't be that one. That, not that. Why is something silly happened? Anyways, I'll continue next point while I kind of fiddle with that. Please pay no attention to the weirdness of the plants. Hopping back a little bit, you mentioned rom-coms, and you also mentioned to me when we spoke earlier this week that your design is actually from one of your favorite rom-com animes of all time, Nozaki-kun.
Yeah, Gekon Shoujo Nozaki-kun, Monthly Girls Nozaki. It is my all-time favorite. It is about a girl who looks... Imagine me, but orange and... Wait, I have to take off my ears. Here we go. Momo with no brim. So... Imagine I still had my ribbons on, but no ears, and I was orange. That's Chio.
Yeah, more or less. And as soon as you said it, I was like, oh my gosh, I see the resemblance.
Yeah. That show was formative for me in more ways than one, in almost an embarrassing way. Because when I saw it when it came out, like, I was actually known for wearing hair ribbons in school. In high school, I got voted for best hair in high school for a combination of my crazy colored hair and always, like, a matching ribbon and stuff. Hey. But after I saw that show, I went out and specifically bought the 2 red polka dot bows, and those became, like, my normal thing. And I actually still do wear them, unironically.
I'm trying to think, like, I guess there wasn't really that one show that was that kind of formative for me. Maybe Pokemon, but I don't know. Like, I never saw myself as Ash, I suppose. But
I am, like, the outlier in that I can relate to so many anime girl protagonists just because I am a very tiny little critter. I'm not even 5 feet tall, so whenever they show me, like, some anime girl who looks like she's 2 feet high next to some dude who's 7 feet tall, I'm like, oh, that's me! That's what it feels like to be me.
Now I'm thinking about it, it's like, yeah, why are all the anime protagonist girls so short?
They're always so
They're so
tiny.
short.
They really are, and, like, in real life, I mean, I've maybe seen 1 or 2 people my height, my age, but normally people my height are, like, 12 years old.
Yeah, I would say I'm distinctly average on height, so, But it's so...
Yeah.
It's been really fun to grow up with anime, because I feel like, certainly generalizing that I don't know your age, but I get the feeling that we are somewhere in the relative range of each other's age, that we were the crowd that got to grow up.
So I don't mind. I'm 29.
Oh, I'm 32. Okay, so...
Okay, there we go. About the same.
Yeah, that we got to grow up in the era of, Kids WB. We got to grow up in the era of finally getting good anime streaming, good legal anime streaming, after all of us inevitably did illegal anime streaming, not knowing it for years and years on end.
Yeah, we definitely didn't know anything that we were doing.
We remember the days of watching anime on YouTube in 3 parts.
Oh, that is how I watched Tokyo Mew Mew back in middle
That's
school.
how I watched Oran.
Yeah, let's go! Oh, you mentioning Kids WB reminds me of something actually that happened, I think it was Saturday, actually. I went out on a hike because that is just one of my little hobbies that I do outside of VTubing. But on my way home, I stopped to get a little drink, and there was a thrift store next to the gas station, and so I just wandered in because why not? I was killing time anyways. And I found, still in box with all of its pieces, a Card Captor Sakura board game that has the Kids WB logo on it. It was only $5. I got it.
Hold on, I'm. The fact that you found this is super neat.
Yeah.
I'm still sort of stuck on a piece of that story from the very beginning of it. Did you say you found this at a gas station?
No. We stopped somewhere to get a drink at a gas station, and there was a thrift shop right next door to it.
Okay.
No, this was not in the gas station.
Yeah, sorry. I think I heard gas station and then just sort of blanked out of everything else trying to process that and missed the thrift store part.
Man, I would actually go inside at gas stations more often otherwise. I'd be
I was
I find
wait a
cool
minute.
stuff like this.
I want to know where a gas station is where I can find old anime board games.
Right? I love checking thrift stores just for stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
I have managed to find old VHS copies of a lot of Ghibli movies, the really old Disney releases of Totoro. I found some old copies of Cutie Honey, the 80s version of the anime. There's been so much stuff. It's like a treasure trove.
I didn't know that they released the 80s version in the US.
Yeah, I have a DVD of it. It's only the first 3 episodes. It's not the whole series, but I have a DVD of it somewhere.
Oh, man. Now I'm just thinking, okay, wait a minute. I just, anime gas station, that would be a destination.
It really
I think there's a $1 million business here.
I think so, because people get obsessed over that Beaver gas station. If you put a cute anime girl in one, I think you could make some money.
We're cooking. We are now accepting investors for, we'll name TBD, anime gas station, Anime Bucky's.
Yeah, Anime Bucky's. Oh, gosh.
And have you been watching anything more recently? That you mentioned that you're always watching a lot, though it's not necessarily currently airing stuff?
It's not necessarily currently airing, but yeah, I am constantly watching things. Most recently, I just finished watching Chobits for the first time.
I still haven't seen that one.
So yeah, that was why I watched it, because everybody's always talking about it, and I feel like every girl I know says that was a formative show for them growing up. And I've seen the character Chi before. I'm okay, yeah, she's cute. I can see why people like that, but I just never watched the show. I never got it, and then I finally saw it, and now I'm just were y'all okay? Are you guys okay still?
Yeah, because all I know about Chobits is that it's one of the sad shows.
It's not even sad. It's just weird and horny. It was really weird and horny for no reason.
Well, to be fair, weird and horny still describes most anime. Well, I shouldn't say most anime, but a lot of anime today.
That is true. But whenever I saw that, oh, okay, he has a cute little robot and that's gonna be his girlfriend or whatever. And then we get to the end of it, and I'm like, okay, why are there assassins, and why does she have a weird alien twin, and how are we all doing any of this? Why does everyone communicating telepathic? What's happened?
I know nothing of the series, but all of that sounds incredibly accurate.
Yeah, all of that happens within, like, the last 20 or 30 minutes or something. It's like, they just throw a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, wait, the last 20 or 30
just...
minutes of the last episode?
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of those.
They throw so much shit at you right at the very, very end. It's like, the first...
You can tell that we ran out of airtime.
Yeah. The sad thing is, this show was only, like, 22 episodes, I think. This show had 4 fucking filler episodes. 4 of them were just... I think it was around 22. I could be wrong. Let me double check that.
Because I know... Because seasons are usually 12 or 13, so 22... There's occasionally 11-episode seasons.
Yeah, there's some weird ones like that. Like,
yeah.
Multiplay right now, it has 11. Let's see, 20... Okay, no, it was 20... 24 plus an OVA.
Okay, yeah, that scans. But still,
Yeah.
Because CROWPHET is based on a game, I think? I forgot.
No, it's based on a manga.
Okay.
It is a Clamp original work.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
I get the
Clamp.
feeling maybe that's another one of those Soul Leader FMA original situations of we reached the end and we kind of have to shoehorn rush an ending.
I mean, I don't think that they even shoehorned or rushed the ending. I think that they just they read the first volume of the manga and they're like, okay, we like some of this, we're gonna ignore everything else. Bye. That's really what it feels like. Like, they do have the same basic plot structure, but they leave out a lot of important things, and also, maybe this is just my personal opinion, but I think Clamp forgot half of their own plot points, so the story doesn't work anyways. Like, in the very beginning, it shows, like, some disk drive falling out of the robot girl, and you're like, oh, that must be really, really...
They never actually do that. They never refer to it again, do they?
They never, ever come back to that ever again. Not once! And I'm just like, what was all that about then? Why are you
Something got left on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, it did. Just like, oh, did y'all just forget about this? This is your story, isn't it? And plus, it's supposed to be a sequel to a different series called Angelic Lair, which, when you consider that they're the same universe, nothing makes sense anymore. Angelic Lair is about, like, battle dolls, like, basically Barbies that fight each other on, like, a little tabletop game. And then within, like, 3 years, they're now those giant personal computers and chobits. And it's just like, oh, I don't think that's how that works, actually.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. All these characters that died and had kids in the past 3 years that are now 12 years old, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Now, to be fair, my favorite anime of all time is also a Clamp one. It's a original one, but zany in its own way.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I don't think, you know,
that one's good.
It's not
good.
niche or anything. It is perhaps a bit more niche now than it used to be because Code Geass came out almost 20 years ago. Oh God.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I think it's aged quite well. That if you were to air that today, animation, production quality still stands up. The dub, phenomenal. I love that dub. Holy cow.
It is actually really, really good. I watched that for the first time, I want to say, like, 5 or 6 years ago. Like, right before the pandemic happened is when I finally saw Code Geass. And I loved it so much. I love Nunnally so much.
Yeah.
That poor sweet baby.
Code Geass's insanity is reserved for its side media because they do some weird stuff in its side media.
Oh yeah, the Nunnally and Wonderland.
That's where my mind went.
I actually have a little figurine of her specifically from that one. I love it so much. It's like, oh, I get to see your face for once. Thanks.
Yeah, and they had the movie, and then they had two, they had the OVA series, Akito the Exiled, and then more recently, Rosé of the Recapture, which was very unfortunately buried in Disney Plus, but it was really good.
Disney Plus had Code
Yep.
Geass?
You know what else they have? Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War.
But why?
Disney dollars got the rights somehow.
Oh, man.
It's just, and I don't have a problem with that. The thing is, Disney just puts zero marketing effort behind their anime. That they put it there.
They don't even try.
But there's
I didn't know they
there's
had.
no marketing tweets. There's no promotion. You don't see stuff like that represented at anime cons. It's almost stealth drop that you need to know. You need to be looking at release schedules to know if it's happening. And it's frustrating because they get good stuff. And you would think Disney, of all companies, would want to very aggressively push basically everything that they have to their name, especially when it's that type of prestige title. But they just don't.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because now that I'm thinking about it, Disney used to do all of the Ghibli, dubs and releases and everything, but they don't anymore. That is now, I believe, mostly all G-Kids properties and stuff. So it's okay, y'all lost that one, so you're just gonna pick up a bunch of other stuff and not even try and promote it
that's
anymore?
The thing.
What's the
They're
point?
going out of their way to get good stuff. They also had, what was it? Undead Unluck, which was super solid. But just, they're not advertising. And they have to be paying really good money for these licenses.
They also don't advertise a lot of their own shows very
That
well
is
either, though.
Okay, that's fair. Maybe it's just a systemic issue.
I think it might just be a Disney issue, not even an anime thing, because they love to kill anything that is giving any momentum from, the internet for them. Owl House, what did they do to you?
Yeah, if it's not going into a theater, it just doesn't get their attention. Or I should rephrase, if it's not going into a theater and not airing on Disney Channel.
Yeah, Disney XD is where everything goes to die. Actually, I don't even know if they still have that channel nowadays.
I don't know. I was not actually really a Disney kid. That for me, it was Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon.
Yeah. I was the kid that would mostly just stay up and watch the very, very end of, Cartoon Network and then just wait for Adult Swim to start.
Yep. I forget how we got to it when we were chatting the other day, but we had a moment of the George Lopez show.
Oh, yeah, just, hearing that in the distance, half asleep on the couch. Yeah, that's just, that feels like it's a weird, liminal space kind of thing. I can picture that memory, and I can,
Yeah.
It looks like one of those backroom photos somehow.
That is very much, I think, I don't even want to call it a generational thing, but just our sort of 5-7 year age band of that is a almost universal core memory.
It really is, and I love it, because it's just it's one of those few memories that's a nostalgia that's just
It's
this
amusing.
isn't really, it's not bad nor good, it's just kind of amusing.
George Lopez show was the epitome of mid.
It really was. There was nothing to that show. The only episode I remember, one where I think it was his daughter comes home and she's making a snack and she's obviously stoned out of her mind and thinks she's being quiet, and you just see the dad in the kitchen standing there watching.
I don't remember a single one, but I remember, if you wake up and say, it's a fine thing to wake up to. It's not like you're waking up to something really weird or just an infomercial, but it's okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would hate to live in the era where you would wake up to unedited footage of a bear on Adult Swim or something.
Yeah, the Adult Swim had some weird stuff, and full respect to them for going full weird. But at the same time, it was if you were a young kid and suddenly it went from normal Cartoon Network to that, and there was something kind of crazy. But again, just that early era Adult Swim is an era of its own.
Yeah, it's what that felt like. It was Aqua Teen, Hunger Force. I remember Home Movies was on there.
Home Movies, The Brack Show.
Oh yeah, The Brack Show. Oh, Space Goes Coast to Coast.
Space Goes Coast to Coast. Yep.
That's the other one. Oh.
Space Goes Coast to Coast.
Did that inspire you to make this show?
Not at all. Nope. Nope. Well, funny enough, this is a story I've told a good number of times, so I'll give kind of the abridged version. But the inspiration for this show, funny enough, is something that we discussed earlier, and that was Animal Crossing New Horizons. Did you ever hear of a show called Animal Talking?
I don't think so.
So a Hollywood writer by the name of RYUWUNA, who is best known for Book of Eli and Star Wars Rogue One, like many people, was playing Animal Crossing New Horizons during the panini and was very bored. And Hollywood, like many things, were not happening at that time. So he, being a big fan of late night talk shows, set up a talk show set in the basement of his Animal Crossing home and invited some friends from Hollywood and gaming in other areas to be on his talk show that he streamed. And it picked up steam because at that point in time, the actual talk shows were scrambling to get their remote setups. So by the end of it, he had coverage in Hollywood Reporter, Variety, Vogue. He had Selena Gomez accidentally announce an album on his show. He had Simu Liu weeks after he was announced as Shang-Chi. He had Matt Mercer. He had Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox. He had Josh Gad. He had Brie Larson. Like mainstream Hollywood names coming in to be on his Animal Crossing show. He had Danny Trejo, who, fun fact, Danny Trejo loves Animal Crossing. Yeah, it became appointment viewing for me, and they had their last show in October 2020. Hollywood started, sort of coming back to life, so he had stuff to do again. But that was October 2020. Halloween debuts 2 weeks later, September 2020. I fall into the rabbit hole via that. 2021 starts rolling around. I realized, well, we're probably going to be inside for another year or so. I'm very bored. I have, a mind for organizing and events and coordination and stuff. And I want to do something to sort of scratch that itch in my brain. And the result's a talk show. And it was very much thinking of Animal Talking. Just like, well, wait a minute. What if I did that with VTubers?
That is just so crazy. Like, I'm sorry, I'm still kind of stuck on Danny Trejo. Machete likes playing Animal Crossing.
He loves Animal Crossing. He was a regular contributor. They had a actual recorded segment of, like, after he was on the show as a normal guest, that he would do recorded footage of his island, and it would be just a sort of side segment that they did. And you talk about the people that look like they could kill you but are actually teddy bears. That's Danny Trejo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love that. That is so adorable. I had no idea. I'd heard he'd been good to the kids on, like, the Spy Kids set, so I figured he was kind of a big softie, but, oh, that's so precious.
Yeah, and my little reference to it is for the first 3 years of Vtuber Talk, I was a disembodied voice, worked with very... it was all free assets and whatnot. But for the third anniversary, very long story short, this model came about, and that I knew I wanted to get my own proper assets, a proper talk show set. And part of that is, there's plants on every talk show. That's just, I don't know why it is, but there's always the plants. And,
It's just like between two ferns. That's the whole thing.
And so we had the plants, and one of the very few specifications I had for the artist, if you look to your left, there's a small notch in one of those leaves.
Oh, yeah, there is.
That's an Animal Crossing reference.
Oh, it's an Animal Crossing leaf. It's not just like a bug that ate it. Okay. Yep. That's really cute.
That was the one thing that they came back with the leaves and everything. I was like, I love this. That's great. Put a small hole in one, a la the Animal Crossing leaf. And then it was like, perfect. Yes.
That's really good. I love it when, like, you basically, like, have an artist that almost gets your vision, like, immediately first try.
Yeah. Yeah, but I definitely encourage you to check out Animal Talking. That RYUWUNA was just an incredible interviewer. That there's a world where if he didn't get into Hollywood writing, I think he could have made just an actual proper talk show host.
Ooh. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I usually need something to listen to while I'm doing my chores and stuff anyways. I run out of podcasts.
Yeah. For you, were there any sort of inspirations in terms of, well, you mentioned obviously Nozaki-kun for the design, but you mentioned that Magician's Rabbit. Did you really enjoy magic shows growing up? Was that something that, I guess, is there a backstory there?
Not a personal one to that effect, no. I just thought it was a really fun concept. So I have always had some sort of representation for myself online, and I have always just been Bunny. I don't know why, because bunnies are not my favorite animal, but I've always just been like, oh yeah, I am a little rabbit. That's just me. And I was just like, okay, why am I a little rabbit though? I don't want to just be a generic bunny girl, because anybody can do that. Everybody can do that. I just look like a Temu Barbie or something. And so I was like, okay, I need to come up with something fun. What do rabbits do? And then I was like, okay, let's scrap that idea. I don't want an OnlyFans. What else do rabbits do? And I was like, the only time I ever think of them is when they're like getting pulled out of the hat by a magician.
Mm-hmm.
And then I kind of started thinking along that line. I'm like, okay, well, I'm a bunny girl, not a bunny. So I don't really think I would fit in the hat. So maybe that's just my whole shtick, is that I never got my dream job and
Oops, sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just never got my dream job, and then I ended up...
Cut out again. I think your voice is getting so excited, because it's the same part of the sentence that I think that your mic is doing automatic noise cancellation.
Yeah, I see. Here we go. Is Discord noise suppression, you evil thing.
Oh,
yeah,
Chris.
There we go. I always forget to turn that off. I swear it enables itself for every call. But yeah, I thought I was gonna be just like a little magician's rabbit, and I like didn't get that job, so I figured that was my whole shtick. It's just like I gave up on my dream, and now I'm just trying to be.
It's
my
a
own
logical
little
story. That you hear it, and it's like, oh yeah, I could absolutely believe that. It's such a pop culture icon, and that twist on it is just, oh yeah, how's that not been done before?
That was kind of my thought. I'm like, okay, I've seen people do like, a rabbit magician or a couple of other things, but I've never seen somebody be like, no, I wanted to be the rabbit that got pulled out of the hat, but they said no.
What is this workplace discrimination?
Exactly right. Bunny girls should count as real rabbits. They can make a hat that'll fit me. Come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just kind of like brainstormed because I wanted my character to be like grounded in something that felt kind of relatable, and I was like, I feel like everybody has a job they really, really wanted and then just didn't get, or like they grew up and they're like, oh, that's not what I want to do.
Yeah, no, I for a time thought I wanted to make video games, and then I took a coding class and realized I didn't want to make video games.
Yeah, that'll do it. When I was in high school, I was doing a lot of like extracurricular stuff for like graphic design and web design stuff. And I used to be like super duper into like making fancy custom Tumblr themes and like little stuff like that.
Graphic design was her passion.
Graphic design was my passion. And then I was just like, actually, I'm kind of tired of all this. I'd rather just pay somebody else to do it now. I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, I am not good at graphic design. That basically anytime I make a thumbnail for a special event or something, I always actually just put like in parentheses, graphic design is my passion, because I am aware of the quality that I put out. I'm good at many things. Graphic design is, I like to think that I have some basic aesthetic sensibilities and design capabilities. I don't think they look bad, but I very much acknowledge they're not professional grade.
Yeah, I think my problem is I'm the type that likes to be a little bit too extra sometimes. Like, I'll start making something and they'll be like, okay, that looks perfect. I'm like, okay, but I want to add a few more finishing touches. Okay, just a few more. And then by the end, it's like, what is this monstrosity? That
classic, the Tumblr thing that is just glitter effects everywhere, 20 different GIFs, and yeah.
Yeah, but just having like 18 different little pixel anime people walking around doing whatever.
Classic.
It's like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
Now, of all the animals that you picked Rabbit, and animals are a passion of yours.
They are.
how does that all begin? Is that something from growing up with pets? Was there a show or somebody in particular, an experience that made you start really gravitating towards animals?
I think it was just growing up with pets. Growing up, I lived out basically in the middle of nowhere, like just in the woods in Florida. Consider me a swamp rabbit, if you will. And there was always a bunch of like stray cats and stuff just kind of like roaming around, and I would always try to befriend them, and I just really, really liked them, and like whenever I could get them to come up to me and let me pet them, I felt so proud of myself. And so at some point, I kind of made it like a point to try to make friends with every stray cat that was in the little neighborhood. And some of them just kind of came home with me and became pets
The
over
local
time.
Disney princess, all the animals flocked to her.
Oh, yeah. I mean, being out on the edge of the woods, I did get to see a lot of cool animals, but I don't think I was ever going to make friends with the deer or the bobcats.
Yeah, not so much.
I wish. Not so much. But yeah, I had a lot of like stray kitties that we would get like growing up, and usually they were like, you know, sick or something was wrong with them. They might have like, you know, an injured paw or something. And so it was a lot of, you know, just taking them to the vet, trying to get them taken care of. If they had, you know, owners or something that we could find, we would track them down. But most of the time, the cats just ended up staying with me because they didn't have an owner, or if they did, they didn't want to come forward. And me and my mom didn't have the heart to put a kitty back out on the street. So at one point, we had like 8 cats.
I was about to ask, what was the high score?
8 cats was the high score.
And were they all indoor cats, or were there a number that were outdoor that would just come back daily?
They were all indoor and outdoor. They would just come back to, you know, sleep, get food, use the litter box. That was about it. But that was also something that growing up, I didn't know that it's not a good thing to have your cats go outside.
Yeah.
It's really, really bad, actually. Unless they're on like a little harness and you're watching them, because it's bad for the environment. It's bad for the kitties. It's bad for the
dangerous out
birds,
there.
especially. Yeah, it's very dangerous. I lost more than a couple of kitties to the road, unfortunately.
No.
That is just the reality of growing up like that, you know? But, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Pun half intended here, do you have a pet issue that you feel cat owners don't know enough, that you, something that is, whether it be a misconception or just a little known fact or a really easy tip that for whatever reason isn't common knowledge that you want more cat owners to know?
I mean, it feels like not common knowledge to me because I have to remind people every year, do not get lilies for your house. If it is around Easter time
that's
and
a
you
little
have
late,
cats,
as we are
that
2
will
days
kill-
after Easter.
Yeah, we are a little late now, but yeah, most people that get like Easter flowers and stuff, if they get lilies in their basket and they put them near their cat, yeah, if your cat
That's
eats
bad.
that, it'll go into pretty quick liver failure. Don't let your cat eat flowers, any of them. I don't care. Some of them are okay for the cat, but 9 times out of 10, you're better off not letting them eat that stuff.
Yup, that one of the few good things that social media has done, I do see posts about that basically every year like clockwork, including this year.
Yeah, thank goodness. That, and then I always make a little joke post, but it is very serious in real, you know, when you think about it. It's like, this is an Easter bunny, and then this is a lifelong commitment, and then I'll just put me for the lifelong commitment,
Yep.
and I'm like, you should make sure you know how to care for a rabbit. Go to rabbitcare.org. It's like, it's a funny little meme, but like, I got a pet rabbit for Easter when I was a child. I was not fit to take care of that thing. I don't think it had a good life, so... Yeah, it's kind of like how Mickey has you know, has Pluto, but Goofy's his neighbor. It's like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, giving animals as gifts in general, don't do it, ever. I don't care how much you think you're gonna surprise somebody. I don't care how much you think it's good for them. Don't you dare. Especially not for a child.
No.
Gosh.
If the only situation where it is acceptable to gift an animal to a child is if you, as the adult, are getting it understanding that you are the one that is actually going to be taking care of it full time, and that you want the reveal to the child to be a surprise, but that is your pet as the adult.
Yeah. Like, if you're getting a family dog or something, you know, that's a different story. But I had times growing up when, people would come over to my dad's house after my parents had separated. And my dad really, really liked dogs. And so anytime that somebody's dog had puppies, he would take a look to see if there was one that he wanted, because he was always looking for the right dog. I don't know what his deal was. I don't know what kind he wanted. But at some point, someone's dog had, like, a litter of cute puppies, and they knew that my dad was, like, always looking for him and stuff, so they just brought one over when he wasn't home. They brought it to me, and they're like, yeah, this is yours now. This is for you. I'm like, wait, what? And they just dropped off this dog in a little bag of food. And he's like, yeah, that's for your dad. Just tell him. And I'm like, what do I do with this?
Wait, what? What are you talking about as they drive into the distance?
Pretty much, yeah. It's just like, oh, okay. I'm like, am I his secretary or something? Why are you leaving this with me? I'm a child. I shouldn't have a dog.
Yeah,
I probably also shouldn't have answered the door because I was like 10 years old, but times was different back then.
Well, did you know who they were?
Vaguely. I knew they were an adult. I knew they were an adult that I had seen before. I didn't know who they were, though.
Do as the bunny says, not as she does.
Exactly. Like I said, times was different back then. I was a latchkey kid. We did things different.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I don't even think that... Does the concept of a latchkey kid exist nowadays?
Me?
I feel like it doesn't.
I don't know. I'm not a parent.
Neither am I, thank God. I have 2 cats, and that's more than I could ever deal with. I love them dearly, but ugh.
Yep. Several of my cousins now have children. It's like, good for you. I am happy to be the cool uncle who gets good gifts at the holidays and doesn't have to deal with anything else.
Yep, Auntie Momo is always there whenever the kids want to go to McDonald's. I will absolutely egg everybody in the family on. I'm not taking them. I'm not buying. But I am going to play devil's advocate for them.
Yes.
Yeah, I have actually, like, a lot of nieces and nephews, and that's part of why, like, growing up, I'm like, okay, I know I don't ever want kids. I have dealt with so many babies before I even turned 20. I'm just like, I'm done with this. I don't ever want to change a diaper again.
No, when I was in high school and starting to, be asked the question, oh, what do you want to major in when you go to college? That my methodology was process of elimination. That I figured out all the things that I knew I definitely did not want to do, and then slowly honed in on, okay, what's left, and figured out what I did want to do from there. And literally the first thing crossed off my list, because my mother was a teacher. She retired after teaching for 30 years, elementary, middle, high school, public, private, special needs, you name it. She ran the gambit. And I knew I had no interest in being a teacher. I knew I had no interest in working with children in any capacity.
Yeah, children are one of my least favorite things. I'll be nice to them,
yes,
but they always like me a lot more than I like them.
Yeah, nope, just, too much stress, too much of a headache.
Yeah, it really is. Unfortunately, with me being my height, again, I'm 4'11" and a half, and I blend in with the elementary schoolers sometimes.
Oh no!
So a lot of the time, they will approach me, and they'll think that I'm one of them.
Literally, hello, fellow kid.
Quite literally, and then I'm like, oh, no, I'm almost 30. Please don't talk to me. Please go away.
No.
I don't want to get arrested. Go away.
No.
Go away. Like, I don't need to talk to children, and I don't want you talking to me.
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry, I blended. I didn't choose this.
Hopping back a minute, you mentioned that one of the things you always play devil's advocate on is, getting to go to McDonald's, and I'm guessing...
Oh, yeah.
Well, one, that's probably also because you know that you're going to get McDonald's if they go, so I fully respect and understand that ploy of just like, oh, yes, I will encourage and, sort of egg on and pressure that the kids get to do things because I know I will get to do the cool thing too.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna egg it on. Their uncle's gonna be mad as hell at me, but it doesn't matter. Auntie, that 10p.
Mm-hmm.
And it's their treat.
Yes. And you mentioned to me that, sort of parlaying one McDonald's thing to the next, that you and your friends, actually several VTuber friends, one time went to McDonald's, ordered everything on the menu, and put it through a waffle iron.
Yeah. So, I have a friend, VTuber, who is incredibly funny, incredibly creative, and she had like 3 waffle irons. I do not remember the exact circumstances of her
I was going to say,
obtaining
why
this
does
many.
one own 3 waffle irons?
That I don't really remember, honestly. I don't remember the story of how she ended up with all of those, but either way, she had procured several waffle irons, and so she had made like a funny little event of like every time she got something to eat, like fast food, she would put something in the waffle iron just to see if she could make a waffle out of it. And we all thought that was really, really funny. And so we decided to do a little get-together event. So a couple of our other VTuber friends, we all gathered IRL, and then we met up with V, and then we went and we got like, we say one of everything, but realistically it was just like one of every kind of burger, some nuggets, and maybe a fry.
Yeah, that's effectively everything.
That's effectively everything. I don't think we had like the fillet of fish or anything like that, but we had the
You're not going to try and waffle iron a salad. You're not going to try and waffle iron a shake, but everything that is going to be practical to waffle iron.
I don't know, B probably would try to waffle iron a shake. I would not put it past that woman. She is a mad scientist, and I love her for it.
I don't know, I guess, like, is that actually the closest thing on the menu to batter?
Maybe it just might be. But
what does happen to something the consistency of that? Because, melting is the obvious thing, but
I mean, if it's mostly sugar, cream, and milk, it might turn into like a really weird, nasty congealed,
I don't own a waffle iron, so I can't try it, but now I kind of want someone to try that.
Well, at the end of this story, I was gifted one of those 3 waffle irons, so if I can mine out, find it in my closet.
How damaged was the waffle iron from the hell it had been put through, though?
It wasn't
What state was it in?
Very dirty. It was so dirty. But it was fine. It was such a good day. We ended up like throwing everything into like all the waffle irons. We made a couple of different batches. We had a sheet, like a little spreadsheet for us to like rank how we thought it tasted as a waffle, or whether it was good or the texture was bad. And it was just a really, really fun like get together. And while we were there, a friend that we know happened to be on your show, an older episode of that. So we pulled up my friend Liminal Lark, his interview that you did with him on B's giant TV in her living room. And then all of us got on our phones and we were just like in the chat, like watching together as a group and commenting and screaming and yelling. And it became a core memory. It was so much fun.
You mentioned that to me when we spoke earlier in the week, and I'm still kind of reeling over it because legitimately, to my knowledge, there's never been a VTuber Talk watch party. And to know that you all had effectively a watch party is very, very special to me. And
there was at least like 10 of us in there watching. It was
like, that's so wild to me. That's so wild. And obviously, Lark, our least favorite VTuber.
Yep.
What a great
man.
What a great episode, and it makes it so easy to run a talk show. That was a really, really good one. I remember. And
oh yeah, he never stops talking, so he's perfect for it.
Well, so do you, and so are you.
True. I always joked and said he was my twin brother, because whenever I first met him, like, we constantly had, like, the same opinions, and I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna go to bat. I don't care. This guy can say he's gonna kill somebody, and I'm just gonna agree with it. I'm backing him up.
When I found your streams, it was somewhere in the past year or two, and when I found you, it wasn't until like a couple months later that I connected the dots, because I remember, you were in Lark's chats a good amount, and that Momoka is a moderately common name. That there's a couple of Momokas out and about, and I'm not even. It was because you have a Lark plush in your background.
I do.
Seeing that was what made the sort of light bulb go off. It's like, oh, she's that Momoka. Oh,
yeah, it's me. I feel like I've just been around forever. I'm like a VTuber cryptid. Everybody's heard of me, but no one's ever actually seen me.
Well, I would argue that isn't the case anymore.
Not anymore, but it's always funny. It's like, I'll pop up out of the blue and someone's just like, Momoka? Where did you come from? And I'm like, I've been here the whole time. What do you mean?
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, I'm like, this place was built around me. What are you talking about? You're in my house.
Have you seen Game Changer?
Yeah, I really, really like Game Changer, and actually, those are some of my favorite things.
Yeah. Sorry, lost train of thought for a second. Oh yes.
No,
you mentioned that you had a spreadsheet for the waffle iron. What was the best and what was the worst?
Oh gosh, I mean, I don't have that on hand anymore, unfortunately, but I believe the chicken nuggets were the winner for the best thing to waffle iron, and I want to say it was the fries that were the worst, but that was because the ones that we had by the time we got them in the waffle iron, they were already kind of soggy. I don't think there was any salvaging them. So
that makes sense.
I can't really blame the fries for that.
Yeah, I feel like you would probably need to do those when they're fresh. And at that point, I don't even know if it's actually going to change much other than the shape itself, because, I mean, we have literal waffle fries.
That is true, we do.
Oh my, whoa, direct fraud. You just, whoa.
Amelia Bedelia!
That was not something that I expected. Whoa.
I haven't heard that bitch's name since 2nd grade!
I feel like Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Oh,
long time.
Oh, man, I actually used to love those books, though. Ah.
But they're not wrong. That is what Amelia Bedelia do. I feel like I kind of have to explain this because I don't know if Amelia Bedelia books are still like published.
No.
So Amelia Bedelia was a children's book series, and the entire concept was that Amelia Bedelia takes everything literally, and that it was a lot of wordplay on things like waffle fries and chicken and waffles, and that she sure as heck would have said, oh, I'm going to be making waffle fries and take potatoes and put them in a waffle iron.
Yep, that's exactly what would happen. Also, I had to double check. They were publishing those books until 2022.
Whoa.
Yeah, apparently the author's grandchildren took up the helm of writing the books after the original author passed.
Oh.
So that's really sweet.
That's neat, and that I do feel like Amelia Bedelia as a concept is pretty evergreen and has a lot to go with it, because since the core concept takes everything literally, and that language evolves and new words and phrases come about. The phrase VTuber didn't exist insert number of years ago, and that as language naturally evolves over time, there's going to be more puns and things to do with Amelia Bedelia in ways that other types of concepts might end up sort of running out of good material. So now I'm almost surprised that it did stop, and still getting to 2022 after, I think it started in like the 90s or something, maybe? That it had a run.
It started in 63.
I didn't realize it was that old.
It's that old. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, I didn't even know it was that old. I figured it was from like the 80s or something.
Yeah, I feel like late 80s, early 90s type of thing, but that just goes to show just the legs that type of concept has.
Yeah, apparently there's 41 books in total.
Wow.
I'm always trying to drop curse lore and reignite childhood memory. Thank you so much for that, Farad. Thank you.
Did you have any favorite book series growing up?
Yeah, I did. So even well into my early 20s, I only ever really read young adult kind of books. I never really grew past that. So my favorite series is one called Maybird and the Ever After.
I've not heard of that.
Yeah, so it is about this little girl who like lives in in a little cottage in the woods with her mom. She's like the the outcast of her class. She's the weird kid. She doesn't have a dad, so she gets teased for that. And her best friend is her little black cat named Mr. Midnight. And so her kitty runs into the woods one day and she chases after him. And then she sees this weird little pool, like of water. And she's like, this wasn't here before. And she can't find her cat. So she decides to just double check that he's not didn't fall into this pool. And so she jumps in. And that pool is a portal to the underworld. So she has to go through ghosts, goblins, ghouls, the underworld, and everything on a quest to find her cat.
The kitty went to hell.
Yeah, kitty went to hell. But it was actually a really, really silly, fun series. There was 3 books. By the end of it, the main character's basically doing a Hunger Games kind of uprising in Ghost World. It was nuts.
Also, why is it that it's always the pond that's the isekai portal?
I don't know. It's either the pond or the truck. Yeah, those doors that we know of right now. Or video game headsets. That's the other one.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah. You can't put on an Oculus in an anime, you'll die.
Funny you mention that, because one of my favorite young adult books that I think is still really good was a sort of stuck in another world via VR book. It was just one, not a series. It's called Heir Apparent.
Heir Apparent?
H-E-I-R. Heir Apparent. Basic concept of the game is that you start the game as someone who grew up in a small farming town far from the castle medieval style thing, and the opening scene of the game is you find out that you are actually the heir to the throne, and that you had been sent away for your own protection far long ago and are now supposed to assume the throne. And the way the game is supposed to work is that it's a public arcade, and that you pay for a certain amount of time in the game. So you can pay for 3 hours of playtime, and that if you die in the game, that you will reset to the start of the game, and that at your first death, after the end of your paid playtime, that is when you get out. Damage happens to the machine, so logout is not possible. And
of course.
But there's also the thing of the machine is not meant to be used more than 12 hours that, sort of FDA guidelines prohibit, because if used much more than 12 hours, permanent brain damage can occur. So,
gosh, you gotta have your government mandated food and piss break.
So the only way to get out is to beat the game, and they're stuck in that loop, but also on a timeline.
Wait, so it's a time loop too?
So it's a loop in the sense of if she dies, she goes back to the beginning of the game.
Oh, gotcha,
because that's the normal flow of gameplay in this arcade machine. But that if you beat the game, that's an auto log out, regardless of how much playtime you have left. And so they have to beat the game before their brain literally fries.
Man, that would kind of suck, though. Imagine you think you finally beat the game and they just immediately kick you out and you're like, what? I was just getting to the good part!
So it was a really, really good book. What was one that I actually was kind of surprised never got adapted into a movie?
I feel like there's a lot of books that I read growing up that said, now in consideration for, a Disney motion picture or something. And so I got my hopes up for
consideration, yeah, because they will sell the rights. Whether the rights get actually used or not, it depends.
Yeah, there was a series, I think it was called The Gallagher Girls. It was about, an all-girls high school that was, for training spies or something. And, the whole plot of the stories was, they wanted to just be normal girls and have normal boyfriends. So they were trying to, find a boyfriend and not have him find out that they're super secret spies or whatever. And I thought it was
As
really,
you do.
really fun and cool. You know, I was like 12, and it said that they had that for consideration. And so every time a sequel to that book came out, I begged my mom, like, Mom, can we please get the next book? I really, really want to know what's going to happen in the movie when it comes out. And then a movie never happened. It didn't come out. There was like 4 books, I think.
Aw.
Yeah, they hate me. They hate me specifically. They're like, oh, the dumb girl finally read a book? No, she can't watch the movie.
Nope.
We have to make sure she keeps reading.
Nope. Yeah, we paid for those rights, and we paid top dollar for those rights, but we're gonna have to scrap those.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully at least the author made bank off of it. I don't know.
Hopefully, yeah. Are there any adaptations that you particularly like of things that, you know, whether they be new or old ones, things that you think do it right? Because obviously, there's plenty that do not so great, but any that you really, really enjoy?
Oh. It's kind of a more recent one. I feel like it almost doesn't count because there were improvements, there were changes, but they were minor. The last year's re-release of 1,000-Year Door.
Ooh, okay. Now,
Yeah.
I never played the original, and I've only played part of the remake, so I didn't actually realize that there were changes at all.
Not very many. A lot of them are just very minor quality of life improvements. Some of them are just like story break sequences, like you can do things a little bit earlier, a little bit, you know, they changed a couple of things. But they, it sounds a little bit silly, but they improved some of the more, problematic stuff that they had in the past, because that game does actually include a, like, just flat out, they straight up said it in the Japanese release, a trans woman. And in the original in the original translation for the US, they didn't really acknowledge that, because, I mean, back then that was not something Nintendo would have touched with a 20-foot pole. But more recently, like, for the remake, they actually did, like, fix all of that and address it as, like, you know, her being who she is and being different. They didn't hide any of it this time, and that made me really happy.
No,
So, yeah,
Uranus and
it's
Neptune
like
are not cousins.
Yeah, none of that shit. Like, it's just it's a minor change. It's something that's so small that, like, a lot of people might not have even known about. But it's things like that, like, okay, now as I'm growing up and, like, seeing that, or, like, seeing the Sailor Moon Crystal remake, it's like, oh, them bitches gay. Okay, I get it now.
Them bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them.
Good for them. Good for them.
Mm-hmm. Now, you mentioned that one of the other games that you played a lot growing up wasn't just 1,000-Year Door, but also the PS1 Spyro trilogy in particular.
Yeah, so that was the first video game I had ever played, was Spyro Year of the Dragon, which is technically the third one in that trilogy, but I was a dumb little 5-year-old. I didn't know any better, and my parents, who bought that at a yard sale for me, sure as hell didn't know any better. So I was just playing, like, the first 2 levels over and over and over again for the first few months I had the game, because my parents got me that PlayStation and they got me that one game, but they didn't know about memory cards, and neither did I.
No. Oh no, so you just think it's like,
baby.
okay, well, every time I turn on, I have to restart.
Yep, and every time I would get a little bit further, just a little bit further, and it got to the point where I was like, okay, I can get through like 4 of these levels. I can almost go to the next world. How do I do this? I was like crying. I'm so mad. I'm like, Mom, it says I need something to save my game. Can we please get this? And she's just like, I don't understand, but I guess, sure, whatever. And so they went and got me one, and I was finally able to play Spyro.
And then your whole world changed.
It really did. It went from, like, me, like, just sitting there bonking my head against the wall trying to glide to a platform to be like, oh my goodness, there's a skateboard in this game! There's so many fun things I had never thought of or never seen. Like, I didn't even fathom that I could go ice skating as a little dragon in a video game.
Just a whole new world opened up. I never actually played the Spyro trilogy myself. I grew up with Nintendo consoles. My first console was the GameCube. I played N64 a ton at friends' houses, but GameCube was the first one I owned. The only interaction I ever had with Spyro, they had, I don't know which Spyro game it was, but it was at the haircut place that I went to when I was a kid. So, while waiting for your turn to get a haircut, that they would usually have a N64 or PS1 or something. So I played like 15 minutes of the game, and all I remember is that I would fly around collecting gems, and that there were these dragon statues that if you went up to them and interacted, that they would become actual dragons, that the dragons had been petrified. So,
so
I don't know which one that is.
That is the very, very first Spyro. That is just Spyro the Dragon, which is the second game that I played. Because after I finally did eventually beat Year of the Dragon, I was like, Mom, this isn't the first one. Can we go get the other ones? And so we got the first one. And then I was finally, at that point, I had gotten the hang of video games. It took me a couple of months, but I'm like, no, I got this. I am officially a certified little gamer now.
Yeah.
So, as soon as she got me the first one, I beat that one in like a week. And I'm like, Mom, can we go get the second one now? And she's like, you need to calm down. You need to chill. She's like, I just bought you this thing. This is supposed to last you months. And I'm like, nah, sorry. I already did everything.
The only reason the other one lasted me months is because I couldn't save.
Yeah, it's because I didn't know what I was doing and I didn't have a memory card. Now, Mother, you've created a monster.
No chill.
I had zero chill. The only thing I wanted to do was find Ripto and kick his ass. That was Baby Momo's only goal in life.
A good goal to have, for sure.
Definitely. He deserved it.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite in the series?
It is Year of the Dragon still. It might not be the best one, but it was the first one I've ever played. I could probably describe that game backwards, blindfolded.
At least the first 4 levels, for sure.
Oh yeah, probably the first 2 worlds, honestly, because I think I have played through that game like 13, 14 times at this point.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, whenever the Reignited trilogy came out, I was super duper duper excited, so I got that and I played through that, and I was just like, man, this really does just feel like I'm a little kid again. I'm just not sitting on my floor in front of a TV that could crush me anymore.
Yeah, I feel like everyone has that game of just the personal nostalgia of, there's older games and then you can feel like, okay, yeah, I sort of remember this one, but everyone has their short list of like, this is it. This is my childhood right here, and that Year of the Dragon, is that for you?
Yeah, for me, it's definitely Spyro the Dragon, and then a weird one on PS2 that was my childhood, but I never actually beat it when I was a child, was Neopets The Darkest Fairy.
That's a game, so I played Neopets on browser plenty as a kid. That, and Newgrounds and FlashGames.com were just where I went to play my Flash games online. But never played The Darkest Fairy, but it's certainly a name I've heard many times, sometimes as a meme, sometimes as a Jin thing. I don't know anything about that game.
So, it is Neopets themed, so it has, like, the world, the characters, like, the critters and the species from Neopets, but the game itself is a Zelda clone. It is basically like an Ocarina of Time, but with Neopets.
Is it a good Zelda clone?
The controls are incredibly clunky, but overall, yes, it is a good Zelda clone. I had a lot of fun with it growing up, but it does have some of that early PS2 game jank to it.
Yeah, the classic camera controls of the era, I assume.
The camera controls that, and like the weird like voice acting and like cutscenes like stopping you in the middle of an action when you're trying to kill somebody. Like just like little errors, like they're still getting their footing here. They don't know what they're doing yet, but they're trying.
Yeah.
And also had like a really stacked cast too. Like I had Steve Bloom and a bunch of other like really
Steve
well-known
Bloom everywhere.
He is everywhere. I just didn't think he was gonna be a Neopets, you know? But there was that, and then Jack and Daxter. That's the other one that I played a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I loved those. They were so much fun.
Yeah, another one I missed since didn't grow up with PlayStation, but those were PlayStation's headliners when it came to mascot platformers.
Yeah, it really was. Like, I somehow missed out on stuff like Sly Cooper and Ratchet and Clank, but I was just in the perfect time to know who Jack and Daxter were, and that was it.
Yeah. My right place, right time was Pokemon. I was 6 years old when Pokemania hit, and what a time to be alive.
Yeah.
Like, that is my epitome of childhood, that if I want to feel the ultimate nostalgia, the first video game that I ever owned was Yellow, and that I got it for my 7th birthday. I had played bits and pieces on friends' Game Boys that, every so often I would just, play up through basically Viridian Forest and not save the file. But that Yellow was the first one I owned, and I am absolutely a Pokemon kid. I've played at least one game of every mainline generation, and the vast majority of side games.
I grew up with the Pokemon anime more than the games, but I was still a very, very big fan. The first game I got to play for Pokemon was Gold. So when I was like 8, I got a Game Boy Advance SP for my birthday. And my parents, they knew I liked Pokemon, but they still didn't really know anything about how they never learned from the memory card thing. So they went and just got me whatever the first Pokemon thing they could find at like a yard sale or a flea market was. And I'm pretty sure it was a bootleg copy of Gold. I don't know for sure.
I don't remember ever actually encountering Game Boy bootlegs.
I did, but I think that was mainly just because, like, my mom really did just, like, shop at this, like, seedy little market that was, like, it's like this, like, back alley market on the weird side of town that had, like, a bunch of bootleg DVDs and stuff that she would always go to get, and she's just like, oh, yeah, I'll go get your video games there, too.
Yeah, well, the prices are really good here, so,
I mean,
why would I go to Walmart or that game store when it's going to be, like, twice the price?
Yeah, and little dumb baby Momo didn't know why her cartridge was just acting funny sometimes. It didn't matter.
While sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, sorry. But I had the Gold, and then I didn't play another Pokemon game until Pokemon X.
Well, still a good one to pick back up on.
It was a really good one to pick back up on, but yeah, there was a huge gap. It's like, okay, I had that Game Boy SP, and that was like the only Nintendo thing I owned for the longest time until I finally got a Wii. And then when I graduated high school, my graduation present to myself was a 3DS. Nice. Yeah, I got the little Animal Crossing one.
Yeah. So, that's not too long. All right, so you missed 2 generations. That you missed Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and Diamond, Pearl, Platinum.
And yeah, and then and Black and White.
Oh, that's right. I always mix up the order of Black and White and X and Y. I have every other generation, like, I can tell you exactly where it is in the order. Those 2, smack dab in the middle.
Yeah. So I picked it up on X very specifically because, like, at first I wasn't interested. I was like, okay, I loved Pokemon growing up, but I'm just not too into the games. And then they showed off Sylveon.
And it was all over from there.
It was all over from there. I'm like, oh, that's my baby. No, the ribbon Pokemon. Are you serious? Oh, come on.
They knew what they were doing with that design.
They did. They got me. That was like the first Pokemon game I ever pre-ordered. I was so excited when I went to pick it up because they gave me like the pre-order poster, and I had never like pre-ordered anything before like that. So I was like, wait, what is this? I get a poster too? Are you sure?
Neato.
And it was just such a crazy experience for me.
Yeah. Well, Yellow was my first. Silver is what I played in 2nd gen, and that was the one that really was, well, what I thought was going to be point of no return, because I probably put some 80 hours into Yellow. I put 220 hours into Silver.
Oh, wow. Who was your starter?
Totodile.
Ah, yeah, let's go.
That, I remember I would just play through the Elite Four, grind my party up to level 100. I did the dailies, did the bug catching contests on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Just something about that world, because it had the jump from Gen 1 to 2 had so much in terms of depth and everything, and being able to go back and explore old Kanto, even if it was sort of a kind of a hollow version of its former self. But between that and Johto, which was fully fleshed out, there was so much, and I would just explore every single pixel of that game and go back again and again and again, just appreciate the scenery, the music. Even today, Gold, Silver era Pokemon music, I think, is like that's the best chiptune era, in my opinion.
It really, really is.
It has more texture than Gen 1, but it isn't so advanced to what you have in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, to where you have distinguishable instruments in it, that it's still very much chiptuney, and just, so good.
Yeah, it's like they finally reached like the upper limit of like, okay, this is as best as we can do with all of this without actually putting instruments into it, and we're never gonna top that.
Mm-hmm. And then for whatever reason, despite having that many hours in Silver, I didn't actually get Ruby Sapphire. Oh, that's right, because the reason I didn't get Ruby Sapphire release is I didn't have a Game Boy Advance. But I got an SP for my 10th birthday, and that was a little bit after Emerald had come out. And I watched the Pokemon anime, like Indigo League religiously, Gold, Silver, pretty consistently. Kind of fell off with the advanced anime. Wasn't that it was like, oh, I'm too old for Pokemon, I don't have interest, but circumstantially just fell off. Had stuff to do during the weekends, didn't see it.
Just drift away from those kind of things.
And so I sort of assumed, all right, my Pokemon era is over. And I think it was just prior to what I knew was going to be a long car trip for a family vacation that I was at like a Target or Walmart, and I'd gotten my Game Boy Advance and had whatever the first game I had gotten on, but I saw Emerald and I was like, I spent so many of these past years playing Pokemon. I'll pick up Emerald. I'm sure it's still going to be really good. And from there, I basically never missed a Pokemon game at release.
Nice!
That really just locked me back in.
It's really cool that it's still around, honestly. Like, I did grow up also,
They said it was going to be a fad.
It was going to be a fad, and that I have you around forever. But look at me now, Mom. Still have my Pikachu backpack. I'm going strong.
The actual, factual, highest grossing multimedia franchise in history.
Ever.
And and that's part of why I say Pokemania early days, Gen 1, what a time to be alive. I don't know if you're ever going to see a multimedia blitz and just singular IP boom in the way that Pokemon had. I don't think it is possible anymore. I think that there is just such a saturation that mainstream now, I don't think it has the capacity to be as mainstream as Pokemon had in the height of Pokemania, because it was everywhere. It was
really was.
Mainstream news outlets are doing stories on Pokemans.
Yeah, churches are making campaigns about why Pokemon is the devil and you shouldn't let your kids play it.
Mm-hmm. It was, the paper plates that you got for the kids' birthday parties. It just,
like the Zoo Pals!
Mm-hmm. And Spaceballs put it best. Merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made.
Oh yeah, I remember my Pokemon-shaped Kraft macaroni and cheese noodles.
It was everywhere, and we still have it today, and, complaints.
Actually, now that you mention that, I have one of those old Pokemon, like, Welch's grape jelly jars on my desk. I use it just to put pins in.
Oh, nice.
It's the little Clefairy one. I wasn't even thinking about that.
Did you mention you collect pins?
I do, yeah. So I have, 7 7 little small cork boards on my wall. They're not like full-size ones. They're just like little, like 1 foot by 1 foot panel ones. And every time I go to like a convention or go anywhere or get a new enamel pin, I just stick it right into there. Because my cork boards kind of also double as my soundproofing for my stream. So I'm like,
oh,
might as well decorate it.
Wait a minute.
Cool.
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. What?
Yeah, so I know a lot of people get like those giant foam panels, and I had tried those at first, but at least in my experience, they did not help that much, and the tape and everything to put them on the walls was just more effort than it was worth to peel them off and a bunch of other things. So I found these that are like really, really dense, kind of like not quite corkboard, but they're similar to that, and I've just been using those, and they work like a charm, and they're sturdy enough you can just like stick push pins in them.
Do you know what the first pin you ever had was? Or I guess the first pin that you have that is still in your collection?
I think the oldest one I have actually is a pin of Ryuk, the Shinigami from Death
Note. Oh my gosh.
I think that is the oldest one I own, and it came from like so I actually have a lot of old Death Note stuff from when that was still new and popular. I have the first couple of DVDs that were released, and they had like their special edition. And the first one came with like a little figure of Ryuk, and I want to say it was like the limited time bonus was it came with that little metal pin, so I still have that. Yeah, I had that since, oh gosh, 2010? Like 15 years now, something like that?
I think so, because I'm trying to remember Death Note. So this is going to sound weird at first, but Death Note was my first foray into what at the time, very important stipulation here, at the time was non-mainstream manga. And I'm able to say this because I read, it was the first time I had read a manga before the anime came out. That a friend had suggested to me and loaned me the first volume, and I finished it in like a night. I was like, dude, you have volume 2.
Yeah,
I need another hit.
Go.
Like, just, that clicked in my brain that it was so good. And then, anime came out and it became very much mainstream. But it was the first and one of the very few times that I had fully consumed source material prior to an anime adaptation. And just still one of my favorites of all time. So good.
Did you get to read the side novels like Hoarder Queen and stuff?
Oh, yes, because it was the Los Angeles BB murder cases. Yes.
Yeah. So the guy who wrote that is the same dude who writes like the Monogatari anime series.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That was Nisio Isin. So yeah, if you like the
Isin.
It was, yeah. I didn't realize that until I had grown up and I started watching Monogatari, and I'm like, wait a minute, that name's familiar. And I had to like go back to my shelf. I'm like, I read a book from this motherfucker.
And it was a really good one.
It was a really good one.
I also read
a lot of really good little murder mystery series like that. They're so fun.
I also read Elle Change the World when it was a light novel before it then also got adapted into a live action movie, and Change the World was okay. It was a fun dive into Elle as a character because we don't really get much other than you get more than surface level quirkiness.
We mostly see the quirkiness though.
Yeah, but Change the World was not a mystery. That it was a drama that was explicitly set up to explore the character of Elle in ways that you weren't able to do in the actual mainline series. Still very good, though.
I feel like I've seen that. Was it the one where like Elle was trying to plan for like Mello and Nier as his successors?
Not so. It's in the alternate timeline where Mello and Nier don't fully happen because Elle is able to defeat Kira. They did this in the 2 live actions where he found the Death Note ahead of time and discovered things and wrote his own name in saying, will die in 23 days, which is the limit of future death on the Death Note. And that when Rem writes his name and Watari's in the Death Note, Watari dies, L does not. And since Rem killed Watari, it was enough to kill Rem, but then L goes and is able to procure the Death Note, looks in, sees his name written there, and that's the proof that Light is Kira. The rest plays out as it does in the original, but
Gotcha.
that's the end of Kira, and that's how initially it was their way to end the live action series without having to bother with the mellow near part and make basically what would have been a third live action film.
Yeah.
And that L Changed the World is a story that happens in those last 23 days of L's life. And basically in what is now mildly awkward thing of that he is trying to prevent a super virus from being unleashed.
Tee-hee. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that plot point is now much less likely to be used in popular culture, probably for a good couple of decades.
I mean, or they'll still do the exact same thing, but they'll just throw zombies in there and call it good.
True. Well, yeah. But
that's what they always do.
But Los Angeles Speed Murder Case is such a good book. If you have a chance to find that, my guess is copies of that book are probably pretty expensive. I don't think it had a very big print run.
Let's see. You can get a digital copy of it on Amazon still. You can get it
I didn't know it had a
Kindle
digital
or whatever
release.
the
Good.
hell.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently it had a digital release. So yeah, you can still get it. You might not be able to get a physical copy, but you should read it.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. Really good one. Really good one.
Also his other series, that Nishio-san does, like the Zaregoto series, is one of my absolute favorites. It's one of the only books I've read since I graduated high school.
I don't know that one. Did you say Zaregoto?
Zaregoto. So it's basically it translates to nonsense. It's the nonsense series, and each one is about a different type of crime, for lack of a better term. Maybe murder method is better to say. So the first book is called Decapitation. The second one is Strangulation. So, in the first book, all of the murders that happen
Is this artist the one from Danganronpa?
No, actually, it is not.
There's a similarity.
There is a pretty good similarity with those visuals. Actually, I think the person who did the original designs for the characters for that light novel are the ones who are making the new Gundam, G-Quacks or whatever it's called. I think they're the character designers for that.
Oh, okay. It is. It's Take, who is also the artist for Kiara.
Oh. Didn't know
Wait, that's Huke. Different one. He did somebody.
Oh.
He did somebody.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to remember.
Just curiously, don't mind me Googling things.
Trying to be quiet because I know my
Oh, I know my keyboard can shake the earth when it wants to.
Maybe it wasn't them. Yeah, I'm probably thinking of Huke. My bad. But no, the anime rather was done by Shaft. And
yes, it was. Yeah, it was not the best adaptation, I'll say that.
Oh.
I mean, if anybody was gonna do it, it was always gonna be Studio Shaft because, they did Monogatari. It's the same type of writing style. Yeah. It's their whole thing. But, as much as I love their stylistic flair with a lot of stuff, at least for that series, which is, it is a murder mystery series, they kind of didn't do a very good job of, like, doing the whole, like, subtly hiding the details in plain sight for you to figure out the mystery as you're going. Like, the book, as I was reading along, I'm like, oh, I think I know what's going on here. I think I get it. But when they're doing the show, I'm like, here is making sense. It's all so abstract. I don't understand what you're trying to say here. What's going on?
Aww.
Yeah. I like Shaft, but they're a little bit too, like, artistic sometimes. It's like, alright, y'all are going for some kind of, like, weird mood with this tiny bathtub and this bathroom that's, like, the size of a Walmart here, whatever, I guess.
I'm looking through Shaft's production list, because I feel like there was another murder mystery, colorful artistic series that they did, and I can't remember the title of it to save my life.
Was it the Detective Pretty Boys?
No, it was definitely slightly older, like I think it was like 2008-ish. I'm looking through and I'm just not seeing it, so this is gonna bother me. I'm gonna have to find it like after the show, and I'll DM you and be like, "How did I not remember
what it is?"
Yeah.
Oh wait, Shaft and Popleton. I forgot about that.
Dang, this is
looking at this list, I'm just like, yeah, at some point, like, they started having a pretty distinct style where all of their anime, like, you could tell it was by them.
Yeah.
But, like, before 2007, I had no idea that Shaft made half of these anime.
And I've seen the first couple of Monogatari series and just sort of fell off. Not that I didn't enjoy it, but it was one of those things where...
They're hard to watch. They're really hard to watch.
They're a strong cup of tea.
They are. It's weird that this became such a popular show because it's just talking. It's just talking 99% of the time. It's wordplay that no one is ever gonna understand. It's still frames with nothing moving. It didn't need to be animated.
Yeah, and it's so much wordplay. And one thing I have to say, I am deeply impressed with the subtitle writers for that show.
Oh, yeah.
Because
they are incredible.
The fact that they've been able to, I was talking earlier about how back in the day you could tell when it was not really good translation because it would have weird sentence structure and that phrasing would be kind of stilted. The subtitle writing on that is so good that they even effectively localized the puns.
Yeah,
and that's so vital because the series
the
is built on puns.
Yep, translation versus localization makes the world of difference for those things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love it. Like, I remember specifically there's like that one tongue twister they make Hanakawa do in Monogatari that's stupid long, and it's about like a cat. And the translators did end up making like a matching English tongue twister that kind of worked for it. I'm just like, how did y'all do that?
Like
you just
somebody
came up
spent
with a tongue
2
twister?
weeks writing that.
Yeah, someone must have spent ages on that. That is so much extra work. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm like, okay, I wouldn't expect them to translate that. That seems like it'd be hard. No, they did it. They still did it.
That's one that for the longest time, I'm trying to remember, did they ever dub Monogatari?
That's a good question. Not that I'm aware of.
I don't think they did. Oh, wait, so they never dubbed the anime, but they did release audiobooks and had English, an English dub for the audiobooks, which is very interesting because for the longest time, I kind of assumed that it was going to be a nigh undubbable property simply because of the amount of wordplay involved.
Oh my gosh, this is so funny. I'm seeing some comments like through these things I'm reading that say like the main reason it never got translated to English, like for an actual dub, is just that Aniplex didn't feel like it. They didn't want to waste the time on it. Which, like, yeah, I guess. It's like, it's undubbable. You can't make the word puns work. There's no way you can make the lip flaps work. No, y'all are just lazy, I think, actually.
They were preoccupied with Madoka Magica at the time.
True, yeah, they had their hands full with their cash cow.
Yeah, which had its most recent iteration recently, a new mobile game, I think.
Yeah, I refused to download it because I actually was a player for the original mobile game, Magica
Oh
Record.
no!
And then
I'm
they
so
shut
sorry.
that one down on us, so like, I'm not, no, they don't get a second chance. They pulled the rug on me once, they ain't doing it twice. I used to be like a really avid mobile gacha player. I used to be hardcore into Love Live School Idol Festival too.
Oh yeah, that was an era.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
even
it
I
was.
played School Idol Festival for a good month or two, and I don't play mobile games like ever.
Yeah, I went hardcore. So Nozomi Tojo is my favorite. That was my waifu. And
Yep.
I made sure I got at least tier 2 on every single event of hers, so I could make sure I had every single card. And I just did it only for her. And I had all of her special edition cards, and like whenever I got a big girl job, I finally paid for like the birthday packs to try to get stuff for her. And I had this beautiful account. I only had like 9 of her cards missing, and then they pulled the plug on that one.
Oh, okay, I have realized. The anime I was thinking of was Zarigoto, but I was more familiar with the localized title, The Beheading Cycle.
Oh, that's an interesting way to put that. Yeah, the book's just titled Decapitation.
Yeah, the localized title is The Beheading Cycle, The Blue Savant and the Nonsense Bearer. That's why it
That
didn't
is
scan for me
such
initially.
a long title. Oh
It
my God, I'm
is.
just gonna keep calling it Zarigoto.
Yeah.
Nonsense sounds better.
So as someone who was not familiar with the source material, I do remember I really enjoyed that series.
Yeah, very good, very fun.
But yeah, it was incredibly abstract and weird, but in a good way.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of like some of the best shows are just like the weirdly stupid abstract ones that just keep you thinking forever and ever. Like growing up, I feel like that show for everybody was either Fully Cooley or Serial Experiments Lane.
I missed
One of
both of those.
Really?
So I obviously know of both of those. Funny enough, I own the Blu-ray for Serial Experiments Lane. Never actually. It is one of the only. It is one of the only things that I own in physical media that I never actually watched.
I'll tell you a secret because I actually have like the really, really old Ginny on DVD sets for Lane because I found them in like basically mint condition in the store, paid $100 for them, never watched the damn thing, never seen it.
I think the reason that I never got to Lane in a way that is so rare for me is I got it as a gift. Because, usually if I go out and I'm spending my own money on something that I'm doing with very specific intent, and I'm going to watch it basically immediately. I think I saw the first episode of it, got busy with things, and never got back to it, which is actually pretty rare for me, at least in terms of something I own in physical media.
Yeah, that's valid. That's valid.
And
I have a very bad habit of like just collecting things that I think look cool. Like if I see a series I've never even heard of and I find someone like has like a secondhand box set for $10, I'm just like, I don't care when to buy this.
If you're seeing
it's cool.
a box set for $10, you can't not.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, but and that's how I found some of my weird favorites is just like checking secondhand stores and finding some old box sets and stuff.
Oh, I just did not have any good secondhand stores near me that had any anime stuff.
Oh, I am so lucky. So, I don't mind mentioning this because I don't live anywhere near there now anymore. But back in like 2010, I was actually living in Colorado. And they had this really, really cool little store like near one of the military bases there that was strictly just used anime goods. So like basically every nerd that was in like a 100-mile radius, if they had like secondhand figures, anime, books, manga, whatever, they could go and trade it in there. And it was just like a giant trading post for all of the nerds in the area. And it was so incredible.
That's so cool, because I've been to a couple of those just in other areas that I didn't grow up in, but didn't have anything like that growing up. But, oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, I didn't see anything like that until like I was in my 20s and I had grew up
Sorry.
in a really small town.
You cut out again there.
Oh, did it cut me out? Please go. I don't have it turned down. Sorry. I forgot what I was saying now. I grew up in Florida, so like I grew up in the middle of absolute nowhere. So I didn't really have, like, video games shops or, like, anime conventions or, like, anything at all near me. I didn't know about much of that stuff until I was, like, in high school, going into adulthood, seeing it online for the first time and being like, oh, wait, what is this stuff?
Yeah, growing up for me, I was a 4Kids kid. That, I saw Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Didn't watch Sailor Moon because Sailor Moon was, for whatever reason in my region, because that one was syndicated and it aired early in the morning where I lived, and so I just sort of missed the train on that one. But that my first foray, like I mentioned, into what at the time was mainstream was Death Note, and then there was a couple others. Code Geass was also one of the earlier ones that I watched, like, as it released, and then watched the dub as it was released, and so it goes from there. But I didn't really have any actual shops to go to, so it was just whatever I could get my hands on.
That is entirely valid. Like, I also was a 4Kids child. I saw Yu-Gi-Oh! I saw Pokemon. But there was, like, a weird gap when I was growing up where it's like, okay, I don't have cable TV. My family's, like, living out in the middle of the woods, basically. They're just a bunch of rednecks. I actually did grow up in the country. And basically from when I was, like, I want to say 8 until, like, towards the end of high school, I just didn't have access to, like, cable TV or internet, so I just didn't know about so many things. Like, I had heard what Sailor Moon was. I had never seen it until I was, like, 17, and I finally had my own laptop, and I downloaded it, and I got to watch it myself. And that's when I was like, oh, there's so many things out here, and I just started, like, downloading anything and everything I could find, and eventually, when I ran away from home,
You cut out again. The last thing I heard was eventually when I ran away from home, and then nothing.
Why does this hate me? I'm so sorry.
Microphone, why?
Why you hate me?
You are literally too energetic for it. You are too excited.
I'm too excited somehow. Yeah. So I basically ran away from home when I was like 20. I didn't want to be a little country bunny. I wanted to go to the city, that kind of a thing. And when I did, I kind of didn't know what to do. I was on my own for the first time. I was like, okay, all I really like is, like, games and anime and a bunch of stuff, and I don't know how to meet people, so I just looked up, like, anywhere that sold anime stuff, and it gave me, like, Hot Topic. They're, like, the little import stores at the mall that have those creepy things. And then it had, like, a recommendation for this little shop in the middle of nowhere. And I'm like, what is this place? And so I walked in, and, like, it wasn't just a store. Like, they had a full-blown community there. Like, they had a back room where you could do viewings.
Cool.
They did, like, meetups and stuff. The owners actually went to Japan, like, once or twice a year, and they would take requests for, like, merch that you might want to get ordered.
Oh, that's so cool.
It was incredible. So for me, like, finding other people like that and just, like, seeing them like that, I was like, oh, okay. I think I can vibe with this, actually.
That's
And
neat.
then I started just, like, picking up whatever they would recommend. That's how I ended up getting, like, half of the box sets that I own, I think. It's just like, I don't know you people, but you're my kind of people, and I'm gonna trust what you say just on a word. I'll give you money for the box set. You're definitely not just trying to sell me something.
The way I wound up in all of it was... I'm trying to even... Gosh, I'm scrolling back in my memory, and I'm having difficulty trying to figure out how did I end up really getting into anime. Because it was Death Note and Code Geass, which were, like, two of the first ones that I really went out of my way to find online because there was no legal means of obtaining them at the time. And that just somewhere around college, I more naturally fell into everything and haven't looked back since. But I also... The other crazy anime that you mentioned was Fooly Cooly. I've only seen it once, and I saw it with friends at like 2 a.m., and I don't remember most of it because basically it was a fever dream in and of itself of watching at the wee hours. So I feel like I probably actually watched it in a mind state that probably in some ways added to it, but also then led to me not remembering it, because I remember it was a thing.
Yeah.
It was just like, yeah, that was wild. The robot thing popped out of his forehead, and there was a lot of yelling and some weird stuff, and biker chick hit him with guitar and saved the day, and adolescence and angst and stuff, and yeah, but I do need to actually make a point to go back and rewatch it, because I don't feel that I fully appreciate the series.
Same, honestly. It's one of those things that when I watched it, I was like, okay, I get that the animation's gorgeous. I get that they're going for something here, but I don't think I'm the target audience. I don't think I'm receiving whatever message they're trying to send with this.
Yeah.
I do know that they had, like, sequels to it, apparently.
Yeah, they had, like, 4.
I have not heard good things about those, though.
I just haven't heard anything about them.
I've heard things, but they were not good. I've heard that it's just kind of a soulless, cheap money grab, unfortunately.
I do recall that they were aired on Adult Swim, and while Adult Swim has aired many fantastic anime, their co-production record is not terribly strong.
Yeah, it's not. Adult Swim, I think their strength lies in doing like those weird kind of live action comedy skits that they were doing, like Too Many Cooks and stuff
and
like
licensing that they chose top tier licenses to get for anime that they air good stuff, but it's when they have a hand in the production that it's a little bit more risky.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, Uzumaki.
Oh wait, were they involved in that one?
Yes, they were. They were the studio.
I haven't actually seen that, but I heard that
Nor
one did
have I.
not turn out well.
Well, the first episode turned out real well.
And then everything else was a slideshow.
Yep. And that, for what it's worth, from what I've heard, it wasn't that it was mismanagement from the director's side, but that just WB corporate kind of shafted them, and that they just weren't left with the resources and time to do things properly, and that the director has said that they were given the option of just their budget was being cut off entirely, and they knew they had an incomplete product on their hands. They knew that episode 1 was done, but that 2, 3, 4 were not. And the options that were given to him was, you can release only episode 1, have it be incomplete, show the gem of an episode that you have, and leave it at that. Or you can release all 4 and deal with the consequences. And the director said, in recognition of the work that had been done, even if incomplete, he wanted the folks to be acknowledged for the work that they did, even if they were not allowed to complete it. And
you know what,
I think
valid.
I think in his situation, I would have made the same decision.
That is valid. And like, seeing how nice, like, I have seen little clips and stuff of like episode 1, like seeing that they had the capability to do it right, and that they were just kind of shafted from it. It's like, oh, okay, so there are people who can actually adapt Junji Ito's work, just nobody wants to pay them what they deserve.
It just needs time and effort, but also it was a victim of the panini that completely that they were like knee deep in production, and that got paused there, and apparently started and paused like 2 additional times. So just the entire thing, appropriately, it was cursed. The source material itself jumped off the page, and actually, you could say it was haunted.
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
Oh man, I read a couple of Junji Ito's things. I do have quite a few of his manga. But it's more that I think it's kind of cool to own them, and I'm a coward, so I don't want to read them. But I do have Gyo and Amigara Fault. Those are the only ones I've actually read, and oh man.
I'm not a horror connoisseur at all. The only way that I have consumed any Junji Ito, Grimmy has had a couple of streams where she's read Junji Ito, and that I tuned in for those and was like, wow, I understand now. Because holy crap, that's really disturbing.
Yeah, this dude is good at freaking anybody and everybody out. But my favorite thing about him is that apparently giant goofball who really, really, really likes his
cats. Yep.
Yeah! And I'm just like, oh, okay, so you're gonna like draw these comments about your cat like they're these horrifying monster creatures, and then you just look at it and it's just this little thing. It's just this little guy.
Because of course the terrifying horror writer, it's that duality, it's the gap moe.
It really is. It's so good. I love it. More big scary men need tiny little pets.
Mm-hmm. So, hopping back a little bit, you mentioned that you played through Spyro like some 13, 14 times, and that really was your childhood. More
really
recently, you have a game that you play, you've mentioned to me, annually, and that's Valhalla, Cyberpunk bartending action.
Yes, so Valhalla is very, very near and dear to my heart. I play it every single year, and it was the very first thing I ever streamed as Momoka. So the way that I do it is I do a day-by-day playthrough. So whatever date it is in-game, and it starts on December 13th.
That's so cool.
I play December 13th in real life. So those streams usually are a little bit shorter, but I do it day by day to match the actual date in the game.
Oh my gosh.
That was my
I've
first
never
stream.
heard of anyone doing that. I love that.
I started doing that back in 2020. I technically did miss 1 year of it, unfortunately, just because stuff happened, but I typically do it every year. I do my playthrough no matter what.
That it's your anniversary stream.
It really is every time. It was really shocking because whenever I started, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this every single night. I'm gonna hold myself accountable, and that way I don't just do like 2 streams and then give up and get scared by it. So I did stream basically like for 3 weeks straight, starting in December. So I started out doing it every single night without stopping. And then I was like done with the game, and I'm like, oh, I think I have to keep going. I don't know how to stop now. So then I was like, okay, time to just grab another game, I guess. Because I never really thought I would be streaming before I had gotten like a model or anything. That was back when I just had a little PNG. Because I had commissioned my model, but these things take some time. So I was just like, I guess I'm just gonna keep streaming and doing stuff in the meantime while I wait for my model. And I just had a whole lot of fun the whole time, and ended up kind of just like gathering a little community to play like Mario Kart and a couple of other things with. And by the time I actually got my model, it felt like a really big celebration that everybody just got to come to.
So I guess what led to the decision of, if you were waiting on your model, that I guess it is relatively common knowledge now, a bit less common knowledge back then of, stream even before you get the model, that, find out you like streaming. So was that what led you to start, and that you just sort of happened to choose Valhalla as the vehicle because the scheduling gave you consistency, or was there something that made you decide to take the leap with that game in particular?
So, I had previously done face cam streaming years and years and years and years ago. So at least in my case, I had done streaming before. I already knew that I kind of liked it. I had a basic grasp on it. So I'm one of the few people that I did the thing that you definitely shouldn't do. I paid for a big, fancy, expensive model before I'd ever actually streamed as Momoka. But like I said, I had previous streaming experience. I do not suggest anybody else ever do that unless you know what you're getting into. But for Valhalla being my first game, I was still nervous, even though I had streamed before that was with a face cam. It was like a different ballpark, I was used to people judging me strictly for my appearance. I was used to having to put on makeup and always like looking perfect, making sure I don't like pick my nose on camera or do something weird, And I thought, okay, I'm going to be someone different this time. I'm gonna be new. I get to be me, but, I don't have to be me anymore. What do I want to start out with? What is the most me thing I can think of? And I was like, the game that I relate to the most, that I have the most fun with, and that I think is the easiest thing that I could get myself through, even if I don't have anybody watching me, was Valhalla.
Okay, so you had already played through the game. While it was the first game that you had streamed, it was not your first playthrough.
It was not my first playthrough, so it was a game that I already knew very, very well. I already had a pretty good idea of, like, all the different characters, so I had, like, kind of vague voices in mind, like silly little voices I could do for each character. And since it was a game I was so familiar with, my thought was, like, even if I don't get any viewers, even if nobody shows up to any of my first few streams, I'm gonna be playing a game that I love, I will be paying attention to the game, and I will not be worried or nervous if I don't have chat there. I'm just gonna be vibing like it's my favorite game, like I do all the time. And it turned out really, really well. People actually did show up, you know, I never expected them to, but people started asking questions. People started, like, liking the little voices I did and everything. It was really nice.
Do you have a favorite character or a favorite interaction from the story?
Yeah, Dorothy's Dorothy is my favorite because I love her. She's just a little goblin.
Dorothy's just,
she's so good. She's so good. My favorite scene of her is when she's talking to Alma and she's like, "Please overload my buffering. Please
yes.
I'm just like, I love this
the
girl.
hacking innuendos.
Yes! She's great. So I love Dorothy. I think she's, like, my favorite character, but also the boss, Dana Zane. Woof! That's my type. I love her.
What a badass.
Oh my god, yeah, I love a woman that can kick my ass.
Because I played through the game once, actually did it with a friend, and that we sort of voice acted our way through, and it's so fun that there's so many good characters there. It's just, it's a really nice story because it's not all right, we're saving the world. It's just
mixing drinks and
changing lives.
Yep, I think it's really nice because it is just kind of a peek into, like, one of those more mundane things. Like, being a bartender is, like, a kind of interesting job, but it is still just, like, you know, a basic level job that somebody's got to do. People don't really think about that very often. So, like, seeing that be, like, the function for the game of just, like, oh, you know, a bartender. Oh, yeah, they have to actually, like, listen to people's struggles and talk to them and basically act like a therapist. They're going through their own struggles. It was just really, really nice to see something that, even though it was so far removed from reality, felt like, oh, yeah, this feels like the real world almost.
Mm-hmm. It does such a good job of slow burn world building that you start off and, okay, you have this cyberpunk dystopia, relatively generic framework to work with, but then the way that they populate it and slowly give you just pieces of the world, you hear things from the news, you see some of the results of the news
you see the 4chan posts on Jill's phone.
You see the posts, you see the results of things in and on the patrons of the bar, but that you never see anything outside of the bar and the inside of your apartment. And the apartment itself really is just meant to be a menu screen.
Yep, it's a menu screen unless you're sitting on your balcony drinking with your boss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. I really, really, really hope we get the sequel for that game soon.
That'd be really nice. Like, who knows? We've gotten some just wild announcements for sequels that
this is true.
I mentioned to you that one that I am super excited for. We got the announcement for Kirby Air Riders, which I never thought was going to happen. They sort of, one of the funniest moments of that Nintendo Direct was their blink and you'll miss it Silk Song.
I'm just like, oh, y'all were just gonna drop that thing, buddy.
Just sort of casually slide it into the sizzle reel. It's the second thing in the sizzle reel, and I feel like they did that wrong.
Everybody wanted most. Really?
I feel so bad for the game that was after Silk Song and that sizzle reel because I don't think anyone actually saw it.
It doesn't exist. I think
everyone
what it is.
Blacked out.
They had 30 seconds of dead air after they showed Silk Song, as far as I'm aware.
That you sort of regain consciousness around the time Professor Layton New World of Steam, because I'm also super excited for that. But there was a whole bunch of other ones in there that just everyone was too shell-shocked. I think they needed to have Silk Song as the last one in it. That's the stinger. That's the, whoa, holy shit, wait, what, this is happening? And that you then still have the blink and you'll miss it, but you're not then burying half of your sizzle reel because people are too distracted by the second thing he showed.
Yeah, people are just losing their mind. I mean, I was losing my mind for a second, too, because Hollow...
Nope. Yeah, it was because Hollow...
played. Oh, did it cut me out again?
It cut it out, yeah.
Gosh.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. What did I say? Oh, gosh.
Silk Song, it sounded like Hollow Knight something.
Yeah, Hollow Knight is one of the only games from that Direct I had actually, played. So when I saw them announce Silk Song, I'm like, oh, okay, something I care about.
Yeah. That I admittedly have not actually played Hollow Knight, but I know how long those fans have been waiting for that I was very excited for them when I saw it. It was like, oh, holy crap. I know there's a lot of people that are yelling right now.
Oh yeah. I have this special edition for Hollow Knight for PS4 that had the map and everything that came with it, and I love it, but I have never beaten it because I'm kind of terrible at video games, actually.
Oh.
I love them, but I'm not good at them, especially if it's platforming. My depth perception is
wait a
negative
minute.
40.
You said you beat Spyro in a week.
Well, yeah, but that was after me playing that couple of levels 40 times, and I was a little
well, no,
baby.
that was in Year of the Dragon, but then when you got Spyro 1 that you beat in a week, so you have to be at least okay at platformers.
Well, I mean, I feel like 3D platformers are very different than
Okay, that's fair. That they're not good at 2D platformers. That is very fair.
Not good at 2D I mean, I'm not great at 3D platformers either. My depth perception is my biggest problem, but when it's like Paper Mario, that is the biggest issue, because that had the combination of 2D and 3D.
Well, that's it. Oh gosh, I never even thought about that for someone with depth perception issues. That has to be terrible.
That was a nightmare for me. I was constantly falling off the little platforms and the buttons. I'm like, I can't tell where I'm supposed to be. Where am I standing in this space? But if it's fully 3D Spyro, that one, the first Spyro was simple enough. I could glide from platform to platform. I can do that, but you get me on the platforming in Split Fiction, for instance, that more recent one. That one I'm just oh, I can't do this. I'm gonna die.
The other sequel, quote-unquote, continuation, completion, that was one of the big shell shocks, but got a good and proper 60-second trailer to it, was Deltarune.
That's right, yeah! I did play Undertale, but I have yet to actually play Deltarune myself.
Opposite for me. Never actually played Undertale, played Deltarune.
I remember, Undertale came out when I was still, fresh out of high school, working, my first real job. And, it's such a silly little memory, but me and my friend, we actually worked together at a Goodwill store. That was my very first job, was working at a Goodwill. I was sorting out, the stuff that people would donate in the very, very back. And I remember my friend brought in their speaker because we didn't have, music or anything in the back. That was in the front of the store. And they're like, hey, there's this really, really new good song. I'm gonna put it on. Do you mind? And I'm like, no, sure, play your music. I don't care. Yep. It was immediately Megalovania, and I'm just like, what's what is this? And they were just jamming. I'm just like, what is this? And oh, you haven't played this yet? And they told me all about Undertale, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I'll give it a shot. And then the internet did what the internet does, and it was everywhere.
Everywhere, because certainly, even though I did not play Undertale, Megalovania got its way to me, and yes, I did listen to it on repeat for a good couple of days.
One of my jump scare redeems on my stream, I have 77 randomized sounds that people can use to try to just startle me whenever they want, but one of them is just the first 4 notes of Megalovania. And then it stops.
Yeah, no, I have a friend whose soundboard has that, but also just that even just single
Just
beat,
that.
the single note.
I don't think I could do that with Megalovania, but I mean, there are songs I can, but I feel like everybody can do that with like the Black Parade, for instance.
Yeah.
I think there was like one, oh, that was what it was. It was Ya Boy Kong, whenever that show came out.
Oh,
I remember I
yeah.
heard like the first 2 notes of that song when I had like roommates and I'd be like, oh, are you watching Kong Ming? Wait, pause that, I want to watch. And Momoka, literally, how the fuck did you know what that was? I played it for half a second. And I'm like, I don't know, I'm really, really good at anime music quiz, man.
Do you have, oh, okay, so, oh man. Now I want to do an anime music quiz with you sometime. That'd be fun.
Oh, I'm always down. I love that game.
Do you have any favorite OPs or EDs of all time?
Ooh, I have a couple, and they're for different reasons. I have one that I really, really like just visually. I think it's incredibly well animated. It's really, really fun. And it's like really, really well tuned to the story, which is gonna be the opening for Princess Jellyfish. That one, it has so many different media references, like from taking, like looking down the barrel of a gun to do like the James Bond thing and having the different characters split up and like play different movie roles and stuff. It was just such a good opening that showed off every single character's personality and the vibe of the show perfectly. The song was also very cute, but like it's not my favorite song. I didn't care that much about it. I just really loved the visuals on that.
I know of Princess Jellyfish. I have not actually seen it.
That is one of my top 10. It's probably like maybe number 5 on my top 10 anime of all. But there's one that I like just because it's a really, really good song. I didn't even bother to finish the anime. But the anime is called Kokoku, and the song is called Flashback. And it is just a really, really like bass-heavy, incredible beat that is just so fun to listen to. I'm like, this show does not deserve an opening this good. This opening belongs to like Attack on Titan or something. Like, this belongs to a big name. Why is this show that no one's gonna watch have this banger?
I have not heard of Kokoku, and I've heard of a lot of things.
So, I might be remembering incorrectly, but I want to say that back in the day when it came out, it was only streaming on, like, Amazon's platform, like the Prime for anime stuff.
Oh, no. Anime Strike? That doomed double paywalled? Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I could be mistaken, but if I'm remembering right, it was on that. Not a lot of people did see it unless they chose to sail the high seas specifically looking for it.
Yep, I'm checking the Wikipedia page. Amazon Video exclusively streamed the series worldwide. Sentai Filmworks has the license for home video release.
Yep, so, it was an interesting premise. It's like this girl's part of, like, some weird family where, like, they can enter some alternate dimension and stop time for, like, a little bit, but, like, only for, like, certain reasons, and I forget what they are, and they have to, like, do something in the stop time to go back to normal. I only watched, like, 4 episodes, and then I dropped it. The
Wikipedia page has one paragraph synopsis of the story, and I want to read it out loud because this is wild. Juri Yukawa is a mischievous young woman, unaware that her family has the secret ability to stop time. Okay. When her brother and nephew are suddenly kidnapped by a cult called the Genuine Love Society, her grandfather uses a special stone that allows her and her father to enter a world called Stasis, where time stands still. As they venture through Stasis to infiltrate the cult's hideout, they meet others who can also move through the mysterious world, as well as the strange, grotesque monsters that reside in it. Juri herself discovers the secrets behind the stone and Stasis itself as they slowly unfold before her. It is listed as a mystery science fiction supernatural thriller.
Yep. It was certainly very, very wild. Yeah, I forgot that there was a cult, but then again, I did drop it after like 4 episodes.
I was gonna say, like, I see it's only 12 episodes, and I do like mysteries, but maybe if you drop after 4, maybe not one necessarily.
Just look up the opening and you'll be good. The opening's the best part of that show.
Noted.
Oh man, I feel like there's a lot of other like really, really iconic openings. Like the opening to the original Trigun, for example, no lyrics, just
Oh, yeah.
pure guitar
Just-
vibes. I love that. You don't get too many songs that just, like, play and tell their own story without having to have singing over it, you know?
Very true. Yeah. And, one... Actually, come to think of it, an all-timer for me is one of those few. It is a series that I will plug basically any chance I get because I feel is deeply underappreciated, that it's not hyper niche, that if you know it, you know it. But I feel like not enough people know Bakano.
Oh, Bacano, yeah!
Yep, just Guns N'
Yeah.
Roses, that no words, it's the jazziest thing since Tank.
It really, really is. Bacano, I know I've seen Bacano, but I watched that when I was so young. I like, all I vaguely remember is, I'm like, okay, the train was called Flying Pussyfoot, and that
Yes,
made me
it
laugh
is.
a lot. And that's all I remember. Like, I know I've seen that show, but I probably need to rewatch it at this point.
Oh, it is in my top 5 of all time. It is my favorite piece of non-chronological media, period.
Ooh, speaking of non-chronological, have you ever seen Humanity Has Declined?
No, I've not.
Okay, so, the Japanese shorthand, a lot of people just call the series Jinru. But it kind of is similar in that its episodes aired out of order, kind of like the Haruhi situation
Haruhi.
a long, long time ago. But they did it purposefully, and you're supposed to piece the story together by the end of it. And it is just so fun. Oh, why did my computer just go black? Oh,
Ooh.
no.
You're still here.
I'm still here, sorry. My screen turned off because I haven't touched anything for like 30 minutes.
Oh, hey.
Whoopsie. But, what was I saying? Oh gosh.
Non-chronological series
Oh,
was
yeah,
broadcast out of
Jinru.
order.
Yeah, it was broadcast out of order, and like they start with like the second to last episode, so they really, really draw you in. You're like, oh, what's going on? There's this mystery. Why is there a headless chicken? Why is the headless chicken potentially a Nazi? What's going on? Why is the bread talking to us? What's happening? You're just like, I gotta know. And so you go to the next
I don't know
episode, and
anything about this series, and I am equal parts intrigued, confused, and horrified.
Yeah, you should be. You should be. The series is about what happens to humanity after, creatures that are called fairies. I don't know that they are fairies, but that's what they call them.
Oh, they called the things in Neon Genesis Evangelion angels.
Yeah, exactly. So, they call these things fairies, and they're the new dominant race, and they are like little mischievous, little kind of magical creatures, and so like, the humans that are living in this world, nothing makes sense to them anymore because it's no longer made for them. It no longer follows their rules. So it's just like people trying to survive in this weird, messed up fairy world.
Nah. I'm gonna have to look that one up. How long is that one?
I want to say that it was only a one cool. And I believe Sentai licenses that one too. I have no idea who streams that one.
Yep. Sentai. Well, if Sentai had it, that means it's probably on High Dive.
High Dive, or it would have been on like the Amazon.
Simulcast by Crunchyroll, huh?
Huh? Really? How did...
Anime licensing is weird.
Yeah, I never understood it. Especially when, like, Funimation and Crunchyroll did that merger. It's like, oh, so I don't have access to my digital copies of anything that I've ever purchased anymore? But you're also not going to put that on Crunchyroll so I can watch it? You're just taking it away forever? Okay,
So
fine,
I
sure.
don't know, but I suspect that wasn't a choice. I suspect that legalities in the licensing contract made it do that.
I mean, I'm sure there's something like that, but it's still really scummy. It's
Oh,
like,
it sucks.
Man, it's like, I thought I had a digital copy of Kami that I got with my D that I could just, like, throw on my iPad or something to watch, like, on a flight, and then it's like, oh, yeah, you don't have access to this digital library anymore. It's gone forever. It's like, but I paid for that. What do you mean?
Yeah, licensing is so weird that I could believe that there was some clause of just like, that the license was non-transferable in a way that when the acquisition happened, that one couldn't go to the other or something. I don't know.
I just hope they're not stuck in, like, limbo forever. Like, I hope somebody, at least, is still able to, like,
you know what's stuck in limbo?
To stream them.
PIPSQUEAK. License lapsed somewhere around 2017's. Nobody picked it up since.
Oh, man.
It is not available for streaming and has been out of print. You can find the DVDs on eBay for much more than MSRP. It makes me sad.
It should make you sad, but also that is a great business opportunity for me now that I'm thinking about it.
Please, I want Momoka Production Studios to license Bakano. Please.
God, I wish. Oh, yeah, I'll license it by just airing it in my Discord from my old DVDs once a month. Oh, man.
But you do own the DVDs, because I do have that one on my shelf, and the non-chronological way that it goes about is it's hopping around, like, even mid-episode, that it wasn't broadcast out of order, that the story is by nature written and designed to be shown in non-chronological, jumping around the different timelines and such.
Yeah.
And I just think the way they do it is so good. The 3 OVAs are mandatory viewing. They provide what I think is a significantly better resolution than what you get at the end of the first 13. That the 13 ends and it's an ending, but at the end of the 16th, that just those extra 3, they tie the last bits together and they give you a really, really nice ending and wrap things back in a way to episode 1 that they simply don't at episode 13.
See, I didn't even know that there was an OVA, actually. I don't know
Well,
if I ever
that's
saw
the thing,
that.
Well, it's 3 extra episodes that are listed as OVA, but they're really
but
just
they might as
episodes
well
14
just be.
through 16. That
Gotcha.
it feels like they realized they needed 3 more episodes than the 13 episode core they were given, and the mechanical way to do that without having a full entire core is technically an OVA.
I mean, if it works, it works. I kind of do miss the days of, like, series being basically complete and then there just being, like, a little OVA that's kind of like the epilogue. Like, here's everybody doing great!
Yeah, this was... They made an ending, so if they didn't get the funding for the last 3 episodes, that it was still... It felt very much like a good and proper ending.
Mm-hmm.
But the last 3 makes it go from good to great.
Gotcha.
So,
have you ever seen, it's called Blood... No, that guy sent it. Yeah, Blood Blockade Battlefront.
know of it, haven't seen it.
It has very, very, very similar vibes to Pecan. It is obviously not the same kind of show, but the vibes of, like, the jazziness, the characters, like, all taking place and doing their, like, missions at different points and just seeing where they intersect and stuff. It's got a lot of that kind of vibe going for it.
I didn't know that was the style it had. Interesting.
Yeah, and also, it was made by the same person who made Trigun, so it is incredibly well
Oh, okay. Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one takes place in, like, weird anime New York or something.
And you mentioned that you had actually seen Trigun for the first time pretty recently.
So I did a rewatch for it.
Oh, okay.
I saw it once, like, when I was really, really young, but I hesitate to count that, because it's like, when you watch Pokemon when you're young, like, yeah, you watched it, but do you know what actually happened? Were you paying attention to the series?
Mm-hmm.
So I did go back and actually do a rewatch for it, and paid attention to it, and I did that so I could watch Stampede as it aired.
Yeah.
It was so good. I love Stampede. I do like it. Like, Old Trigun has some kind of charm to it that I just can't get over, and it will still probably remain my favorite of the two.
It's such a great example of its era.
It really, really is. Like, the episode where he's going, like, to get his gun fixed in that one. Like, and he's just like, tossing it around, like you can feel like the weight of his colt. Like you can see how like everything's going with that. Just his apprehensiveness to like use his gun, the story of like why he has the gun and all that stuff. It's like there were some things they touched on really, really well in that old one that made me appreciate Vash so much more. But then they also just like you had mentioned the other day when we were talking, they just kind of shoehorned knives in at the very, very end, which is like, okay, y'all built up Vash so well. What the hell? Why are you just tossing knives in at the end? What'd you do to my boy? They just
rush the ending and just like, wait, why? There's, for me, the ending of a story is critical to my overall enjoyment. That I'm not going to write off the rest of the media if the ending is bad and say, oh, it's just not worth watching, but that my ultimate opinion and enjoyment is very heavily colored by how do you stick the landing. And I just felt that they didn't. That I love the early episodes that did, really no complaints, but I just felt they really bungled that last arc.
It really did feel like that, and unfortunately, there's been a few like more modern shows that I feel like have done that recently. My very first Gundam that I ever watched was Witch from Mercury. And I was loving the hell out of that, leading all, like, the whole first season, fantastic.
Oh, so good.
The way they ended that with, like, the bloody hand splat and everything, I was like, this shit goes so hard. And then season 2 was just like, why are we in a sprinting race to the end? Why is everything happening all at once and you're not explaining it?
You could feel the rush, and somewhere around, like, episode 8, they just went to warp speed, and, like, there was the beginning of an episode where they had a big exposition dump, and the exposition dump felt like it was missing a couple pieces.
Yeah, and I still feel like the ending for like the little epilogue was so rushed. It's like, wait a minute, you're not gonna explain why her sister's a keychain now? We're just gonna brush over all of this? Are they actually married? What's happening here? Just throw stuff out there and not tell me what's happening?
Season 1 of Witch from Mercury was the closest I had ever felt to Code Geass. That stylistically it felt really similar. The way that the characters and the world building were going, that I was loving it. And then I looked up the writer, and it was the writer of Code Geass, so I'm nothing if not consistent.
So whenever I started watching that, the reason my friends got me to watch that, because I don't typically like mech anime. I've never seen a Gundam before that one. I just don't even bother with it. I don't hate it.
I had not seen a complete Gundam prior to that.
Yeah, so my friends were like, hey, you remember Revolutionary Girl, right? And I'm like, yeah, like, you want to see that, but robots? I'm like, huh? Like, yeah, watch the first episode of this. Revolutionary Girl Utena. And I'm like, holy shit, you're right!
So, other confession, I've never seen Utena.
I haven't seen the whole thing, but to be fair, that one's hard to watch. It's so hard to watch. Kuniko Ikuhara, the writer for that, I love the guy. He's insane. He makes so many good stories, but it's always like so like artsy-fartsy, like hard to understand what's happening unless you have like 8 different white men explain it to you on YouTube.
Yeah, but I had a lot of friends who have seen Utena, and that they were saying to me basically from episode 1, it's like, that's a Utena parallel. That's a Utena parallel. That's a Utena. Are they just, is this just Utena with mechs? Not opposed to this, but there's a lot of Utena in here.
Yep, that's basically all it was. There's no Rose Bride, just a Bird Bride in this one.
Yep.
But it was, I actually did really like that.
It was still really good. But
it was really good.
But it was a thing of just that the ending keeps it from being the stellar production that it could have been.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, you're finishing the race, you're on the last lap, you're 10. Oh, no, you
just
tripped and ate shit in the fourth quarter.
Just spinning out, burn up, and you still cross the finish line.
Just like Sweet JP and Redline, goddamn.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And that it's not bad, but that you can tell that they really got rushed near the end there. That it felt like it wanted just Well, that extra 3-episode epilogue OVA.
Yeah. Oh, man. I mentioned way earlier in the stream that I was rewatching Wotakoi again, and that one has, I think, 2 OVAs, which I find kind of funny because it's like the anime only had 11 episodes to begin with. Like, why didn't you just do
the 13?
Why didn't you just do the 13? Why are you releasing 2 different OVAs like 8 years later that nobody's gonna know about?
My guess is budget.
Probably, yeah.
I didn't realize it was 13 years later. I didn't realize it was that far between.
Oh, yeah.
When were the OVAs released then?
Let's see. Hang on. The OVAs. Okay, there's 3 OVAs now. Okay, hang on. So the actual anime aired back in
2018.
2018.
OVAs were in 19 to 21. Okay, so that's not that bad. That's
Yeah,
not
actually,
13
okay.
years.
No, I didn't say 13. I didn't think. That's 13 episodes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, no, I said it'd been like I did over exaggerate. I said it'd been like 8, but it hasn't. It's only been like 5.
That was the other thing. I was like, gosh, wow, I accept that time's moving forward and that certain things are much older than I like to realize, but wow,
no, not 13.
Boy, really 13 years old? Wow.
No. Watakoi started, like the manga started in 2014, but that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's another one that got buried by its streamer because it was Amazon Prime Video.
It was Amazon Prime Video, and nobody saw it, and I think if it had not Jeff Bezos' jail, it would have been so much more popular.
That's the thing. Just why is it that the 2 largest company, like Disney and Amazon, get these good shows and don't advertise them?
Because they know that they can make money off of nerds, but they haven't thought further than that. They haven't figured out how
I
yet.
guess.
That's my only thought. It's like, okay, you're spending money on all these properties, like, you know how to make 1 million toys of Mickey Mouse and Moana. Why aren't you fucking, pumping out, I don't know, the little lion guy from Bleach or something? Put him on everything.
Hopefully we get more like that. That was, we began the show talking about Wotakoi, and this is just making me want season 2 more. Please.
Yeah. Sorry to bring it back. I love
Also,
that show so much.
Talk about OPs of all time.
Yeah, the OP for that. I love the little dance that they do with their hands.
It's the
so
hand
charming.
motions, the little hand motions. What is it about that animation that just looks so good?
It looks incredible, and plus, it's such a small little detail, but it's you can tell that they're all holding the phone and doing that weird twirl thing where they're taking a picture to send to their significant other, and it's just so cute. I love it.
Yeah.
I have all of the manga, even though I have not finished reading it. I am the type that if there's something that I love, I don't want it to end, so I'll stop before the last bit, and I'm like, if I never read it, it's never over.
I've wound up with that on a couple things, but it's not out of the deliberate thing of if I don't finish it, it's not over, but the mindset of, oh, I love this so much that I can put it on the back burner and I know I will actually get back to it someday because I enjoyed it so much that it's not that something's come up or there's other series that I'm watching and I don't have time to get to everything. So I can just get back to that and I know it'll be there for me and that whenever I choose to have this, it's going to be like a gift that I open up because I know I'm going to like it. That's
a good way to look at it, though.
But in doing so, there are a couple things that have been on that back burner for ages, and I keep glancing, it's I have 2 episodes left of the Spice and Wolf remake, and I loved Spice and Wolf and Spice and Wolf remake. And it's just...
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Please, go ahead.
Did you see the giant tome that got released back in 2016, I want to say? That was the compilation of all the Spice and Wolf books bound into one huge leather book?
weren't there like 20 Spice and Wolf light novel volumes? There was a lot.
Yeah, and this book is enormous. It is huge.
I have not heard of this.
I'll have to find a photo or send a link to you later because they only made like I think a couple of hundred of these. It was a special anniversary
I can imagine.
thing. But I got one, baby. I fucking love Spice and Wolf so much. I never really think about talking about it because it's like one of those anime I did watch when I was kind of young.
Oh, I just looked up the picture. Like, wow, that is a tome. There is no other word for that.
There is no. You could beat someone to death with that book pretty easily.
That book looks like it's probably 10 pounds.
Oh, probably a little bit more. Honestly, I'd say it's 50. It's huge, and it does have all the full-color photo spreads that were in the original light novel still.
So I have not read all of the light novels. That I had only seen the anime. I remember I actually bought the light novel that was the one after the original series ended, which was like volume 8-ish, I think. And I read that and I enjoyed it, but didn't end up picking up the rest of them. But
I do highly recommend it. I think I only read up to like 16 before I just like kind of. I don't remember why I stopped for some reason. Something in my life just must have happened and I forgot about it. But I loved those books. I had like a lot of the individual single ones like in high school. And then when I got that giant tome, I'm just like, does anybody want just like 12 random various volumes with mismatched covers of this? Because when they first released the light novels, like all the covers had like real life human photos. Like they photoshopped like a half-naked woman to look like Holo and put that on the books at first. They weren't using the actual anime's cover art.
Okay, because the volume 8 thing that I bought had the actual art on the cover, so it was probably a re-release.
Probably.
But that's one that I say it was the ultimate bait and switch anime, and one that I got to late because I can appreciate fan service. That like I do not have, a moral objection to fan service, but it's not normally what I look for in my media. That if there's a series that's really good that happens to have fan service, sure, whatever. I don't like when fan service gets in the way or repeatedly derails an otherwise good show. That my epitome of fan service done wrong is No Game, No Life.
Oh, yeah!
That just every time it just, you're doing cool, fun,
gross.
smart stuff.
It was so gross.
That too, that it's gross, and it's just, they kept putting it in ways that it literally derailed the story, and that you have to spend, 30 seconds a minute getting things back on track from whatever silly thing you did. And my epitome of fan service done right is Food Wars. Because all of their fan service is not actually obstructive to what's happening. They put it in what would otherwise be the most boring part of the show, the descriptions of food. Because in that moment, what is actually happening? People sitting at a table and chewing. And to simply do that and have, even if you have impassioned voiceover, that's not going to do anything. But what they do is they literally make the fan service the spice of that part of the story. And then we finish things up and we go back to reality. And that, some season 5 things notwithstanding, it's all in headspace. And I think that's great. And I had seen key art for Spice and Wolf. And what is the key art of Spice and Wolf? Holo naked in the back of the cart.
Holo naked in the cart.
It was like, that is a very pretty wolf girl there in the back of your cart. But that probably is not going to be a series that I'm necessarily going to go out of my way to read. And that's fine. But, I hear that folks like it. Good for them. That's fine. And for a couple of years, when I'd be just having generic anime conversations with friends and be like, what do you go for? And I'd say, oh, I like cerebral shows. I like smart characters doing smart things. And, Death Note, Code Geass being some of my favorites, good examples. They're like, oh, you should watch Spice and Wolf. Huh? The one with the naked girl in the back of the cart.
The economic show is just math, baby.
Because that's the thing. from the key art, I did not know that it was Medieval Economics, the anime. So I just see, the title and the key art, and first person says, "Oh, you should watch Spice Novel." It's like, I don't know. That doesn't really sound like my speed. But it was somewhere around like the fourth time that people who did not know each other recommended to me. It was like, okay, fine. There's gotta be something to this.
It's like, I gotta try it.
And that I bought from Funimation the 2-season bundle for $40. I was like, that's a good price. And if I really don't like it, I'll, sell it at the next anime con I go to or give it to a friend or whatever.
I'm surprised you didn't try to stream it first.
I don't think it was available streaming at the time. I think it was like in that era while Funimation, it was somewhere around 2014, 15, 16, while they were still standing up their streaming.
Gotcha. I remember watching it, like, being streamed on Netflix at some point, but that might have been before that.
But I burned through the series and I was like, oh my gosh, I've been depriving myself of an amazing series because the fan service key art. And in retrospect, I realized it was probably deliberate because statistically speaking, I'm in the minority. For most people, fan service is an appeal. It's not a deterrent. And that it is the ultimate bait and switch anime because it's like, ooh, sexy wolf girl in the back of the cart. Psych sucker, it's Medieval Economics. Because Medieval Economics, on paper, is not going to entice people. So what do?
You actually get into weighing the gold coins and you find the fake and you get to accuse the motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Then it gets good.
But they use that to get folks in the door, and that it just happened to have the opposite effect on me, but that statistically speaking, they probably gained more viewers than lost them from the strategy that they used, so I don't blame them for it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. People see the pretty wolf girl and like, oh, I want to see what that's about, and then they just kind of stuck around. They're like, oh shit, hang on, actually, this
Wait a second. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
And so I was thrilled when I heard that they were doing a re-release, and Tatum and Brina Palencia have not lost a beat. If anything, just you can tell that they now have, whatever it is. Original was like 2011, 2012 to 24, so basically 12 years more of acting experience, and that their performances are even stronger from what were already iconic performances back in the 2010s.
I have to give that remake a shot. Then I completely
you haven't seen it?
about. I actually haven't. Talking about this, I'm like sitting here like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, they did do the remake, and they have like that one where there's like where they have a daughter.
So I will say that the daughter only appears in the cold open of episode 1. But that's because I don't consider this a spoiler because it is the cold open of episode 1.
No, it's fine. You can spoil things for me. I don't care.
The opening of episode 1 is Holo telling the story of her and Lawrence to her daughter. And that is why she only appears in the beginning of episode 1, because they will eventually get to her, but she's telling the story, so she is the end game, but
okay, the How I Met Your Mother kind of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
And it's just so good. I will warn you that it suffers a bit from what you see in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, that the first 10 episodes or so will feel like a prettified rehash.
Yep,
but
giant race.
Sorry. Not a giant race, but a rehash. That the first 10 episodes of the remake of Spice and Wolf are more or less the same, the first 10 episodes of the original. And that's not a bad thing because
they don't speed through it or anything.
No, it's not sped through. But it's basically just the exact same 10 episodes beat for me because they're doing.
Gotcha.
They didn't diverge from the source material much in the original. It's just that they stop before the end.
Yeah. When you said Brotherhood, I was just like, oh, did they just speed through the entire first half of the show in 8?
No, not quite. Not quite that.
Oh man, that was my one little thing about Brotherhood. We did not get a chance to like get to know some of the characters before they got killed off in that one.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But in that case, it's basically you're getting to rewatch the first 10 episodes of the original Spice Wolf, and it's
That's a
with
good
modern
refresher.
animation. Hey, that's just fine. And then they get on to the stuff that they didn't get to, and that in those 10 episodes or so, you do get some extra things that weren't in the original as well. That I haven't watched the originals, but I remember what I remember is basically the same of it. And you know, then they continue on. I think it is very, very good. But I haven't seen the last 2 episodes of it because I kind of dropped it and it's like, I'll get to it. I loved it. I know I'm going to get to it eventually.
Someday.
I'll probably end up getting off my butt and finally watching them whenever they announce the next course, because they've said they're going to actually give it the full treatment. So it's inevitable, and that I'll want to be current by the time they continue, but we'll see.
Oh man, I really, really hope these kinds of things actually do get to continue. Not to bring up a slight downer topic, but like, there are so many series that at this point I'm kind of scared that they're not going to end before the author dies. Like, just realistic. I'm starting to get worried.
Gosh, there's some that I hope that the author has somewhere in a vault, a notebook of just, you know, in the event of my passing, here are the notes of how it's supposed to end, and here are the list of
explode if
basically,
Oda does not end One Piece.
Oh my god. Oh, no, like, knock on wood, pray to whatever deities you may or may not believe in.
Oh man.
Just he in particular, I feel like has to have just like some will written of, in the event of my untimely passing, here are the 1, 2, or 3 people who are authorized to continue writing in my name, and here is the top secret, buried underground, locked in a hyper secure vault that is more secure than Fort Knox, with the ending of One Piece cliff notes if someone needs to reference them. Because I
mean,
I do believe him when he says that he's actually ending it, though.
Oh, I do too. I actually genuinely believe it. I didn't even get into One Piece until like 2 years ago, and I sped through most of it. I was the outlier who was like, oh, it's way too long. I'm not gonna get into it. I don't like shonen anime. I don't think I'll ever watch it or care about it. And then the live action happened, and it was the most charming thing I had ever seen.
Wait a minute,
I'm
that's
like, okay.
me.
Yeah!
So, well, now, but so my case was, I saw the 4Kids original thing, Funimation got it, and then they rebooted, and I didn't start again. So I literally and figuratively missed that ship. Saw the live action, was like, oh man, I'm really liking this. And was considering then going and watching the anime, but then they announced that they're doing a reboot of the anime where it's going to be more recent. And do you know what the title of that one is?
It's just the One Piece or something?
Yep, it's The One Piece.
Yep.
And it feels like it's for people like me who are too daunted by the Mount Everest of anime, but hey, if you started episode 1 that I'll watch weekly.
Yeah, so my recommendation, what I did, is there is a special cut of One Piece that is community made. Yeah, One Piece is the way I can stand watching it. I watched the first 300 episodes just genuinely, like, fully on Crunchyroll, and then I was like, no, I'm sorry, Luffy, I love you, but I can't do this anymore.
There's too much recap.
It's too much! So yeah, I've watched all the way up to the Wano arc with One Piece at this point, and then I had to stop for a little bit, and I've basically been on my One Piece break for a year. I need a tolerance break.
Yeah, I had a friend that watched 3 episodes of One Piece a day like clockwork for a year and a half and caught up eventually or something, or however long, but yeah.
Damn. Yeah, I just spent like 8 months binging it. I'm like, okay, I'm caught up to like 900 episodes. I'm for now. I'm back in 3 years when there's more.
I know I'm missing out, but for me, I enjoy watching different shows, and for me, I'd rather watch like 100 different 12-episode shows than the 1,200 episode show. But if you give me it at episode 1 again, that I will pick that up and it will become part of the schedule there. So I'm waiting for the One Piece.
There you go. Well, hopefully it doesn't take them 25 years to finish that one.
I don't know. The other thing that has me nervous
I'm a little
is...
scared.
The other thing that has me nervous is the live action, because I love live action. I thought it was amazing. I think the showrunners know what they're doing. I think the casting is immaculate. I love how much they're working with Oda. The only thing that scares me...
Didn't the director leave?
No. I don't think so. I thought that was... You might be thinking of...
I know like a showrunner or somebody left.
You might be thinking of The Last Airbender, Avatar, because The Last Airbender is a very different production.
No. It's like about a month ago, yeah. One of the showrunners for the One Piece live action did step down. It's fairly recent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Matt Owens was the old showrunner.
Oh, that is news to me.
Yeah. I remember seeing that last month, and that made me kind of like, oh no, I don't know if I'm gonna trust the next guy to like have the same like this absolute love and passion for everything that this dude had. You could tell he was such a huge fan.
So, this is a AI generated thing from a Google search. So, grain of salt. It says Matt Owens, co-showrunner and executive producer of the One Piece series, stepped down to focus on his mental health, cited a need for a break to do some therapy in a social media post, stating the last 6 years had been a life-changing journey, but also a lot.
That's not just the AI overview. That he did just basically say exactly that in an Instagram post.
Okay, that strikes me as not as bad as it could be, because it's not a creative differences stepping down of just like...
it's not. It still just makes me worried more for like, okay, whoever takes up the helm, they have an incredibly high standard to meet.
There were two that they were co-showrunners, and that one of the two is still there.
Okay. Maybe it'll be pretty okay then. I worry when like the main people that are helping those kind of things leave, because it's like that's usually where the soul of the thing lies.
Mm-hmm.
Like oh, did you ever see a show called Aldnoah Zero?
Again, know of it, haven't seen it.
So the first episode of that show was absolutely incredible, and it was written by Gentaro Uchikoshi of Psycho-Pass fame, if you know of that.
I do know Psycho-Pass. I saw season 1 of that, didn't see season 2 though.
We love the Earl Butcher. So he also helped write stuff for Fate, I believe. I don't know his whole credit works, but either way, he wrote episode 1 of Aldnoah, and episode 1 was incredible. It was an absolute spectacle of a space opera. But he didn't write any other episodes, and that show was just absolute dog shit after episode 1, and it was so sad. It's like, oh, y'all only afforded him for 1 episode to get you guys started, and then you just didn't keep him on. You just thought you could do your own thing? No, it's not happening.
Yeah. It's the risk that you run.
It really, really is.
Come to think of it, so they had already finished production of season 2 of One Piece, so we at least know that Owens finished season 2.
Yeah, they at least wrapped on season 2. I don't really know how much they would have involved in production, though.
Yeah. Because development and showrunner, I'm like glancing at things, because I think that also includes director, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I hope for like the One Piece live action broke the curse and showed that we can get this done right, and I'm confident that as long as it stays
that way.
I think as long as Oda remains as involved as he has been, that's going to do it, because Oda will push whoever the showrunner is to his standards.
True. I guess that's more kind kind of more my point of Roundabout Reach. It's not even that I don't think it's gonna be good, it's that I'd rather have nothing than have something bad.
Yes,
I'm
I can agree with that.
It's gonna be bad. I was like, oh, please just don't be bad, please just be bad, please don't give it a bad name or a bad taste. Like, even if it's just like half decent, that's fine. Just anything but being bad, please.
My one worry for the One Piece live action is the progression of time and age. The actual amount that there is so much One Piece, and even at the expedited pace of, for how many years it could take if you give, even the 2-hour-long episodes that they gave per arc of just, I don't know what that maps out to, and is there a risk of just natural production of characters aging and starting to look older than they should be?
You know what? I think for the most part, that shouldn't be too much of a problem, because most of the cast, like, yeah, they're playing like teenagers and stuff, but it's all like people in their like mid-20s, mid-30s that look really young.
Well, I mean, like 25 years. It took 25 years for the anime, and if it takes like 10, 15...
I feel like they wouldn't do that much. Like, they somehow made Stranger Things work when those kids grew up, so I feel like they would find a way to make it work.
Well,
but
Stranger Things wasn't an adaptation.
Well, true. But I still feel like the only characters that would have, like, a lot of trouble with that would be, like, Kureha and, like, the actual, like, older characters. Like, oh no. You guys gotta do real good makeup, or you need to film fast. You can't just wait 25 years to film the 80-year-old character. That doesn't work.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to season 2 and, getting what we get.
Are you in camp, I want puppet Chopper, or you want CG Chopper?
I don't know what I want with Chopper, honestly. I've envisioned both. Both have their benefits, both have their drawbacks.
Personally, I really hope it's, like, CGI, but, like, I hope he looks like Detective Pikachu.
Yeah, I think it has to be CG, because I don't think a puppet is capable. Puppets can't do facial emotion. That if it's a Muppet and, flappy lips, there are some puppets that can have an amount of facial emotion, but I think that CG is just going to be required to give it the, to make it feel like a character that is truly emoting.
I mean, they could also do, like, a combination. Like, they could have, like, a puppet for the actual filming and then CG over it or something, so who knows?
That I could believe.
I'm so curious about that part. Like, I remember whenever the Twilight movies came out a long time ago at this point, whenever, like, they were doing, like, the CGI werewolves and stuff, they released a behind-the-scenes footage that showed, like, Bella, the main girl, just, like, petting the wolf character, except for, in the movie, she's petting a real wolf, and in the behind-the-scenes, she's just petting her coworker in a green screen, like, morph suit, and it just looks really, really
Have you seen
funny.
the pictures of the, Sonic the Hedgehog movie puppets?
No, I haven't. Oh, I gotta
They
look
did
that
that
up.
for the Sonic the Hedgehog movies.
Oh! No, why does Knuckles look like Ugandan Knuckles? Why did they do his face like that?
Because they knew it wasn't going to be seen on the actual, because it wasn't going to be seen in the final product.
Have you seen, the Minecraft movie, that special cut of it that didn't have the finished CG?
I have not, but I actually have plans to watch that with friends soon.
So, it is incredible. Keep an eye out for it, because you'll notice some, well, not puppets, but close enough in that one. A lot of the characters that are supposed to be like Minecraft villagers, you'll just see like a bunch of humans wearing the costume, but they don't have their masks on, so they have these huge blocky bodies and this tiny little
just
human
itty bitty heads.
It's really funny.
Did you see the Knuckles series?
I haven't even seen the Sonic movies, to be honest.
Oh, I highly, highly recommend them. They're very fun. They're very good.
I really do want to see them. I just didn't have the opportunity when they were in theaters, and like, so my local library actually was lend out like Blu-rays of the movies, and every time I've gone in, it's been gone. So I just haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, I definitely recommend them. They are exactly what they need to be. They have been successful with very good reason. 1 and 2 don't follow a particular game. 3 obviously is Sonic Adventure 2. The Knuckles side series is its own thing. It's very fun. They have some, I won't say how, but Carrie Elwes is in it, and that's super fun. And that the best episode of the Knuckles series, I'm going to say this, and that it won't provide nearly enough context to be any type of spoiler or to give you even the full sense of what it is. But the best episode of the Knuckles series has a Muppet rock opera.
Okay, alright. Sure, yeah, why not?
I'm not going to say anything more than that, but that's my pitch.
I'm having that moment of like, I don't know about Sonic to prove you wrong, so I'm just gonna believe it, yeah. Oh man. Thinking of like Muppets rock opera, I don't know why, that just made me think of Fraggle Rock though.
Down a Fraggle Rock.
All those old shows, man.
I did not actually watch Fraggle Rock at all growing up.
I saw like 2 or 3 episodes of it. I think I was much more of a Maggie and the Ferocious Beast kind of gal.
I don't know that one at all, actually.
You don't know
Maggie and the Ferocious
Beast? Wow. So it's about a little red-headed girl named Maggie. She has a best friend who's a pig named Hamilton, and they're friends with this giant weird creature who's just called the Beast.
I know. I have seen this one. I didn't remember that was the name. I just looked it up. I recognize that spotted weird dude.
Yeah, I loved that show growing up, and it was just such a little one that I feel like not a lot of people do remember.
I don't even remember what channel that was on. Was that on Disney Channel and that's why I didn't see it too much?
I actually don't know.
Forecast. Canada was Cartoon Network.
Looks like it was on Nickelodeon.
No, it was Nick Jr. I missed that era because I was like a year or two too old for that to hit Nick Jr. That's what it was.
Gotcha. I was like right at the perfect like kindergarten age, right when they aired that. So that was my shit.
But I have 2 younger siblings and probably saw it secondhand somewhere along the lines there.
Did your siblings make you catch the tail end of Dora the Explorer, or were you able to avoid that?
I remember seeing, like, I definitely saw a couple of episodes of Dora the Explorer. I missed that window as well. Neither of my siblings were, like, hardcore Dora the Explorer fans, but, you know, it was the big kids show at the time, so naturally it popped on, but it wasn't a persistent to point of being a nuisance type of thing.
Gotcha. I remembered, like, when Dora came out, and, like, for the first year or so, I was like, okay, I'm just barely still in this demographic. I can kind of vibe with this. And then very quickly, I got annoyed by it.
Yeah,
I was just like, I don't understand, Mom.
I actually have more memories
with other shows.
I actually have more memories of my siblings and I sort of mocking Dora the Explorer than them genuinely enjoying Dora.
Yeah, I feel like at some point in like 2005, just like, that was the cool kid thing to do, was just to shit on Dora the Explorer and other kids' shows for some reason.
Gosh. Man, kids programming is such a interesting thing because if it's done well, it's something that parents should be able to enjoy, but still it's it's stuff that you look at and be like, it has to be so targeted and just dumb enough, but just smart enough, but just nonsensical enough to keep their attention, but just coherent enough so that it's semi-educational.
So what you're saying is we just need 18 more seasons of the Animaniac.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
That was the only good cartoon.
Just Animaniacs got away with some real crazy shit.
Yeah, they did. Spielberg, he
What a guy.
got to do whatever he wanted. Thank goodness. Yeah, bring back Freakazoid.
Bring back Freakazoid.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's the art. Animaniacs had the art of write a kids show and throw in the zingers for the adults that are gonna fly right over the heads of kids.
Yep. Like, growing up, I didn't think twice about Hello Nurse, and now it's like, oh, damn, we were really just watching that when we were 5, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, that's totally normal. Yeah, Slappy the Squirrel trying to kill herself. Yeah, that's normal to watch when you're a little kid.
Yep. Blue's Clues I was there for. I was not, I think it was like a year or two older than target demographic for Blue's Clues. Because it was, when I was getting to like 4, 5, 6. But that I remember when it started, and that I remember that I did genuinely enjoy Blue's Clues for the few years that I saw it. But I was just a year or two too old to say that I really grew up with Blue's Clues,
Yeah, I really liked that show, but it was a silly thing my entire childhood. Somewhere in my dumb bunny brain, the gender binary spectrum had been locked in, but it had been locked in specifically to no matter what, blue equals boy and pink equals girl. So I thought Blue, the dog, was a boy. The entire fucking time.
Many people did.
Yeah, and I was like, wait, growing up, I thought Blue was the boy and Magenta was his girlfriend. It's like, oh no, these are just two girls. That's,
yep.
Oh, what? Huh? And I didn't realize that until I was like, probably like 10, 11, 12 or something. I'm just like, Blue wasn't a boy? I just had can believe anything
one of the biggest
anymore.
epiphanies of all time. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Because now I'm realizing in the actual most literal sense for Blue's Clues, these bitches gay ?
These bitches gay! Good for them! When Steve said, it's the birthday girl. I don't remember him ever saying that, but he probably did. But yeah, I saw Blue and I'm like, that's Blue, that's a boy. That's how that works. Boys are blue and girls are blue and pink. That's how it happens.
I mean, all they're saying is pow, 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 pow.
Oh man. I think that's shows like that are part of why I liked drawing when I was growing up. There was that, and then there was like Happy's Playhouse, I think. Is that
Happy's Playhouse, yeah!
Yeah! So that's a show that for me, that show was my white whale. I remember watching it growing up, like very, very early in the morning. It's what my mom would like turn on before school, and I would watch it while I was eating my breakfast. And I just had like some vague memories of being taught like by this kind old man how to draw little pictures and stuff. And every time I asked about that, like as I was growing up, people would be like, don't you mean Bob Ross? I'm like,
I was about to say, he really was the little kid's Bob Ross.
He was little kid's Bob Ross, and every time I tried to Google that or ask questions about that, I couldn't find the answer. And then like a couple of months ago, I want to say, I was talking to my friend Roxy, and she like posted a link to one of the episodes because she was like, oh yeah, my niece wants to learn how to draw, so I remembered Pappy's Playhouse and showed this to her, and I'm like, you have unlocked a core memory of mine. I have been searching for the name of this show since I was a kid. And I was like, I can finally rest. I can sleep now. No longer will I be haunted wondering what that guy was called.
It's one of the few shows that I remember extremely little about, but clearly remember loving it because it stopped airing around the time that I was 3 or 4. so I was almost too young for it, but it was there just enough to be implanted in my memory. Eureka's Castle.
Eureka's Castle.
Like,
Oh, I don't think I ever saw this.
I remember so little of it. I just remember that I really, really liked it. Holy shit!
Actually looks so cute. Holy shit.
I learned something new today. Because, just for funsies, Google Eureka's Playhouse, go to the Wikipedia page, and written by R.L. Stein.
Wait, are you? No! No! Excuse me, sir?
Yeah. Jorbizzle, Magellan is the only thing I remember of that series. But I'm now like,
Oh
what
my
do
God,
you
he used a pen
mean,
name.
Goosebumps?
He used a pen name because he didn't want anyone to know.
Credited as Jovial Bob Stein.
Oh, I love this.
What?
Now I have to go back and
Like-
watch this. I gotta sit there and find every stupid little thing where I'm like, yeah, that's R.L. Stein, all right.
Because now I'm also having, you talk about the horror writer that actually likes cutesy things. Was this his cutesy outlet? This
Maybe
was
it was.
This was his kitten pictures. This was his, Danny Trejo's Animal Crossing. R.L. Stein made Eureka's Castle.
Oh man, that is. I didn't even know that this existed. Wow. And now
Yeah.
Google's like, hey, here's your other search results that you might want to know about. The Gola Gola Island?
I remember that name.
Yeah, yep, I remember the weird frog.
I don't remember anything about that series other than the intro. Gullah Gullah Island. I couldn't tell you anything else about it. I don't remember any of the characters, any of the appearances. Just that little jingle. That is
I don't remember
burned
the
into my
jingle.
memory.
But I remember the big-ass yellow frog.
Oh,
Actually, why was everything big and yellow? The beast from Maggie and the Ferocious Beast. Gola Gola was a big yellow guy. Big Bird's a big yellow guy.
that's a really interesting observation.
What was in the water back
Like,
then?
I guess... I
I
feel
mean,
like
Barney
it
was purple, but he had BJ, and he was a big yellow
Yeah.
guy.
I feel like it has to be one of two things. If one, yellow is just a very bright color, and kids like
Yeah.
bright colors, and that you're gonna have the big mascot or something. But part of me also wonders how many of these were done in the wake of Sesame Street and them trying to make their Big Bird.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. They could just be mimicking it.
They could be trying to copycat.
They could be. It is an uplifting, positive
Yeah.
color. Yeah, yellow
Very
is very,
happy.
very fun. But it's like there's also other bright colors that you just don't see used as much. Like, for example, Barney was that like hideously bright, like fuchsia purple, and I loved that.
Yeah. And I can't think of any, Barney lookalikes that I couldn't possibly have the theory of people trying to emulate Barney because there was not a slew of big other purple mascot characters. It was just yellow.
Yeah, it was just the big yellow guys.
It's probably a color association thing. Captain Durka is mentioning, it's very uplifting, positive, associated with sunshine, so possibly. Oh, but Jorbizzle also has the interesting
Yeah, is
theory
yellow
of
plastic cheaper?
yellow plastic
Oh my
wasn't
God.
cheaper. That would be the most amazing merchandising play of just. All right, so we're making this new kid show for kids. Don't care what
actually,
you're doing about it, but
yellow's one of
that
the
main
more
character is gonna be
expensive
yellow.
ones.
Oh, really? Huh?
Yeah, apparently black and gray are the cheapest and easiest plastics to make yellow. If you're trying to get a bright yellow, it's very difficult to get the pigments to actually stick for that.
Huh? How about it?
Huh. interesting.
Today we
Yeah, I
learned
guess now that
about
I'm thinking about it,
like,
there's not a lot of bright yellow in nature. Just like a couple of flowers, bananas, and lemons.
Yeah,
Wonder where
true.
they even get the pigment from.
Oh.
Wait, there's a Barney reboot, Jordan?
I feel like there's
scared.
always a Barney reboot. Barney
I'm
has
scared
been
to see what he
rebooted
looks like.
continuously.
What did they do to him? Oh, he looks like a lizard now.
What?
He doesn't even look like a dinosaur. He just looks like a big lizard.
Oh yeah, I did see this one that.
Oh,
Nah.
I don't like him. I don't like him. That's not my Barney. That's not my dinosaur.
The random tooth gap. It's a very random tooth gap because it's not even like a full tooth gap. It's just like there's a bit
just
of
a
extra
little notch.
space.
Yeah, it's just like he got his one giant tooth chipped right there in the middle.
Yeah, and I'm double checking. That was not a thing in the original. That's just
It
something
was
that
not.
they added.
Oh wait, did they take away Baby? They took away Baby Bop's ballet slippers. How could they?
What?
That's her whole character. She wants to be a ballerina. Damn, these people don't know nothing about Barney. See,
And
this is why you gotta have the real fans to make the reboots.
I remember being very middle of the road on Barney that, or actually I might have actually sort of gone through the extremes of like that I loved Barney for a short time and then hated Barney when I hit like 3 or 4.
I think that's kind of what I did. From what I know, like, I don't have memories of this, but my parents told me that I was absolutely obsessed with the Teletubbies when I was like 2 to 4 years old.
Oh.
And then after I got over them, like, I got into Barney, and then after Barney, I got into like something else or whatever. But there's like so many pictures of me with just like all 4 of those like Teletubby plushies, just like little baby Momoka with like 5 of each color just like scattered upon the bed. Like I have a little collection.
The middle sibling loved Teletubbies. Loved Teletubbies. I didn't really care one way or the other. That was another one of those similar to Dora that I remember when it started to air and was still watching Nick Jr. at that point, but was on the upper end, so wasn't around to really say I grew up with it. And if memory serves, the youngest sibling didn't like it at all.
I mean, it was a really, really weird show. Like,
was a weird one for
seeing
sure,
what
yeah.
it was like now as an adult, I'm like, how did I like this as a kid? Why did I like this? Like, this looks like some shit I would enjoy now if I was really, really stoned. I don't know how, like, 4-year-old baby me liked this.
I feel like that's one of the flavors of children's programming, that there's, all right, just actual baby programming. There is the witty one that is going to actually potentially entertain the adult more than the child. And then there's the acid trip.
Yep. Oh, yeah, like Yo Gabba Gabba and all those weird shows that Nickelodeon did. Like, that, I think that was, like, the next generation's Teletubbies. It's like, what the fuck is this, actually? What, is this teaching kids something? Are they learning? Is this good for them?
Yeah, like Nickelodeon one on the clearly meant for the adult, not actually the kid, Rocko's Modern Life.
Oh, yeah, that was never meant for children.
That was not meant for children. Nope, that one was designed for like...
One step further, Ren and Stimpy.
That is a different not meant for children. Because
That is
I
a
feel
different
like
not meant for children, but it was still on Nickelodeon.
somehow that... Because Rocko's Modern Life, I feel like the actual target audience there is people in their late 20s, early 30s. And that it's actually like... If it aired today, it would be advertised as something similar to, Rick and Morty or BoJack Horseman type of thing.
Didn't that actually get a modern adaptation?
Did it?
I think it did. Hang on, Rocko's Modern Life.
A modern Rocko's Modern Life?
It was... Yeah, it looks like there was a little, a special run in 2019. Yeah. Rocco's Modern Life Static Clean. It's on Netflix.
Huh. Wow. Also,
yeah, so it did get a tiny little sequel, kinda.
Captain Durka mentions, remember this knockoff Teletubbies that, to my knowledge, didn't get very popular, but the characters' faces were literally babies. And the show's name was spelled in some way, but the pronunciation was Booba.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that you have the name right. You're spelling it slightly wrong. It's like B-O-H-B-A-H. I remember those weird fucking things, and I hated them. They are just like weird, fluffy, like they look like a weird, fucked up Grimace from McDonald's.
Huh?
But they have like a baby's head, but it's only from like the nose up.
Oh God, that's terrifying. What the fuck?
Isn't it? Yeah, those things are creepy as hell.
Oh, that's nightmare. The eyes, like seeing.
Yeah.
No, I do not like that.
Yeah, those things, and then like the monsters from Yo Gabba Gabba. Like at the same time, I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't think I like whatever the kids got going on nowadays. This is scary.
Wait, is that airing now? No,
no,
that was
I
a
don't think
Teletubbies
so.
like.
Yeah, no, that was like mid 2000s, I want to say. Yeah, like 2004, 2006.
4 to 6, yep. No,
Yeah. They were doing some weird stuff there for a while.
British series, that also explains how the name happened.
Yeah, that'll do it. Oh no, not a British children's series. Anything but that.
I'm trying to think if there were any that made it stateside particularly strongly, because there was a fair number of Canadian children's ones, because I think Teletubbies was actually Canadian produced.
There was a lot of Canadian TV that we got in the US. Like I'm pretty sure most of the PBS lineup was from Canada, honest.
Now that I think about it, you might be right.
Yeah, I want to say like Cyber Chase was a Canadian original.
Oh
but
boy,
I could be wrong
Cyber
on
Chase.
That. Oh, I loved that when I was young. And then Sagwa, the Chinese Siamese cat.
Both of those were, again, that I was like a year or two too old in that I was there when they started, but not young enough to have really grown up with it, but that I had like good touch points with them. Enjoyed both of those. Cyber Chase, obviously, just a really unique one in that, you know, it was sort of dawn of the internet, and that there was nothing about computers before that, and you just have Gilbert Gottfried just sort of randomly there yucking it up. If I had a nickel for every time Gilbert Gottfried played an iconic bird, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
3, you're forgetting the Aflac duck.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
No, I still remember, like, whenever the Gilbert Gottfried had his, like, whatever scandal that was a long time ago. It's like, oh no, they're gonna kill the duck now. They gotta put him down.
Captain Durka, Bananas in Pajamas is another one of those where I remember the opening song, and I remember absolutely nothing of the show itself. Except that they sure were bananas in pajamas.
I have a similar feeling, but with the big comfy couch.
Oh, I did watch that one a fair bit.
Yeah! I forgot what the girl's name is. I don't know why I'm blanking on it, but like I remember like the little clown girl that was always like on the carpet, and she was making like her body be the clock, and it was so cool.
Yeah. One of the few shows that I watched on Disney Channel, Bear in the Big Blue House. Like, move over, Mickey. I didn't need any of the Mickey stuff. I didn't need any of the Bear. Bear was great.
Loved Bear. Loved the little mouse friend that he had with him. The mouse. I also like, oh, that's another one. Out of the Box.
Out of the box. Out of the box.
Out of the box. I loved that one. I remember trying to make so many of the different little crafts and stuff they showed on that show.
And the other one that was that type of sort of craft along, like a like smarter, using a lot of IRL kids, Zoom.
Oh yeah! Zoom! Go.
Come on in, Zoom.
Yeah, I remember that one! Oh, I always thought, like, the kids on that, like, whenever they said, like, you know, our show is sponsored by viewers like you, I always thought that meant that, like, oh, that means my mom and dad are helping pay for the show, so these kids must live in town. Maybe I'll be one of them someday.
Oh, that's adorable and also kind of sad.
It was adorable and kind of sad. I was just like, oh, it's sponsored by viewers like you. I'm like, Mom, we made this show. Can I be on it?
Now I'm also just remembering, yeah, because basically every show on PBS had the, you know, supported by viewers like you, and I heard that thing a million times, never really understood what the heck it meant.
Yeah, I thought it was just like, oh, is this like how we buy Pokemon VHSs? Is buying the show? And it's just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Nah,
whatever to get me to shut
my brain
up.
wasn't even there. That I did not. At no point did I really ask my parents, like, hey, what's sponsor? So I just
don't know why. I think I just kind of understood. Like, I was like, sponsored by viewers like you. And like, I was just like, oh, it's for me. I just thought it meant it was like made for me, I think.
No, that's Junji To. That hole was made for you.
Oh no, yeah. It's your fault. God. That's one of the only ones I actually have read in its entirety since it was so short.
I don't even remember how the heck we got onto the side tangent of just like digging into all of the early childhood programming memories.
I don't remember either.
Oh no, I know what it was. It was Captain Durga who mentioned which one was it that. Well, 'cause Direct Fraud had Amelia Bedelia, but then we went on to a lot of other things for a while. I don't know, because we went from One Piece to that somehow.
Yeah, we started talking about One Piece. We talked about bringing back old cartoon. Oh, the Animaniacs! I think we were talking about, like, stuff that was for adults and kids.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. Maybe.
Jorah brought up Freakazoid. That's what it was.
Oh, Freakazoid! Oh, there we go. You know what? Growing up, I always, for some reason, thought that, like, Jack Spicer from Shaolin Showdown, I do not know why, I cannot explain it to you, I thought that he was Freakazoid. I don't know why.
I can see not the resemblance, but the overlap, I suppose.
Yeah, like, it was just like I kept confusing those two when I was little, and as I grew up, I'm just like, they're basically the same person, whatever. Yeah, like Draco from Kim Possible, kinda.
They had the white stripe in their hair.
Yeah.
No, wait, because Jack Spicer didn't have a stripe in his hair.
Yeah, he had
But
like, the red
I know
hair
that Draken
and, like,
did, and Freakazoid did, but...
They all just had that kind of, like, vague villain scientist.
Also, apparently, Jack Spicer is an American poet.
Oh!
That just Google search returned both of those.
Oh yeah, Jack Spicer, cartoon character. Jack Spicer, American poet.
Okay.
I think if I was the American poet Jack Spicer and the cartoon character showed up first on the Google search, I would probably just retire. I would just quit my job.
So,
Oh man.
Shaolin Showdown was cool though. That was a fun one.
It really was. I feel like I don't remember like the overarching plot of like what they were trying to do. show, but I remember just loving the silly cowboy ninja man. I'm like, there's everything wrong with this, and I love this big, stupid, lovable hunk.
It basically was, a whole bunch of magical artifacts with different powers had somehow been scattered across the world, and that they
also,
had to
just
find
like Jackie Chan Adventures again.
Well, that was a very... Well, Jackie Chan Adventures had exactly 12 magical artifacts scattered across the world.
The first time. That series kept going after they found those talismans.
Yeah.
They found other shit.
Yeah. Jackie Chan Adventures. Yep, those were the shows that you watched while you were waiting for Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! To air.
Yeah. Yep.
Because Kids WB knew what they were doing. They put the popular shows on last. And, if you're a kid waking up for Saturday morning cartoons, that it was just like, well, I know I want to watch Pokemon, and so might as well just tune in and while I'm waiting and see what else is on. And that's where they put on all the other stuff.
Yeah. I feel like I never actually bothered or managed to catch, like, Pokemon, like, as it was actually airing. I feel like I only ever saw reruns. I don't think I understood the concept of a Saturday morning cartoon until it was, like, well past that time.
Yeah, because I didn't watch the first season of Pokemon I was airing, but then it was like as seasons 2 and 3, like when it got to the Orange Islands, that's when I was really watching it. Pokemon was too early. Oh, okay, so you probably were Pacific time. Actually, no, because it was syndicated, so it would be local. It should have been local time.
Yeah, it should have been local, but yeah, growing up, I was Central time, so.
Growing up, I was Eastern time.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. And, like, I feel like we grew up in such a cool, wild era of, it was, dawn of the internet type of stuff, and...
Yeah.
We had some wild things, and to be fair, I do look at some of the things today and say, I'm glad that kids today get to grow up with their own weird shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That our weird shit, we had, weird-ass Flash animations on Newgrounds, and a couple of particularly weird shows. We had YouTube poop. Kids today have Skibbity Toilet, and for all the memes and people like, oh God, Skibbity Toilet is so stupid, I look at that and say, no, that's the dumb shit parentheses affectionate that kids today have, and I'm happy for them.
Yeah. I will say, I don't understand a lot of it, and I am a little bit confused as to why quite literal toilet humor is what the kids have landed on these days.
No, if anything, that tells me that times haven't changed at all.
They really haven't, honestly. But it's just silly because people will complain about it, and like to an extent, I get it. I'm turning into a grumpy grandma. I don't know what the youths are talking about anymore. But seeing like how things have evolved, it's like
we had Leet Speak.
Yeah, we had Leet Speak. We grew up having like access to 4chan as children. All right, some of us read Homestuck when we were 12.
Yeah, Skibbity Toilet, I have not actually seen a single episode of it, but I've looked at it and said, yeah, that scans. I remember seeing some real weird animations on, Newgrounds, FlashPlayer.com, and other places, and this looks like exactly the type of thing that I would have watched if I was in that target demographic today, so exactly. I'm glad that they still have it, because, 20 years from now, they're going to look back and be like, oh, man, do you remember Skibbity Toilet? Oh, that was so wild. How the hell did that get made?
Yeah, because, for at least for, my high school, I remember, Neon Cat had just happened and was super duper popular everywhere. There was, the ASDF movies that were really, really popular on YouTube, which was, just a bunch of little short skits where, people would not shut up and reference, I like trains, and just saying a bunch of stupid lines from those videos. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, this is just that all over again, except for we don't understand it this time, so we're mad. Yeah,
and it's just like our parents didn't get what we were watching, and that our grandparents thought that the hippie stuff, when groovy was weird. That it an inevitability of generations to not understand the next generation, and it is our turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, it really is. I hate how old a lot of these things make me feel now. Like, a silly thing. I am so happy. Like, genuinely, I am happy that kids are getting, like, depending on the state they live in, they're getting a much better education that they when I was, that age.
Honestly, what makes me so happy is that I know that regardless of what broader society wants to do or wants to try to do, there's no escaping the internet.
Yeah, there is no escaping. I remember, like, being in high school and not even having a computer, like, freshman year, and the teachers being like, oh yeah, you need to get a computer and Microsoft Word, this is a requirement. And I'm just like, what do you mean this is a requirement? What happened to us just writing our essays by hand? Like, nope, it has to be typed double spaced now. This is what we're doing going forward. And me and my mom were just like, what is this? No, this can't be normal. Everyone's gonna do the handwriting and stuff. And then it's just like, oh no, I don't think I've ever written more than 2 sentences on a piece of paper since like 2010.
I'm trying to think the last time that I wrote anything extended. To be fair, my handwriting was always crap. So I was very happy when typing became a acceptable way to do your papers and stuff. Gosh. I think the most writing I had to do was when I had to write on, I was getting a passport like a year ago, and I knew that I lost my childhood passport that I had prior to being 13. It was just, lost in childhood home some years ago, and that if you have a lost passport or applying for a new one, even if it was long ago, that you have to write and explain, like, what happened to it, where you think it is, yada yada. So, I decided to be overly detailed because I really didn't want to have to do this passport application over again. So I wrote out as much as I could in that box and was like, wow, it's been a while since I wrote this bunch.
Yeah, I think, like, the most I wrote, I had to write a few thank you cards, because I guess one of those things that I makes me feel old is that I am so old-fashioned in that whenever I started to look for jobs when I was like 15, back then you still did have to go in and actually ask for an application and fill it out or hand them the resume. And then like 2 or 3 years later, I was, trying to do the same thing again. I had my first job, I moved, I needed a new one somewhere else, and they were like, oh no, you need to go on our website and apply online. It's like, okay, sure. And nowadays, everybody still says that you go on our website, but also there's 80 fucking million people applying to everything. None of these listings make any sense. I never know what's real. So anytime I actually do manage to speak to like an actual human being for an interview, no, doesn't matter if it went good or bad, I handwrite a thank you card and I give it to them.
Good play. Very smart.
It has gotten me calls back before, actually. There was one time I got so lucky at a job. I had like done the interview, I'd left a thank you card, I'd done the whole thing, didn't hear back from them, and I was like, okay, that's fine, I'm probably not going to. Gave it like 3 more days, and I got a call, and I was like, oh, and they finally brought me in. I did my second interview, I got the job, and then I started, and then as the girl that was training me was telling me what happened, she's like, yeah, we actually did pick someone else, but she no-called, no-showed on the first day, and we remembered your thank you note, so we wanted to call you back.
There you go.
And I was like, yo, no fucking way!
Well, we take those wins that, okay, fine, it wasn't the first choice, but that you set yourself up to be the second.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, yeah, you know what? When it comes to employment, I'll be somebody's second.
I'll take that. All that matters is what we got at the end.
Exactly. So I still have, like, they're the same pack of thank you notes I bought all those years ago. I got, like, a giant box of, like, 50 of them. And I still have the exact same ones. And every time I finish the interview, I'm just like, okay, I'm just, like, gonna go out, grab my clipboard, fill this out, run it back inside, leave it on the receptionist's desk, and then get the fuck out of there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that very good strategy. Those things do make a difference.
They really, really do. And, like, I feel like personalizing it, like, even just, like, having it be handwritten rather than type one or anything. It just shows, it's like, oh, they actually put in real effort and they cared. Like, they took time to do this. This was not just, like, the 5 million AI-generated like cover letters that I'm sure they get every day.
Yeah, if my handwriting wasn't atrocious, I would do that. But I worry that my handwriting would actually make me less likely to get the job.
It takes practice, I'll say that. My handwriting terrible. My mom always called it chicken scratch.
Mine
and it was
isn't...
really...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, mine's not chicken scratch, it's just bad. I don't even know how to describe it.
Yeah, mine, if I'm writing very, very quickly, I can hardly read my own handwriting, but I remember, like, sometime in middle school, that's when I started noticing, like, most of the girls in my class had, like, super big, pretty, bubbly handwriting with, like, hearts on their eyes and all kinds of stuff. And I was like, what? How do y'all do that? And so I just started copying them, but at that point, I wasn't really writing. I was basically drawing my letters, trying to make them look pretty. I don't think, I never really got that to stick as handwriting. I can still do it if I try, but if you ask me to write something down, half the time I can't read.
I can definitely read my own handwriting, but it's readable enough to know that it's just not pretty.
Yeah. But mine is decipherable to an extent. It's like, oh, that squiggle's probably an E. That makes sense there.
Captain Durgan mentions maintaining cursive. When I sign my name, I still do cursive, and that just from repetition, I have continuously maintained cursive for the exact writing of my name and little else. That I have a, it's not a, like, really good-looking signature because my handwriting is still but my signature is legible, and it's not just the actual scribble that some people do.
Yeah, I tried to be super duper extra, and like, I wanted to have a fancy signature that looked like a famous person's signature, like an idol signature.
There have been times where I've just taken a piece of paper and written my name over and over and over again, trying to see if I can find, like, you know, sort of that idol, you know, real fancy, iconic signature, and I've never been able to find one.
So I was really, really happy. One of the first things that I created for myself as Momoka, I did my basic design all by myself. My model mama added some nice flair and details, but I came up with my basic design, and I had my signature done. It was the first thing I ever did.
So you made that yourself?
I did. I can actually send it to you.
Because I know that, like, there are people who do commissions for idol signatures.
Yes, so the first one I did it myself. I came up with the design, and then I did pay somebody to just, like, make it have the glowing, like, blue and pink effect. So there is this one, and that is the logo that I came up with for myself.
Oh, that's so cute.
Thank you. Yeah, I was like, okay, an M can be bunny ears. I have to figure out how to make this work. And I spent like 2 or 3 days just doodling and drawing. I'm like, wait a minute, I got it. I got it.
Let me just get that in here. Oh, it's even transparent. That's perfect.
Yeah, it is. I do have a separate one that just says Momo. It doesn't say Momoka. And that one's like more for my 2.0 design. But that one I did just pay somebody else to design from scratch. I was like, nah, I only got one.
There we go. Yeah. And I like the little wiggle lines on the tail.
Yeah, thank you. Oh man, I'd really have to dig for a picture for this one, but my desk that I started out streaming on, like, oh gosh, it was 5 years ago, so like 2 apartments ago. So when I started out, I just had like a laptop and a little bitty IKEA desk that had a whiteboard on the backside of it. And I wrote that signature on my whiteboard in Sharpie, so it would just be there all the time, and I was always looking at it, and it was like just framed right above my monitor.
Sorry, just got distracted by something for a moment right there. I will tell you about it later, though. It is a fun thing. It's a happy thing. Sorry, lost train of thought for a second.
No worries.
Hopping around a little bit. So we started talking about pins, and that's how we wound up on anime again, because you mentioned that your first pin was Ryuk.
Oh my god, you solved the puzzle,
I found it.
You looped
I
us
found
off
it.
flame. You found it, yeah! Ryuk was my first pin. Yeah, I do collect pins. I have so many, oh my gosh.
You mentioned that you have, I think you said it was like 4, 5, or 6 cork boards?
Yeah, so, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little mini cork boards, and then I have one really big full-sized one.
Do you have an estimate of the actual number of pins across everything?
Let's see. Guessing from just the average that I have on those, I'm gonna guess like 100 total.
You cut out, I heard 100 and...
Oh, 130 total, I think, around and about.
Okay, that is a lot. And you
Yeah.
mentioned that you usually get them from either destinations or events?
Yep, destinations or events. So whenever I go to like anime conventions, I am absolutely a little pin hound. That's the main thing I will try to buy. I used to buy posters as my main like merchandise from anime conventions.
But you'll run out of room real fast.
I ran out of walls, yeah. So I started buying like little pins, and like if I can't find a pin, I like sometimes I'll just grab a keychain and throw it up there anyways. But
Will you
yeah,
grab more than one, or is it always exactly one?
So it just depends on how much I like it. Sometimes I've gotten like 4 or 5 from one booth before.
Okay.
So like I have some silly little ones I've gotten along my travels, like on the hikes that I go on. Very, very rarely, but sometimes at like the little rest stop stations, they'll have like an enamel pin for like, you know, the area that you're visiting or something. I'll grab those if they have them, but I think I only have like 3 in total that are like destination ones like that. I have like a little pin that I got when I visited Seattle that has like the little the aquarium thing on it. It's pretty cute.
Nice.
I've got a Disneyland pin from my one and only trip I've ever been on to Disney. I had to get one of those.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I'm like staring up at my board.
What would
else
you
is
say
on
is
there?
the most common, like, IP of your pins?
Sanrio.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it's a mix, because I have a lot of pins that are just kind of like Hello Kitty, My Melody, little cats and stuff like that. I have a few that are like, they're animals and they look cute. See, they look like they belong to Sanrio, but they're just pins that somebody made that's Sanrio's style of Animal Crossing.
Possibly the most contentious question I'm going to ask tonight, especially given recent events. Who is your favorite Sanrio character?
Oh, that's hard!
Because I know they just had their annual voting contest. I forget who won.
Oh,
but
I think it's still going.
Oh, it is? Okay. Because
I think it
I
is
know that
still
people are
open.
trying to not let it be Sim Roll for like the 7th year in a row.
It's not the 7th year in the row. He lost in like 2021. There was a break in 5th year in a row. But yeah, Cinema Roll has had pretty much everybody by the throat for a while. I know my baby girl is not going to win. I like Usahana. Yeah, Usahana and Wish Me Mel are my 2 favorites, so I am always a little bunny bitch. But yeah, my Melody's not my
Nothing if
favorite.
not
Everyone just thinks
consistent.
she would be. Yeah.
I just never really actually got into Sanrio. That I certainly knew of Hello Kitty, but I think part of it was, I was a boy and it was, at least in the West, very much targeted towards girls.
It was a very girly thing, yeah. They have a few characters that they tried to target towards boys, but they didn't, like, market them very well or advertise them. Like, Pochoko, Bats Maru, I think technically Choco Cat was supposed to be aimed at, like, younger boys, and they just never did merch or anything of them over here.
Yeah, I think the problem was they brought Hello Kitty over initially, and effectively propped her up as a solo thing, that none of the other Sanrio characters existed in the West for a long time. And so by the time they bring in the other characters, even if they were going to be targeted towards boys, the solo branding of Hello Kitty was so solidly ingrained as a girl's thing that the boy-aimed ones never stood a chance.
It's really weird, too, because, like, when they brought Hello Kitty over to the EOS, it was still pretty early in the popularity. Like, I'm not saying Hello Kitty's, like, unknown. Of course she was, but, one of the oldest things I own from Hello Kitty is a How to Draw a Hello Kitty book. And in that book, they teach you how to draw Hello Kitty, her twin sister Mimi, and then all of Hello Kitty's friends, like Charmy, Little Tim, and a bunch of people you've never heard of because they basically don't exist
they don't exist.
anymore.
It was the sort of supplementary media that had them, and it wasn't constant. But, I didn't even know what Sanrio was. I had not heard the name Sanrio until, like, probably 7-ish years ago. Yeah. I got super duper duper into collecting Hello Kitty stuff when I was in, I want to say like my junior or senior year of high school. So I have an older brother who I do not get to see very often. By the time that I was born, he was already like out of the house, had his own kids. He's way older than me. So every once in a while he would come to visit, and when he did, he would bring gifts, and it was like Christmas of that year, and I guess he had called my mom and asked like, hey, what is she into nowadays? I haven't seen her in a couple of years. And my mom is like, oh, she really likes that Hello Kitty stuff. And so my brother's like, oh, okay, you got it. Mind you, I'm like 17 at this point, and everything that he buys for me is meant for like a 5-year-old because it's all like little kids Hello Kitty stuff. But I just got so much of it, and he like overloaded me with it. So I'm like, okay, I guess I collect this stuff now. I guess this is a thing now.
Yeah, I'm like, I guess it's a thing now. Like, my mom had seen me have like 3 Hello Kitty dolls and just decided, oh yeah, that's her favorite thing. And I'm like, oh, I guess now it is.
And I mentioned I have 2 younger siblings. We're each like 2.5 years apart. That the only year that we were ever in the same school was the youngest was in kindergarten, middle was in 2nd, and I was in 5th.
Oh, wow. I have 3 siblings, but all of them are half siblings. And I was never in school at the same time as any of them, I don't think. Oh, wait, no, my older sister, there was a very slight overlap. My older sister is like 8 years older than me, so I think she graduated when I was in like 4th grade or something. And then I have a younger sister, and she should be in school now, but I haven't seen her since 20. So I don't know.
And fortunately, I was very glad that my siblings and I were pretty close in age. We all got along pretty well and to each other and talked. And that during the early days of Panini, one of the things that was part of my schedule was every Monday evening, the 3 of us would all hop on Animal Crossing and go to each other's islands and check up on the villagers and just see, what we had built and what we had changed. And we did that for a solid 6 months.
That is so precious. I wish I had that kind of bond. I think because my siblings are all like half siblings and we had like a very weird fragmented family, it's like, oh, okay, literally none of my siblings have the same 2 parents that I do, so I am never going to be like in a room with all of these people at once to bond because somebody's gonna kill somebody or want a custody battle.
It also sounds like the age gap is a big factor there. That certainly if the older siblings already out of the house, you don't really have a chance to grow up together and get to know each other, whereas my siblings and I, we were all in the same house constantly, that I was the first to go, but that by the time that happened, the year after I graduated high school was the youngest freshman year of high school. So it was still, close enough that we had spent at that point, her entire life certainly together.
Yeah. I got to see my sister a little bit, like definitely more than my brother. But yeah, she, basically as soon as she graduated, she's like, all right, I'm gonna go find a boyfriend and I'm getting out of here, goodbye, and just kind of disappeared. I think that she was just like, nah, I'm out of here, I don't stick around, I don't want to be in this redneck bunny family, I'm gone. And then I kind of did the same thing when I turned like 20, so I'm like, actually now that I'm thinking about it, I'm wondering if my little sister's gonna do the same thing now.
I mean, I moved out pretty quickly after graduating college, in that I did not, I didn't live at home during college, as most don't. So in some ways, I kind of vanished at that point, but, we still had a while together.
I did not go to college, so I got to skip that whole bit. Basically, as soon as I graduated high school, I took like a couple of months to vibe, started working, and then just started saving up till I could run away.
Hey, I firmly believe college is not for everybody. I think that
it's not.
I think that just other paths and like trade schools in particular need to be pushed more. But that's a whole other thing.
It really, really is, yeah. My mom and dad wanted me to go to college, and like they were both pressuring me. Like, of course they're gonna pressure their kid. Like, we want you to be a lawyer or a doctor, be successful, do something big. And I'm like, well, I can't stand the sight of blood, so I don't think I'm going to be a doctor. I hate to break it to you, Mom, but I'm not the brightest crayon in the box, so I don't think I can be a lawyer either. How about I go do some drawings and stuff? And they're just like, art's not a real job. You can't do that. We're not gonna pay for that. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll go fuck myself then.
I am fortunate that my parents were supportive of whatever direction I would want to end up taking, and I wound up taking a, not the doctor or lawyer, but I majored in marketing. I went, to a business school. So when I said that, they probably sighed a little bit of sigh of a relief of just like, oh, okay, cool.
Thank God he's going to be an accountant or something.
Well, not an accountant. I knew that much. My father's an accountant.
Oh, no.
That was one of the things of, I mentioned the process of elimination, that when I was looking at business school ones, accountant was like first off the list.
Yeah, no.
That I was open to marketing because, I feel like marketing is the intersection of business and creativity and art and stuff.
It is. It really is. I have worked in like the marketing department at a couple of companies before. Unfortunately, I was doing more of the tech stuff for them than I was designing. But like even just getting to see like the graphic process of like going from like just concept design to actual print or web ad, having to implement all of that stuff, like it was a lot of things I never would have expected. I thought marketing was just like, standing outside like the wacky inflatable tube man.
Now, do I use any of my degree at all nowadays? No, not at all, but that's separate. That doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's
everything wound up good.
That Adobe certification I got back in 2010, I'm sure that's still good for something. People still use Photoshop CS3,
keep putting
right?
that on your resume. Put it on your resume. People love certification. Bitches love certification, and bitches are HR.
Bitches do be HR, unfortunately. Yeah, I got like the fancy Adobe certification for like, I think it was CS3 through CS5 when I was in school, and then like they moved over to that weird like subscription model program. They don't do like just like the CS releases that you can buy offhand anymore. So I'm like,
man.
I don't know how to do any of this new stuff. Does my certification count for anything anymore?
I'd still put it on the resume.
I still don't know. I still do. I put it
on the resume, and if you are asked at any point, you are completely truthful about which certification, and you say, it was from this year, and yada yada, and
like, I still got my fancy little paper. I can show it to them. It's just like, but 10 years ago, I knew what I was doing.
Bouncing a little bit, we talked pins, but you mentioned you also collect figures.
Yeah, I do. I I wish
That's
I
interesting.
didn't.
The tone, that's so interesting. The tone that you use just now of saying that you collect figures is so night and day from the tone you had when you talked pins. Pins was like bright, bubbly, excited. I was like, oh yeah, I have these pin boards and I love them. They're great. And it almost felt like shame when you
maybe just a little bit. So yeah, I do have quite a lot of figures. At this point, you are. They're all bunny girls. You should just know this. Just
I mean, this is on brand. This was to be
bunny
expected.
suits. Yeah, it is very, very on brand. So I have a lot of more ecchi style figures of big titty ladies in bunny suits because that's kind of my whole thing. I really like those. I have a lot of like the pop-up parade figures of the Hololive girls. I have a ton of different Miku figures. I think my biggest, most fancy one is, have you ever seen Higurashi?
No, again, you keep hitting the ones where it's like, I know of them and I know like a good solid basis of them, and I have a friend or two that swears by that series, but haven't seen it myself, and it's, gosh, tonight probably makes it sound like I don't watch anime at all.
No, I mean, I warned you the other day,
You cut out again.
Oh, no.
Last thing I heard was I warned you the other day, and I know what you were about to say, but the others don't.
I have seen more anime than like 90% of people, and it's insane, honestly. If you mention some weird, obscure thing, there's a 90% chance I'll know what it is.
I think part of it for me is that I didn't really get into non-mainstream anime, or at the very least, I should say, I didn't get into non-Western broadcast anime until I was in college, and it was early in college that I got into it. But that meant that like anything prior to 2010 was gonna miss me.
Gotcha.
And that since then, that I watch a lot of shows every season. I was checking my anime list when you brought it up, and that I have 391, I think it was, completed series. So it's a lot. I do watch a lot of anime, but a lot of the ones that you've been mentioning have been the ones from like the early 2000s. So that's right in the gap of knowledge for me.
Yep. Well, I mean, I've been rewatching a lot of those because, I mean, I did many of them too. I feel like at least before 2012, I was watching anime, but I wasn't like keeping track of it really. I feel like that's when I finally started to like be like, oh wait, I want to kind of like rate these shows and keep track of what I've watched and find other stuff like that. So when I did like go through it and finally make an anime list, I remember scrolling for like 6 hours just on the entire list of everything and being like, did I watch this? I think I remember this. I think I watched this. Just adding every last little thing. And like, sometimes I would find something and be like, oh my god, wait, I did see this. I remember this. I can't believe I forgot this. Or I'll see something and be like, oh, I want to watch that. Where is this? Where is it? Find it.
Yeah, that I just went to like Annie Chart or Annie List or one of those and just, went by season basically from current day back to like 1990 or whatever, and it's like, okay, I know I don't think I watched anything that aired prior to 1990, and just season by season scroll down. Oh yeah, I watched that, add to the list, and did it that way.
Yep, that's the way to do it. I remember like even like a month or two when I was updating, I realized that I hadn't added a lot of movies that I had seen to my list, so I was like, I was like, have I added like literally any Ghibli movie? And I'm looking it up and I'm like, I didn't even add Spirited Away to this thing. I'm like, oh no, I have to go back through the list again.
Do you have a favorite Ghibli movie?
Probably House Moving Castle.
Same.
It's really, really good. Like, Spirited Away was the first one that I saw, so it does have a special place in my little baby heart. I saw it during the month of Miyazaki on Cartoon Network. I didn't know what was going on. So I do love that one, but I remember seeing a copy of Howl's Moving Castle at my local Blockbuster back when that was a thing.
Oh, local Blockbuster.
My local Blockbuster right around the block from my house, and I remember seeing that and being like, Mom, this looks like Spirited Away. Can we rent this? And she said yes! And so we took it home and watched it, and I loved it, and I'm pretty sure I held on to that thing like a week longer than I should have, and we had late fees, but I don't care, it was worth it.
Yeah, and going to Blockbuster is just, it's so obvious of why it went out of business once, Netflix and streaming came about, that it was just, strictly more convenient. But there was, people talk about the analysis paralysis of, looking on Netflix or your Disney Plus or insert streaming platform name here page. We still had that. You absolutely had the paralysis of walking through a Blockbuster and be like, I don't know, I get it. You either went in knowing exactly which movie you wanted, and it was an in and out in 5 minutes type of thing, or it was the analysis paralysis that you're doing like 5 loops around that Blockbuster for 30 minutes trying to decide.
See, weirdly enough, I did not have that experience when I went to Blockbuster. I still do have, like, the analysis paralysis now. Like, I'll pull up, I can't eat dinner without, like, watching something while I eat. At this point of my life, I have to have, like, a YouTube video or a show in the background.
It just feels inefficient otherwise.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, if I just recently finished a show and I haven't found anything new to watch, I'll be sitting there for like half an hour scrolling through like Crunchyroll or wherever trying to find a new show, and I'm like, shit, my food's getting cold. Fuck, I need a show so I can eat! It's always taking up too much time. But back when I went to Blockbuster, every time I went in, it seemed like there was 1 or 2 new things there. Because, I mean, usually there was. Either they got something in new or something that might have been, like, loaned out when I was there before is back in. So I would usually go straight to, like, the cartoon and anime section and stuff. And if I saw... I very much judged every DVD by its cover. If I saw a cover that looked interesting or had a character that I thought looked... You really did have to. And so I would just, like, pick it up, read the back, and be like, all right, this looks like something, sure, I'll take this one. And that's actually how I found my favorite movie of all time, which is Satoshi Kon's Paprika.
I've not seen that one. I know I need to. I know I need to.
It is my all-time
I've seen other Satoshi
movie.
Kon's, but I've not seen Paprika, and that's one of just like, you talk about the list of things you know you need to see. Paprika's high up there. That frankly, I need to get off my butt and just like, I need an event like. Next time you have like a Discord watch party for Paprika or something,
I will
just like
ping
like
you.
ping.
I will drag you into the Discord, because I do show that fairly often. Every year we end up watching Red Line, Paprika, and then the Ghost Stories dub. I actually got to see that in theaters not too long ago. A place near me did a re-showing, and it was a loud show, so they actually had like the speakers on full volume. I could feel the engines in my bones. It was so incredible.
I'm imagining that right now, but because I saw it at a friend's house and loved it. Great movie, awesome. Can be watched on a small screen and still be fully enjoyed, but the idea of that in a theater...
Oh yeah,
that does
I've
sound
never
next
seen
level.
It, like, on my laptop or on my TV. Like, that's how I'd always seen it. Anytime I've showed it to people, it's usually just in my Discord. I had never seen it on the big screen. I didn't think I ever would. But then this place was like, hey, we didn't get the rights to it, but we don't fucking care. We've been asking for 3 years. We're gonna show Redline. Fuck them.
Oh, so man, like, they are playing with fire.
They really are playing with fire. But hey, they were only charging $9 for a ticket, so I win. So yeah, it was super duper fun. I think they're showing a couple of other anime movies too right now, but that was the only one that I was like, no, I have never seen Redline on a big screen, and I have to. I feel like that's the only way to actually get the full experience.
Oh yeah.
And I was right. Oh my god, I can never just sit there and watch it like in my Discord or like on my TV again. It's just not the same.
Yeah, I can imagine. We live in the golden era of anime and movie theaters for sure, though. That it used to be back in the day that you'd be lucky if Fathom Events brought a anime movie to your local theater for one night and one night only. Now we get consistently like 2-week runs of almost, well, certainly any shonen anime film 2-week run. Just gonna happen.
And then,
And
at least
then
in my neck of the woods, they do a screening of the Ghibli movies, like literally every single year in February.
Yep. That Ghibli movies sometime in the calendar year. It's gonna happen. You're gonna get probably an airing annually of Satoshi Kon movies. You get the ones from Mamoru Hosoda is getting full runs, and that just feels like whatever the top 2 to 5 anime films are out of Japan each year, that they get licensed and that they get good, at least a week run here, that it's never just the one night anymore. And it's, back when it was the one night runs, you would get like 1 or 2 of those a year if you were lucky. And now we've got them pretty regularly.
We do. We are spoiled with that. I do wish that we would have a little bit more of the same thing when it comes to, like, concerts and other things, because, like, Fathom Events, those bastards, they actually did do, like, delayed screenings of some of the Love Live concerts. I actually got to go to one. They did one somewhere near me. And I was losing my mind. I was so happy, but they only screamed like the first day of it. They didn't put subtitles on it, do anything like that. There was zero effort for anything.
That I wonder if it's a licensing thing. Because licensing is always really freaking weird, and licensors sometimes just have weird stipulations, and especially for music licensing, because then it sort of ventures into other territory of,
yeah, I guess I didn't think the
depending on how that works, that it can be weird.
I was just like, man, this is a delayed showing. This isn't even a live view thing at once after everybody else. You can't even give us subtitles now.
How delayed was it?
I want to say it was like 2 months after the
okay, so that would be enough. It's not like it's
no,
a
it
day
was
or
not
something.
like a pretty delayed thing.
Oh no.
Like, they stopped doing that too. Like, I remember they did that before. It was the pandemic that killed it. I know that's what it was. Because they haven't done like a Love Live showing here since then.
Well, if memory serves, I think I heard that they're doing some type of theatrical thing for the last Aqua's concert. I think.
Oh no, they're gonna make me cry! No! Aqua's my girls. They're the ones that I went to see the first time. I don't care about any of the new Love Live stuff. I stopped caring after Aqua.
That I kind of stopped caring after Muse. That I saw Muse. It was my last 2 years of college, and I was very involved in music activities in college. So, second core of Love Live, when they're talking about the seniors leaving, and when I was just like, oh, I'm in this picture and I don't like it, and it hit me in the emotions in ways I did not anticipate. It was so very good. And I saw the first couple episodes of Sunshine. I was like, oh, this is neat, but it feels kind of like a rehash. I feel like I've seen this story before, so gonna kind of drop it.
It definitely was just an exact rehash. It's just like, oh, I have to save the school from closing down again.
Like, there was nothing bad about it that I was watching. It was like, yeah, no, this is totally quality. I see the personality in these girls. No problem with it.
But it was boring. It was the same story again.
Yeah, I think it was really just because I had already seen it, but for anyone who may have missed the boat on the first season, that they were given something obviously very good to work with in Sunshine, and that, clearly it resonated with many people, hence the fact that Aqua's lasted this long, because they've had a good, decade run, and that people are naturally very sad to see that, graduation.
Yeah, an actual real graduation for once, maybe. Oh, man. I think one of the best things that I've learned, since then is, Kin-chan, the girl who voices Hanamaru in Aqua. She recently got married, and she actually was able to, announce it and everything, and she's still keeping her idol carear. And I am so happy for her.
Oh, it's so sad that I'm excited about that, but I am.
It's just holy shit. Technically, the one who voiced Umi from Muse, I'm blanking on her voice actress's name, but she got married a couple years back, too. She did it in secret, and then she didn't announce it until after she was married, but she married, some Japanese pro wrestler, and everyone's just like, how did you two even meat. What the fuck?
There is a Japanese pro wrestler whose entire thing is being an idol.
Maki Ito, my
Maki
beloved.
Ito, yeah.
I love her. I love her so much. Yeah. The Gap Moe of just being the most violent little thing ever in a wrestling match, and then just her cute little smile. She's so precious. I want to protect her, even though she can beat my ass.
I also am a firm supporter of the allegations that VTubers are just pro wrestlers and pro wrestlers are just VTubers. We have kayfabe, we have our personality, we have collabs, we have crossing the forbidden door at times with high-level talents, we have the annual big events, we have, the kayfabe squabbles and works, and that you sometimes have real locker room drama. You have...
Hey, you're right, we're just missing Vince McMahon.
Yep.
And I hope we don't ever get one.
Yep.
I know next to nothing about pro wrestling except for what I have seen from a YouTube series by Super Eye Patch Wolf that's specifically about like the unreality, like the weird bleed in between like real life and the story for wrestling.
My friends, I did not grow up enjoying wrestling or watching wrestling. None of my friends watched it, and the few interactions I had with it, I just could not comprehend. I was like, why would you be cheering for a fight when you know that it's scripted? Like, I can understand boxing because, it's sport. But I don't understand the scripted sport. What made me understand was South Park did an episode. It was WTF. It was Wrestling Theater Federation or something, and that they had it be, actual dramatic theater, that they had a wrestling match in the Globe Theater. And that made it click for me. It was like, because I was also a theater kid. It's like,
these are plays. These are just fight scenes that never end.
Wait, this is just continuous storytelling with high-level stage combat by all the kids who were theater kids, but are too buff to be considered for Broadway.
Yeah.
And I didn't start watching wrestling then, but that at the very least clicked of just like, I now understand the appeal. And it was about 5 years ago that several of my friends who'd been hyping up wrestling for me finally dragged me in, and I watched my first pay-per-view. And I don't watch, like, weekly shows, but I'll watch a pay-per-view or two with them, in Discord every year, and that I enjoy seeing them posting about it, so I know, like, the basic beats, and,
I basically know nothing about wrestling except for what I learned from watching those videos. So I know who Roman Reigns is, and I know The Rock is his cousin. That's it.
Yep.
That's my wrestling knowledge. Yeah. I just know everybody really, really, really hated Roman Reigns for the longest time, and I think
he was the supervillain. He was the supervillain for like 3-4 years.
Yeah, I saw that. Like, he thought he was the hero.
Oh, you cut out.
What? I wish my Discord would show me when I can't. Yeah, he thought he was gonna be like the hero. He seemed like he should have been like the people's hero, and then everybody just kept shitting on him. He hated it so much it turned him into a villain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the villain origin story, and took several years with like 2 WrestleManias for him to be defeated, and then it was sort of the remnants of all that. And like I said, I don't pay attention to the weekly stuff, but I know that they've still been going, and now also The Rock is in there, and that he's having the literal nickname The Final Boss. And
oh my gosh, the last thing I saw, it was like the Bloodline or like the Tribe or something.
Yeah, because that was the Roman Reigns faction. That it was
oh, that was his. Okay.
Yeah, that was the name of his faction, and that when he was defeated, that he sort of fell out of power to an extent. I don't know the full details, but yeah. And now John Cena, in preparing for retirement, has gone heel, and like that was sort of like rocked the wrestling world, like just the foundation.
Wait,
like
I do
the baby face,
about, like kids crying about that.
Yeah.
They're like, their hero had fucking
the
died.
hero of all time joined the dark side.
I love that. I love that.
And I respect that so much. It's like that's what I want from my writing of just like, okay, he's going out and that, like, what a great thing of just, obviously, he's gonna turn face again at the last moment, that, because you're not going to have one of the most beloved face wrestlers of all time actually end his career as a heel. You're not going to do that.
No. But I love that they're kind of going with the he's lived long enough to become the villain bit.
Yes, and that I'm loving for him that he's getting to explore that part of, the acting of, because who doesn't love to play a villain? Villains have the most fun for acting.
So
Absolutely.
Much fun. The evil laughs that you can do, you cannot get that kind of power when you're a good guy.
Yeah, and that certainly, what an incredible shock of just, this guy who's been known as the hero to have this in the twilight of his career, have him do this. There is no better time. There is no other time.
Oh, man, yeah, all these kids that are, like, seeing him, and it's like, oh, they actually think they're real-life superheroes,
I did feel a little bit bad for them. At the same time, no, this is good storytelling. That good storytelling should evoke an emotional reaction. They'll
realize it in 10 years. Yeah. So they'll be fine.
Yeah, they will be fine. And the fact that the children are crying means that your story beat hit.
Yeah, it means your story's good. You're supposed to make children cry. That should always be the objective.
Yep. Writers, pay attention. Make children cry.
Make children cry more.
And, I don't know what the heck The Rock's doing. I guess it's just, whenever I'm not making a movie, I guess, sort of go on over here and be the bad guy for a minute and talk a big game. And I don't need to actually wrestle much because I have enough of a reputation from back in the day.
I feel like The Rock returning to WWE is like the equivalent of like someone just picking up Uber Eats as some extra side hustle. He's just like,
probably
matches. I need the extra cash. I ain't got a movie right now.
He knows he can show up, collect a paycheck, and that he's still popular enough to command a sizable paycheck for very little work.
Yep.
But, it's easy money for the guy.
Can't blame him. If I got paid to just exist and walk around, I'd do it.
If you want to pay me however many millions of dollars, they're probably paying him to walk down a ramp, act like a badass, and, just smack talk someone in a microphone in front of a packed stadium for about 10 minutes, walk back up the ramp and call it a day. Yeah, I'll take that money.
Yeah, absolutely. You want some shit talk? I'll invent new swear words for you, buddy. I'll do whatever it takes.
But also, wrestlers are nerds. Kenny Omega famously, he's like the ultimate nerd that he has done One-Winged Angel, Megalovania, I forget which other ones, but he's living his best nerd life. Happy for him.
Yeah, I always see, like the signs in the audience, too. Like, I've seen a couple that were, like, just, like, randomly, like, for HoloLive girls.
Oh, it's not even randomly anymore. Like, it's a thing that those...
I'm just so confused. It's like, why are you cheering for the HoloLive girls during this wrestling match? Are they fans? Are they a part of the plot?
Well, yes, but no, but yes. So, I think the thing with the signs, I think it was, the first one happened that it's sort of a joke of, people have the actual wrestling signs, but then also have joke ones that are just kind of random or whatever their fandoms are. And that one of them did a HoloLive sign and, people saw it and posted around. So then became a thing of, hey, if you're a HoloLive fan, make a HoloLive sign if you ever go to a WWE taping.
Oh, just
and
put
that
your
it'll
Oshi in the crowd.
And that'll be posted on Twitter and that people are going to like it. So it's now a thing. But do you know about the wrestler that named a actual move after Ozora Subaru?
No!
So, I might be confusing the exact timeline of events, so somebody can fact check me, but the long and short of it is, in one of the holo graffiti animations, Subaru did a wrestling move on Watame. And
Oh,
that
the
the wrestler,
sheep killer!
yes, and that the wrestler, the Great Khan, used that move in the ring and named it the Sheep Killer because it was used on Watame.
Okay. I'm caught up now. Now I know what you're talking about. Heard of the sheep killer? I was just like, wrestling move. I didn't know that that's what that was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love Shuva.
So, because if memory serves, Subaru's lore, and she has relatively minimal lore, but that she is the president of MMA club, so it's not even wrestling, but close enough.
Yeah. Oh, is she part of an MMA? I just thought she was like a general sports club. Yeah, manager of an MMA and an esports club. I just thought she was a generic sports girl, honestly.
Yeah. I think that's what it basically became. They don't lean into the MMA much or at all. That feels like something of just, all right, this is the initial branding that we're going to go with, and that they...
Honestly, it doesn't feel like any of their characters have ever quite really had, any kind of consistency. It feels like they give them, one weird thing at the beginning, this is your whole character, and then they're like, but what if I want it to be something else?
And I think that's good and healthy of just okay, we're giving you this basis to work with, and if you find a thing there that you want to lean into, great. If you want to abandon it, well, okay, whatever, that's fine with us. We're making this for branding purposes, and, but you just do you. You do you.
I do wish they would take a little bit more care with some of these things, though, because, for her, it looks like they're literally just looking bare surface at the design. They're like, all right, you're a soccer player, or oh, your personality is you have an axe. Come on, do a little bit more searching than that.
I give a little bit of leeway to Subaru and some of the others, especially the ones in the early gens, because they're earlier. They don't know what they're doing. I feel like a lot more thought goes into ones nowadays, but you can really sort of see the pivot and development over time versus Gen 0, 1, 2.
Yeah, you really can. The twins, that is just the most genius marketing thing they've ever done with making those two their whole character bits for HoloLive. It feels like that was so perfectly tailored to them. They knew what they were doing with that one, and I wish they would do that for everybody.
Well, I mean, the twins are twins.
Well, I mean, they are real twins, yes. But I mean, just their whole character bit, they leaned into a lot of things that they were definitely good at. Or for example, Cecilia, one of the newer ones, she has her violin asset because she plays violin IR stuff, It's I do wish that you'd see more things like that, more things that are personalized to the person's skill set, not just, oh, here's your generic model and here's your character, go at it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, along with the development, that there is now more talent input, and that there's more runway. That obviously, I don't think that. My guess is that they had the base model of Cecilia Ambergreen made, and the concept of, all right, it's an automaton, and that they then found a talent that they felt fit it, but that the time between casting, for lack of a better term, and debut came with enough time where they were like, okay, is there a thing that you want to add? And that, all right, violin, cool, great. We have enough time to go back to the artist and the rigger and have this thing done. And actually, wait a minute, didn't Cecilia rig her own?
I know she has rigged, at least some of her mini mod. Did she rig her full mod? I know
can't
she's
recall.
Very, very talented.
I know she is. We do love Cecilia Ambergreen in this house.
We do support Cecilia in this house. Who is she? Now I gotta look it up. Who is your little papa? It doesn't even say.
Please stand by while we both search.
Yep. Came in. Oh, come show me who did your... I don't want the artist, I want the rig! Okay, she rigged her second outfit.
Okay.
That's what it is. Okay, yeah, she rigged her New Year's outfit. Yes, that's it.
That's right, that's right.
That's what it was. Yeah, she didn't get to rig the first one.
Yeah.
But, no. She's rigged models before. Isn't it pretty?
And from there, like, okay, you can lean into the shtick or not. But that, the Subaru and the others definitely had less to work with.
Yeah, they got, like, the short end of the stick for, like, the character creations of it. It feels like they had to do more of that work on their own. They didn't have, like, the same jumping board the newer girls get.
I'd say the earlier gens had archetypes. The newer ones have characters.
Yes, yeah, that is an incredibly good way to put it.
Because, all right, Subaru is the tomboy, and that Nico is the shrine maiden, and Roboco is the robot.
Yep. Then you have, the vampire, you had the sexy nurse lady, you had...
But now you have gestures to all of council who were given these deliberate, categories to work with these concepts, even as far back as Myth, that they were given clear inspirations to work with. And then Advent having, I think we've gone so far to the other end that Advent doesn't even, and Justice don't feel like they even have archetypes. They just have characters.
Yeah, pretty much.
I look at Fuamoko and it's like, the Hellhound twins are not an archetype. You look at Cecilia and like the automaton is not an archetype.
No, like it's close to robot, but not quite. That's not the same.
Because while she is a robot in terms of,
she's mechanical,
like race, for lack of a better term, that there's nothing, she doesn't have the character of being robotic or of being devoid of emotion or anything, types of things that you would associate with a robot as a character. I never actually thought about it in those ways before. That's interesting.
Yeah. I hadn't really thought too much about it, but when you mentioned, like, the Hellhound I guess they're not, but at the same time, twins in anime is an oddly popular thing, and the way that they're portrayed is, like, almost always the exact same.
I'm looking at you, wow. Sorry, getting that time that I'm actually blanking on characters from Ouran right now. How'd that happen?
Hikaru and Kaoru.
Hikaru and Kaoru, goodness.
Yep. The original Twincest twins, and then you had, like, Aozo no Sora, or whatever that one freaky one was. What else had twins? I feel like there was some other anime, and I'm blanking. Oh no, there was Brothers Complex, which is a show that had 2 sets of twins and a set of triplets.
Well, that's not confusing at all.
Oh yeah, not confusing at all, especially when they're all trying to date this one same girl.
Because of course they are.
Because of course they are, and they also happen to all be her stepbrothers.
Because of course, like there's an actual show this season where like it is just the most cookie cutter of, oh wait, we just found out that we are actually not blood siblings.
That's the worst trope in anime.
It's so lazy.
It's so weird. It's not even just lazy. It's weird. Like, okay, even realistically speaking, like if you two got forced to live together because your parents got married, like you probably would not develop a crush on each other. That's your sibling now. You're gonna hate that motherfucker.
It's called the Shiunji Family Children, and I'm going to read you the synopsis for Manichart because I remember when I first read it, I was like, wow, that is one of the most cookie cutter things I have ever read.
Alright, let's go.
The Shiunji family, with their 7 children, reside in a mansion within Tokyo's Setagaya ward. The eldest son, Arata, is tired of being pushed around by his 5 sisters and daydreams of a life without them. That is, until Arata's father reveals a shocking truth. Arata isn't biologically related to his sisters. The siblings' relationships will be tested as they navigate life in this new light. And if you watch the trailer, it is exactly what you would expect.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just, it is...
What is it with all of these, like, why do they have the fantasy of sisters? I don't get it. I don't understand.
I do not know. I'm lying. I know because they have a target demographic that they are catering to, and they know that target demographic will always be there, and that target demographic will eagerly go for any scraps that they can get.
Yeah, unfortunately, we never learned after Emo. Society has not advanced since then.
Nope.
Oh, man.
So there are some pretty good and interesting ones this season.
I think the only thing that I know that was supposed to be happening soon is like the Annie of Green Gables remake thing, or like a new adaptation of it.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I've heard of that I know is going to be airing like soon, or it has recently started.
It has started, and
oh,
I have seen the first episode, and I've prior to this never seen any adaptation of Anne of Green Gables, nor I have not read Anne of Green Gables. You know, I don't know anything about the story. I know the name, but somehow just it has never crossed my path before this. I watched the first episode of Anne Shirley, and holy shit, I loved it.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Like, it was so colorful, the art was great, and Anne's VA, it's only in Japanese right now, but it feels like an award-winning performance. It was so good.
And who is her new VA? The 2025 version. Oh, they have already cast her in English.
Oh, who is it in English?
Yeah. It's gonna be Monica Flatley.
I don't know her off the top of my head. The Japanese VA is Honoka Inoue.
Oh! Alright, yep. Honey lemon soda, yep.
But I highly, highly encourage watching Anne Shirley. I want someone who has seen other adaptations or read Anne of Green Gables, because I want to know, like, is this being done right? Is my bar just low because I don't know the source material and therefore don't know what is going to be different? That I feel like I'm probably a very easy person to please, that I really go into my media wanting to enjoy things.
I mean, from what I understand and know, because I've also never seen it, but, like, my understanding is that, like, how America got to Little House on the Prairie, Japan just got attached to Annie of Green Gables in the exact same way, and it's supposed to be, like, the same kind of just charming, cottagey, country, like, feel-good story.
That it was published at the right place at the right time after World War II and sort of got ingrained in their culture.
It's weird to see, like, what little things, like, from, like, abroad will just kind of, like, become ingrained into that. Like you said, like, I feel like, you know, the West, we have, like, Pokemon stuck in our blood over here somehow.
I don't even feel like it's fair to say in the West. The world has Pokemon stuck in their blood.
Is everywhere. Yeah, that's true. But it's just weird to think about little things like that. It's just like, oh, why is Japan so into, like, this weird story about a girl on the prairie, or like why is Mexico like just so obsessed with like this one cat character or whatever, you know? It's like, why don't we adopt these things?
I don't know, but you know, whenever I do read up on those, it's always something super charming of just like, you know, okay, it was released at this point in time in history, and that these societal factors led to it really resonating with people for that reason. It's like, oh, that's super sweet. That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. I don't know why I said cat. Like, I was thinking of like how Latin like goes absolutely insane for Dragon Ball.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Like,
I think...
I've never seen anybody be more excited about something than that.
My working theory is that I think just so little anime made it to Latin America in those years that it was probably just Dragon Ball. And so if you were into anime, you were into Dragon Ball. And that because of that, it was able to really get that foothold in a way that others simply weren't. But this is me not knowing for sure. That's my working theory.
See, I didn't watch Dragon Ball or, like, any of the shonen, so I didn't even think about that, because, like, when I was growing up watching anime in 3 parts on YouTube, the bane of my existence was thinking I was gonna get English subtitles, and then clicking on the 3rd part of the episode of Tokyo Mew Mew, and the subtitles were in Spanish, and I couldn't read them.
No!
That happened with, like, Sailor Moon, Tokyo, like, every magical girl show I ever wanted to watch when I was younger was really, really popular in Latin America. And I could only find Spanish subtitled versions. Like, Mom, I gotta learn how to speak Spanish so I can watch Sailor Moon.
But honey, you could just learn Japanese. No, I need to learn Spanish.
Like, no, you don't understand, Mom. It has to be Spanish specifically.
Goodness. So you mentioned it a couple times in passing, but you really enjoy hiking. That it is.
Yeah.
It's funny because when I talk with folks and do the pre-interview, that I always make a point of asking, do you have any hobbies or any things that you do? And that one of the sort of rando go-to examples is, like if it is hiking, that has always been just one of my sort of stock examples. And that for you would actually was that, and that it came up even before I had a chance to pull out that random example, but now I kind of wish it had, because it would have made me seem real smart.
Yeah. So yeah, I am that generic bitch who does actually like hiking as a hobby. I like mainly just to go into, like, really, really heavily forested areas. It's not even so much that I like the activity of it. I just really, really like exploring the environments. Like, I guess it's my version of doing, like, urbex exploring. I don't go explore creepy old buildings. I go look in woods that look like no one's been in them in 3 years.
And I'm guessing some of this comes from the fact that you mentioned growing up that it was relatively remote and that there was a forest, and that's how you got your affinity for animals. So I'm guessing that's also where the hiking came from?
Actually, surprisingly, no. So when I did grow up in Florida, it was mostly like frat ground. There was, like, a forest nearby me, but, like, it was, in Florida, it's like a couple of pine trees, some bobcats, a deer, mostly swampland. Where I live now, I'm actually in, like, a mountainous region that has, like, actual evergreens, beautiful trees, there's waterfalls, there's lakes. I'm actually in a place where hiking is so picturesque and beautiful. It was basically like I moved to this area and I was like, well, I don't have a choice. I have to get into nature now.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And so do you make your way to, like, do you try and make it to different mountains or hiking trails specifically, or do you have just your local ones that you frequent?
A little bit of both, actually. So usually 2 or 3 times a year, I'll try to take, like, a bigger trip to, like, a kind of bigger touristy destination, or, like, the ones that I see on, like, TikTok or whatever. One that I posted about a few years ago, I climbed up the hiking trail to the tallest waterfall in the state where I was. And I stood at the very, very edge of the top viewing deck. I did it for my birthday, and I have a very, very long running joke with friends. Well, I already mentioned him earlier, Lark. He has a keychain that's of him, like, just being picked up by the back of his shirt and looking all mad at you. So whenever I got that keychain, I take it with me on all of my hikes, and I threaten to throw him off whatever waterfall I'm standing on top of, because it looks like I'm gonna drop him.
Yeah, because
I find waterfalls, and I threaten to throw that guy off, and I picture. It's usually the main goal of my hike is find a waterfall that I can threaten someone with.
Where in the world is Liminal Lark?
Dead in the bottom of a ravine if I have anything.
Well, no, dead at the bottom of a waterfall if you have anything to say about it.
Well, yeah, Yeah, they'll lead into the ravine. It's fine.
Oh, that's fair. That's true. Mm.
But yeah, there are like a lot of little local trails that like, even now, I've lived in the same spot for about 2 years now, and I'm still finding like little, just like random paths that like I've never noticed before, like little, just like trails that someone's kind of carved out. They weren't supposed to be a trail, but you can tell like kids used to like go back down here to smoke or hide or something. Just like finding all these little spots where you can tell people have trekked there before, but they just might not do it anymore. It's kind of cool to see like what things were used for, or like a weird thing where I live is there's a lot of people that like to leave weird art projects in the woods.
What type of art projects are we talking here?
A little bit of everything, which is weird and scary. I have seen like something that looks like a weird pranked cursed doll, like someone made some like fucked up looking voodoo doll thing, probably just to scare people, and sat it out in the woods. I have come across a like old-fashioned landline telephone that was like somehow affixed to a tree. It was not a running or working phone, but it had like a little sign that said like, this is for you to call like all of your past loved ones and tell them what you couldn't when they were alive. And it's like all of this like weird, like kind of vaguely spooky stuff. And it's just like, who put this out here? How long has it been here? Did you really think someone was gonna find this? What's the purpose of this?
Like, I can kind of appreciate that of just, okay, I'm gonna set something up that's gonna feel like you found something in a video game.
Yeah.
That like you found this this secret item, this secret location. The whole thing of the phone is I think that's more like quaint and thoughtful than spooky, scary.
Was. But even then, it's still just like, who decided to walk all the way out here and just put this here on this trail in the middle of nowhere?
You had to carry that phone the whole way, and I'm sure it wasn't that heavy, but you probably also had to carry, a drill or something or whatever.
Yeah, there had to be like nails or something to affix it to the tree. You had to have your little poster that was laminated so it didn't get wet. Like, oh, there was thought and effort and time put into that, and I'm just like, why here? What was the decision that made you just leave this here?
Yeah.
Also,
have you ever considered doing your own, sort of forest hiking trail art?
I was about to say, I kind of do a little like that right now. It's very, very small. I haven't done any big art projects, but one thing I do is I had a bunch of stickers printed of, like, me. They're just like a little goofy sticker that has, like, my big stupid face on it. And whenever I go on any hikes, I don't put it on actual nature. I know to leave only footprints, but typically there's always gonna be like an entrance sign or like a light pole or something where you walk in, or
something
like at the
man-made.
Something man-made. And I always slap a big old sticker that says Big Stupid and has my face on it there. So if you're ever trapezing around in the Pacific Northwest and you see my little bunny face, just know Momoka
was here.
Momoka climbed that. So that's kind of what I do, at least for now. It's like I leave my tiny little mark. It's just a little sticker. If they want to scrape it off, they can. It doesn't hurt anybody.
Gary was here. Ash is a loser.
Pretty much, yeah. I actually ran out of those stickers last year, though. I need to get more.
Time to reorder.
I really is. I had 50 of them, and then, like, I gave out a couple to friends, but I was going on hikes, like, literally every single weekend at a point, so I was like, oh, I ran out of those real fast.
Nice.
I do kind of want to go back to some of my older spots and if any of the
see
stickers
if they're still there, see if they've survived.
Yeah, see if they survived, or if they just faded away, or if, like, someone took it, or drew a mustache on me, who knows?
Like, that could be a fun thing of you go back and you take pictures of each of them.
Oh, see, that would be pretty cool. I do take pictures when I put them there, so I do have, like, reference they should be.
The before and after.
Yeah, exactly! Now I'm just thinking, like, oh, man, what am I gonna do? Where am I gonna go?
The other thing is, well, no, so if you're taking pictures, that means that you do have, documentation, so you don't need to worry too much about forgetting where they are.
Oh, yeah, for the most part, I will know exactly where they are. worst case scenario, I'll know the trail and just forget exactly what signpost I put it on, but, like, I would know it the second I saw it. I would know my...
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, yeah, this was the one.
You're like, oh, yeah, this sticker, even if it's faded, that's me. That's my shape.
Yeah. Are there any, So I guess, to whatever degree you were comfortable answering this question, and I feel like this is a safe one because, you know, there's zero timeline connected to it. Is there a mountain or a hiking trail anywhere, does not need to be nearby, that you know you want to hike and have not gotten to do so yet?
There actually is. There is one, and I know it's something that I probably will not be able to do anytime soon, just because it's an incredibly difficult hike that I am not skilled enough for yet. But somewhere in, like, northern Washington, like, damn near the Canadian border, up in the Cascade Mountain Range, there is a really, really old, like, fire watch shelter that is built on top of a mountain. And it is one of the highest buildings in the world and one of the most secluded places in the world. And, like, I've seen people do YouTube videos about it, but, like, man, I want to go up there, just stay in that cabin for the night, and then just, like, wake up and be able to see the sunrise on the mountains over an alpine meadow. That just sounds like pure heaven, man.
Yeah.
But it's like a 3-day hike to get there, and it's really hard.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a trek. It's a big one.
So that definitely sounds cool. Because that would be one, you bring multiple Momoka stickers for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That I would be bringing a binder.
I'm thinking like,
Yeah.
like if the Wi-Fi signal is good there, that could be a really interesting, like, multi-day
Something tells
content
me
thing.
there's no Wi-Fi
Yeah,
in here at all out there.
That you would probably need one of the personal Wi-Fi hotspot type things to work with that, but that you could do potentially, Connor and the others have their cyclethon where,
yeah,
you know,
with the
they go...
cyclethon,
That they go all the way through Japan, you know, inevitably they're going through places that do not have Wi-Fi signal, but that they have their personal hotspots in that, you know, the Momoka 3-day hike-a-thon. That I guess that you probably couldn't do that because that would be too risky of, like, doxing and stuff because, you know, that's showing you in real time. So maybe you don't do... Okay, so scratch that. It's not a live streamed hike-a-thon, but that you record it and then you release a video sometime afterwards.
Yeah, just do the YouTube video like
Just do the
everybody
YouTube
else.
video,
Here's
yeah.
my the most remote cabin in the world.
Yeah.
I still feel like, even though I know it's only like a 3-day hike, at my skill level I am at now, I feel like it would take me 7 days, and I do not have the time or patience for that.
No.
Like, no, I think I would have to, like, get a little bit better at, like, the rock climbing part of the hiking, and then I know there's a whole section of that hike that you have to have, like, snowshoes and crampons and, like, actually climb part of the ice, and I'm like, I've never done that before, so I wouldn't even know where to begin with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of really, really good, like, simple hikes, though. Like, a lot of the ones that I tend to go on, like, they're just... And not even, like, official hiking trails. It feels like they're just like, oh, these are just woods that someone kind of found a spot that looked okay to walk through, and they just kept using a machete until they had a path.
Yeah.
Yeah, snow hike a bit wild. I would not recommend.
I guess that... Do you have any hiking tips or trails that you think are really good for beginners?
I mean, it's... Okay, so definitely you need to bring a backpack. You need to have 3 bottles of water. I don't care if you're only gonna be on this hike for an hour. I don't care if you think bring 3 bottles of water. Just trust me on that. You're gonna drink at least one, and one of those might be for washing your hands later. You're gonna need it. And the other thing is just Be good when you're on a hike. Don't leave anything other than footprints. Do not throw your trash around. If you're eating even just like an apple, do not throw the apple core into the woods, okay? Every single thing that you throw into an environment where it does not belong can affect the environment and the animals that are there. Please clean up after yourselves, and if you see someone else being a jackass and like leaving behind litter or like their poop, I am personally giving you permission to push them off whatever trail that is.
Momoka said you could, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not going to be littering. You're going to be fertilizing the ground.
Have you played National Park Girls?
I have not, but I actually did see that was on sale recently.
Yeah, sorry for the, I can't call that a full pivot because it's clearly related to all that, but yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that because that's like just like the weird dating sim where like each one of the girls is like a national park but personified, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I've heard about it. I just haven't played it.
Yeah, I've not played it entirely myself, but I've seen several streams of it and that it is a very fun game.
Oh man, I wonder if they'll let me fuck Yosemite National Park.
Yosemite is one of the characters.
Oh no, I was just joking. Of course it would be. Of course it would be. Firewatch. Oh, now that's a name I haven't heard. What? I remember when that came out and everybody was losing their mind. Half of the people were like, this is the greatest thing ever. It has such a good story. And then everyone else is like, it's literally a walking simulator. What are we doing?
Trying to see if I can find a picture of Yosemite. I think that one is.
Like Yosemite-chan.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Here we go. Boop.
I mean, it's a cute design, but I don't know how I feel her being a vaguely Native American elf. That's an interesting design choice for sure.
And this is the image of the main cast. And yes, that is a volcano on her head.
Oh! Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, why not? God. Which one is that supposed to be? Is that like Mount St. Helens or something?
That is Yellowstone.
That's Yellowstone. Oh! Oh, so that's like the geyser.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's a geyser, not a volcano. My bad.
Oh no, you're all good. I it's hard to tell from the visuals. Oh my gosh. These games are ridiculous. Yeah, Yellowstone is the manifestation of Yellowstone National. Favorite activities include hiking, biking, running, picnics. Yeah, I bet they do. I bet they do.
And she bursts with a geyser of water when she's sad, and does both often.
Dang. Okay, now this looks like the kind of game I absolutely need to get drunk and play. Oh my goodness.
Well, I don't, like, this game does get emotional at times.
How emotional? We talking like Clannad emotional? Or
Have not played Clannad, so I can't give you a one-to-one day. They hit some serious topics.
okay.
Like, this is a game, a story that can do the happy-go-luckies, tee-hee funs, but also, oh boy, we're actually gonna get into some good life drama here.
Okay, that's fair. My gold standard, because whenever growing up, the only visual novels I'd ever heard about were, like, the key visual novels like Clannad, Air, Canon, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then the only other one that I knew was Katawa Shoujo, which is a very different beat.
Yeah. I actually should probably go and play that game, because I've seen chunks of it, but not all of it.
For Katawa Shoujo?
No, for National Park Girls.
Oh, gotcha.
But I've also not played Katawa Shoujo. But also seen chunks of it.
Yeah, I feel like that one is, like, kind of like necessary watch, necessary play, but only just because it is such an incredible time capsule of what people on the internet were capable of if they tried for 5 minutes, but were still horrible.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been at this for 5.5 hours.
Oh my goodness, wait, already?
Yup.
Oh, woo! Time flies.
I said that, I'm able to go for a while, but I think this is going to be one of the few times where I'm like, okay, I think I'm not fading yet, but I know if we keep going a little bit more that I will probably fade, but also,
yeah, no
5.5 hours, like, this has gone really fast, Momoka. This has been great. This has been awesome.
I honestly did not realize it had been. Only like when I'm streaming, I have to take a bathroom break like every hour and a half, and
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I haven't needed to take one yet, which I am surprised. Like, I haven't needed to get up to go to the bathroom. It hasn't been that long yet. How has it been 5 hours and I haven't had to pee?
The magic of talk shows.
It's the magic of it. You just get me monologuing and suddenly my bladder stops working.
Aha, yeah. I've just a couple of last questions that I'd like to ask all my guests. The first is, do you have any goals for the year? We are, already most of the way through April, which is really weird, but we still have half of 2025 in front of us, so do you have anything that you're hoping to accomplish this year? It could be, a particular project, a stream, something IRL, anything at all.
I think my only real goal this year that I really want to try for, I've wanted to try to be a convention guest before, and every time I've thought about it, I've kind of just, been like, oh, but what if, maybe I'm not big enough, or maybe they see me, or maybe they want to approve of it, and so I've always just kind of been on the fence, and by the time I get the courage to actually apply for anything, it's like, oh, panel applications closed 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, God dang it. So this year I want to not be a coward and possibly do, a panel on VTubing at my local convention.
I recommend apply to small conventions first. That just conventions as a whole. There's so much competition for panels.
There really is.
Smaller ones are going to be less competitive, and that expect that you have to apply 6 months early.
Oh yeah. That is the thing I definitely learned the hard was looking. I'm like, okay, I can finally. Time it's like, oh nope, I should have done that months ago.
Most places will have things, even if not announced, effectively locked in 3-4 months in advance minimum. I know some that lock things in advance 7 months in advance. That's a little bit earlier than most, but
yeah, that's a little too early. I don't even know what I'm doing.
You cut out. You cut out again.
I cut out again at the end. Oh, I said I don't even know what I'm doing 2 weeks from now. I don't know how people can plan that far ahead.
But that is a really good goal, and I do hope you get it. And the other thing I suggest is that have an angle to your VTubing panel. Don't make it just a how to VTube panel, because you're probably going to have a bunch of folks applying with that.
Yeah. There's a panel that I have seen at my local con that basically was that it was like VTubing 101, and I saw that panel for 2 years, and then the person who was doing that, I believe they did their little VTuber graduation, and so there was an opening. It's like, okay, there is kind of a little void to fill. I think it would be fun to just do a panel, not even about how to start VTubing, but more about the history of it and how we got to where we are now.
That's an angle.
Because I think a lot of people don't know, how we were talking about earlier, the origins of the term graduation, the idol stuff that kind of bled into it, and why a lot of us feel like we're stuck kind of going with that idol thing, even though we aren't really idols. It just feels like it's part of the whole bit now.
Yeah, I think that one would do really well.
I think it would be really, really interesting, and it's one of the few things that I kind of know. So I feel like I could just info dump for 2 hours.
Yeah. And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but VTubing means different things to different people. Some folks have said being a VTuber lets me be someone I can't be in real life. It lets me get in touch with my inner child. Others have a more clinical, business-like approach of just, I love my model. I think it's cool, but for me, it is a tool that I use as an entertainer, and it is one of the most powerful tools I can think of, and I would absolutely not want to be a facecam streamer because I like all the things creatively that VTubing allows me to do. But I don't really have that personal, deep connection with my model. And those are two pretty separate answers, and there's things in between, there's things beyond. But for you, Magical Momoka, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
So for me, it kind of is somewhere in the middle there. My model, like, I have this little design, but all of my specs for my model, like my model's height and everything, they are a one-to-one. I basically just made my VTuber model, like, if I was my own perfect anime waifu, what would I be? I'm like, I'd have pink hair and bunny ears, that's it.
Yeah.
and so I made myself, like, I want to make myself the perfect anime girl that I would want figures of, that I would want to watch. What do I think is just like the epitome of perfect anime girl design? And that was my first bit. I was like, okay, I just want to be able to play my own perfect dream girl. If I can't date her, I'm gonna be her. And then I actually ended up making a lot of friends that, like, I never expected I was gonna make. After, when I moved to where I am now, like, I meant a long time ago, I ran away. I actually really did do that. That one's not really much of a joke. I moved as far away from possible from my family, and when I moved to where I am now, I didn't know anybody. The only people that I really saw were, like, my coworkers when I went to work, and when I had a roommate, I'd see them when they got home from work. But other than that, I didn't really have, like, friends that I went out with or anything. I kept in touch with my friends back home online, but that was all I really had. And then whenever VTubing kind of became a thing, I was watching, like, Kizuna Ai, Kaguya Luna, and I was like, oh, that's so much fun. That looks like it's so fun. I think I could do that kind of stuff, and that's what made me want to start it to begin with. But when you actually start doing it, you're like, okay, this is kind of a lot of effort. This is a lot of work. I have to so many things. Maybe this isn't, like, the fun thing I thought it was gonna be. This is gonna be something that you have to actually put, like, a labor of love into. Mm-hmm. And at some point, it became something both that I was proud of and something that I was kind of, how do I put it? It felt like I was presenting myself in the best way possible. It felt like I was able to give myself a good first impression for people this way. It's like I have curated myself, and I think I can actually try to make friends that actually have the same interest as me and care about the things that I care about, and just don't ever have to care about my appearance or see me or judge me.
Mm-hmm.
I am incredibly thankful that I have actually made a lot of real life friends through VTubing. I mentioned, like, the little waffle ironing event that I went to with my friend VTuber. I've met up with, like, several other people at conventions, and, like, I went to Disneyland with some of my VTuber friends. I get to see some of them, like, twice a year. They'll come fly up and we'll all go get dinner together.
That's so
For
cool.
me, it has been an incredible thing. It is more about connection than anything, to be perfectly honest. Like, I probably would have stopped this a couple of years ago if I hadn't made all the friends that I have now that, like, hurry, that give me fun ideas, that just pop in to say hi or play games with me, that are there for me when I'm feeling down about myself, or when I've had a bad stream, or if I had, like, a hate raid or something. The people that are there to support you, like, it's, I don't know, to me it was something I had never experienced before, and it meant everything.
That's awesome. I love that. And just, I always ask that question at the end of the show because, one, it helps, put a bit of a bow on things. It gives folks a chance to be, a little bit sentimental and sappy in a good way at the end. But also at the same time, while I never know what people are going to say, the answers always make sense. And, you see the through lines from the conversation, whether they be 2 hours or 5.5 hours. And that, people have their consistencies, and that they have you can see that it's them at the end of the day, and that I'm so happy that you found VTubing. I'm so glad that you've found friends in VTubing, and
Me too.
I'm very excited to see where you go from here. That it has been super fun. I remember I was tuning into some of your Balatro streams earlier because I am thoroughly Balatro pilled. I found that game late, but fell down that rabbit hole pretty hard. I'm at the point where I am at gold stake, I think, for almost every deck.
I'm still just trying to beat the black deck on the white stake.
Admit, the black deck is one of the hardest decks, for what it's worth.
It's so hard.
It is a tough one.
Yeah, that thing is my Mount Everest right now.
Yeah. Keep going. It's good. Yeah.
Oh, I will. I gotta keep going. I'm not gonna let Jim blow, and I'm gonna be clowns.
Yeah. You have to be the Clown Supreme. Yes, you do. Mm-hmm.
I do.
Yeah. And I'm very excited to see what you end up doing from here. And thank you so much for taking time to be here with me this evening.
Yeah, of
really
course.
do
Thank
appreciate
you so
it.
much for having me.
The pleasure's all mine. So usually the actual last question is I ask folks who they want to raid. Earlier I mentioned that I got distracted or something, and that was because a notification popped up. Usually I ask.
Got the exact same notification.
I think we do. I think we
so
did
I don't
because
even
I
think
normally.
You gotta ask.
Yeah, because I normally ask who would you like to raid, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, well, there's nobody else.
There's nobody else but our least favorite VTuber.
Our least favorite VTuber is live right now.
What the fuck? He's actually alive? What
actually
the hell?
alive. He has been awakened from his slumber, from oblivion. Back at the start of the show, I literally said, you didn't hear it because you didn't hear the intro. But as part of the intro that I have, live from twitch.tv is VTuber Talk, today's guest is such and such. And then I have and now something or other, here's your host, Jay. Mine was, and I mentioned again at the start of the show, and now one of the only people on the platform not playing Oblivion. Just, happy Oblivion Day to those who are celebrating. I'm happy for you all. I'm so happy for you all. And that apparently it was enough to rouse the least favorite VTuber from his slumber. So we're going to be raiding into Liminal Lark, folks.
Hell yeah, let's go say hi to my favorite little stinky bastard.
Yeah. Last time I was here, Mr. Toxin. Oh, wow, you've spent a little minute, customer skeleton. Got this guy for the 3rd anniversary charity marathon, and 4th anniversary marathon was 4 months ago. So, welcome back. Happy to have you. But yes, yeah. So, we're gonna be sending folks over there. And again, Momoka, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who has been here for the show, whether you just showed up. Sorry if you just got here, customer care skeleton. We're gonna be sending you along. Or if you've been here since the pre-show, really do appreciate it. I forgot one other thing. You mentioned that there was a project that you wanted to spotlight.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I have been in a couple of different game shows before, and I just recorded another one earlier today, and I got an animatic preview, so I'll probably be thinking about those on social media, but keep an eye out. Momo's gonna be on a couple of different YouTube channels and a couple of sketches.
What are the game shows that you've been on?
So it's basically like Whose Line Is It Anyway is the one that I've done that's already been released a few times. And then there's 2 that are called 20 Questions Till Death. It's basically like they give you a cryptid or some kind of like ancient legend, and you have to like play 20 questions and figure out what the cryptid is and how it can kill you and how you can survive from it. So it's a bunch of like little things like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Definitely looking forward to that. And for more fun stuff, be sure to follow Momoka here on Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, all the other places as well. And same for me that, if you enjoyed this, that I haven't been able to do nearly as many shows this year as I've been hoping to. Things have been busy, and for some reason, I keep having bad luck with the guests that I reach out to, that they're like, yes, I want to be on the show, and then suddenly get real busy, and you're like, I gotta get back to you. I'm like, okay. So there's actually a couple folks I need to follow up with, but hopefully we'll be getting to a more regular pace again in the near future. And even if not, always happy for, anybody who's able to make it. So,
Heck yeah.
And can't promise a regular schedule, but you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter, and you'll find out when I go live. So, again, thank you so much. I don't have a raid message. Do you have a particular one, or should we just do, Momoka sent us, or do you have anything
You can just
sillier?
say Momo sent ya. I don't have any, raid messages.
Alrighty, folks. Well, if you have any Momoka emotes or just fun ones, be sure to send those along to Lark. I do not have any, so we'll just use the generic ones. I'm trying to think of it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Dr. Bonesaw.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, so Momoka sent us, and insert any extra emotes that you want along there. Those are fun ones. Nice. Well, Truckcoon80, I am glad that you enjoyed your stay. And again, to everybody else who's been stopping by, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, and Momoka. And thank you. You will definitely be seeing me around. I hope you have a great rest of your day, everybody. Have a good one, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.